has a lot of energy with it, and it's pushing a lot of water. So that surge could still come up pretty high for us.
Well, I worry about, too, that, okay, we're going to see the maps, we're going to see the storms up there, people are going to wake up, they might even see a brief moment of a clear sky. That doesn't necessarily mean you rush back home, especially if you're in the evacuation A zone.
Right. The next 6 to 12 hours is going to be critical for us to really see how the water goes within our county. You know, if residents are having questions, concerns, they can always call our Customer Residential Information Center. That number is 727-847-2411, or they can find many answers on our My Pasco app and look up their flood zones as well as their evacuation zones.
And that mypasco.net as well. Great
Yes.
website. You guys do a really good job of having all the essential services and information right there, mypasco.net. All right, I'm going to glass half full, though. At this point, pretty good.
We're pretty good.
I mean, if you're telling me,
Right.
you know, only four, I mean, I know those 400 people without power, they're not happy at this moment, but
currently
it's
we've
not
been
thousands.
doing okay.
It's not, yeah, so far.
So, but we have
good.
a full EOC staffed here overnight.
Yep.
We're monitoring it very, very close. Making sure that our residential information center is staffed throughout the night, so we're here to help the residents if they're in need.
And final message to if the people they're anxious, they can't sleep, they're watching right now, information they need to know in this moment right here, Laura.
If you have any questions or concerns, reach out to us. We're here to help you and answer those.
Give me that number one more time, if you don't mind.
727-847-2411.
Perfect. And mypasco.net and the MyPasco app as well. Laura Wilcoxon, thank you so very much for your time. And you're busy in there. Thank you, thank you. So there you go. So, you know, so far so good.
Yeah.
Asterisk. Let's wait and really get through this. But we're talking 72,000 people plus live in that evacuation A zone. So that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Got a little over 400 in shelters. Hopefully everybody else with friends, families, hotels are all sold out in Pasco County.
Yeah.
Obviously some people probably stayed back to ride it out, and hopefully they made the proper decisions. But we just got to wait and see. But right now, as far as Pasco County is concerned, so far so good.
So far so good. A lot of watching and waiting right now, Charlie, and let's just hope that people still stay inside. I know it's
there. Yeah.
Like you said, it's not bad right now, but you don't know when it's going to happen again. So, all right, we will
let's see it on through now. Let's see it on through.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Charlie, we will touch base with you again soon. Thank you.
Okay.
Despite the warnings to evacuate for Hurricane Idalia, many chose to stay. The owner of Island Hotel, which predates the Civil War, says his building hasn't flooded in almost 20 years. He plans to ride out the storm in Cedar Key, ignoring mandatory evacuation orders.
Being the caretaker of the oldest building in Cedar Key, I just feel kind of like I need to be here.
Again, those who stay behind in evacuation zones are being warned. Rescues.
Listening to that coverage from our partners down at Fox 13 in Tampa, listening to some residents there that did not evacuate, instead choosing to ride out that storm. And then right before this latest report, we did hear from officials over in Pasco County in regards to their situation there. Want to get to this latest report here, talking about the power outages down there in Florida. We know that this hurricane going to have some major impact, and that power could be out for weeks because it's going to be hitting an area that has not seen a major storm like this in some centuries already. So check this out. These are the latest power outages down there, and you can see Florida highlighted in yellow at this moment. The customers tracked, you can see more than 11 million people, but customers out of power. It's showing over 26,000 people right now without power. And that right there is one of the dangerous things that comes with a hurricane, because it's going to be hard for people to get these updates, to communicate with other officials as well, to see where this latest storm is tracking. And that, of course, we're not even knowing when this power is going to be restored for many of those residents. So Idalia not even making landfall yet, and already seeing those impacts when it comes to those power outages. Here live now from Fox, we are staying with this hurricane and the latest. Let's actually take this live look out of Pensacola, Florida. You can see here just how that camera, not Pensacola, excuse me, St. Petersburg, Florida, one of the places hardest hit. Now it's very dark, but on the side there to the left side of your screen, you do see a bit of light. And it just shows how the camera is being shaken by those strong winds. And you got to remember that these cameras are bolted down tight to the areas that they are focused out of. So you have to just imagine how strong those winds are to be shaking the camera this hard. And we do know that Idalia officially being a Category 3 storm with winds up to 120 miles per hour. I want to step away for our second break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. Live Now from Fox continues tracking Hurricane Idalia when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to track Hurricane Idalia. Thank you, everyone, for joining us as we are in wall-to-wall coverage. In the next 24 hours, going well into Thursday, we will be on for you guys, bringing you the latest updates, checking in with our different partners over in Florida, mainly Fox 35 in Orlando and Fox 13 in Tampa. This is a live look right now at our XRAD weather radar. You can see Idalia moving upwards the west coast of Florida, potentially impacting those cities there with some catastrophic storm surge. One of the deadliest outcomes that could happen because of this hurricane is going to be impacting an area that has not seen a severe weather event like this since 1869, I believe. So it is a big deal for many of the people here already warned to evacuate since early Tuesday morning. Those that are choosing to ride out the storm should be prepared for the worst at this moment. Of course, we are still tracking that latest advisory saying that Idalia now officially a Category 3 hurricane with 120 mile per hour winds at the moment. We have also checking in with the power outages in Florida. Check this out. The latest says that more than 26,000 people are already without power in that state due to this hurricane, which is just almost unbelievable because it hasn't even made landfall yet. And when it does make landfall, it is projected to be a Category 4 storm. Let's check in with our team down at Fox 13. They have been breaking this down with their meteorologist on the ground. And we just want to see, I think right now they're talking about that storm surge and the possibility of flooding in the area.
Look at the storm surge map. 4 to 6 for the Tampa Bay area, 4 to 6 for the Pinellas County coast. It's close. Right now we're at about 3. And as you go north, it just gets higher. And unfortunately, where the worst storm surge is going to be up right into that Big Bend area, say around Cedar Key or so, where they could be looking at a storm surge which is about 12 to 16 feet, and especially on and right to where this storm comes on shore. Tony and I were sitting over here looking, and it looks like, Tony, that the storm is maybe starting to take that northeastern turn up into the Big Bend area, just based on the last few satellite and radar frames, okay? Right?
Yeah, Dave, and I haven't officially seen the National Hurricane Center identify that in their hourly update. I anticipate they will at 3, but when you look at it, you can clearly tell on the loop here, and let's see if we play back. You see it go north, 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 and then all of a sudden, it just starts a little bit of a wobble to the northeast. Now, it's not going to change any impacts. If you're watching this in Citrus County, you're like, uh-oh, we don't want it to turn northeast. But this was anticipated. This was expected. And it's going to continue to pull just ever so slightly to the north and northeast. And that's what's going to carry it right where we think it will, into Appalachia Bay, into that Big Bend area. But again, we're talking about a monstrous hurricane here. As Dave mentioned, hurricane force winds just in the core of the storm, 25 miles from the center, but far-reaching impacts with tropical storm force winds that extend out about 160 miles from the center. That's where we find ourselves in here across the Bay Area. So when you see the update there, we're talking about movement right now, basically north at about 15 or north-northeast, if you want to say technically. It hasn't necessarily sped up anymore, but it has strengthened, and again, really taking advantage of all of the warm water temperatures here in this kind of loop current area with the warm, exceptionally warm water temperatures, top winds at about 120 at this time. And the track will hold. And you're looking at this, and I understand there could be concern for, family, parents who have kids perhaps at FSU, FAMU up in Tallahassee, which is going to deal with a lot of this storm as it makes landfall. Tallahassee, you can imagine, it's like right there. They're not going to be on the worst side of it, but they're certainly going to see some major impacts, major hurricane impacts that's likely going to take down some power and cause some disruptions. Most of the surge, we think, is going to be on the east side of that, so they're not going to deal with the surge impacts, but not a bad idea to give them a call, make sure that they're watching this closely and that they're hunkered down as they will likely see the worst of the effects here early this morning. I won't say early tomorrow, but early this morning here in a matter of hours. And then it'll continue weekend, moving over land into South Georgia and thereafter. I want to map you through Futurecast what we can expect in the hours ahead. Now that the storm is pulling to the north, remember, this is a counterclockwise low-pressure system, and is essentially, so the winds are going to start to back here out of the south and southeast, essentially, or southwest, I should say, and that's what's going to continue to push in those showers and storms. So we'll see more rain bands here coming up, but with a strengthening storm, those rain bands are going to lead to some squally weather, as well as pushing those waters onshore here through the hours ahead, through those 2 tide cycles, like Dave was mentioning earlier. This is the time at 8 o'clock in the morning, still waking up to periods of showers and storms, heavy rains at times. I think the tornado threat will be diminished by then, but during the day tomorrow, while conditions will gradually improve, we will still see bouts of heavy rains. And when you look at these wind arrows, you see how fast they're moving. That still tells you that we'll still be dealing with some strong winds too, blowing in onshore, just keeping those water levels high at least through tomorrow afternoon. Guys?
Thank you. And we are still waiting to see just how big of an impact Hurricane Idalia will have on our area. Fox 13's Mariah Harrison is monitoring the situation in Hernando County and has an update from downtown Brooksville.
Right now we're in Brooksville, a little further east off the coast here in Hernando County, where business owners are clearly heeding the warnings, boarding up their windows and clearing any potential flying debris as Hurricane Idalia batters the western coast of Florida. So here in Brooksville, we're about 15 miles off the coast, where that wind, that flying debris, the rain, that is the main concern here. But further closer to the coast. It's that potentially catastrophic storm surge that is the main area of concern. Last projections put that at 6 to 9 feet. People living and who own businesses in that area were told to clear out of there by 7 o'clock last night. Many of them choosing to move further east to safer ground, but many folks actually choosing to utilize those free area shelters, riding out the storm with their neighbors until it's safe to return home. Reporting in Brooksville, Mariah Harrison, Fox 13 News.
FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell is also warning Floridians to take Idalia seriously. Criswell says nearly $3.5 billion remains in FEMA's disaster relief fund, which is being tapped for immediate needs as the storm barrels towards Florida and through Florida at this point. She is calling on Congress to approve additional spending.
The supplemental request that we have put in is $12 billion, and that will be a bridge to get us through the end of the fiscal year. If we continue to see more storms, we're going to continuously monitor very closely the health of the Disaster Relief Fund to determine what more may be needed. But right now, as the situation stands, the supplemental request will get us through the end of this fiscal year.
Criswell says FEMA positioned crews in Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina to respond to the storm. Overnight, we saw the water already starting to rise in parts of Pinellas County. Our Kelly Cowan is live in Gulfport this morning. Kelly, I've been looking at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Twitter page. They say that 3 to 4 feet of water is in St. Pete Beach, Madera Beach. They had to close Gulf Boulevard. What are you seeing there?
We're certainly seeing that in Gulfport as well. You see down here, the water has breached up over what should be a pier out here, just a little further than where you can see that water line, and it's risen into about a block of the street here in Gulfport.
You're listening there to some coverage from our partners down in Fox 13 Tampa, and you can just see just that storm surge already coming in to the coastal areas of Florida. Just very powerful stuff. Hurricane Idalia now a Category 3, hasn't even made landfall yet, where it's expected to be a Category 4 hurricane. Very, very powerful, with it bringing some dangerous conditions. Meantime, here at Live Now from Fox, we are also checking in with reporters on the ground. Right now, I want to bring up the latest when it comes to power outages over in Florida. You're taking a look at your screen now. You can see that over 26,000 people there already without power, and Hurricane Idalia hasn't even made landfall. So let's check in with one of our reporters, of Fox 35 reporter Deborah Cho. Deborah, I know that you are live in Ocala right now at this moment. Can you go ahead and tell us how things are looking at over there? And I know that your focus is on the power outages as well.
Sure. You know, I will say this is actually, the weather has picked up for us. As soon as we called into the line, the weather started to, the rain started to come down, the wind started to move a little bit. So, of course, now we are starting to feel a little bit more of the hurricane's effects here in the Ocala area. Now, the sheriff's office did put out an update about 12:30 this morning, saying that parts of the central part of the county might not see as many impacts as maybe the western part of the county will see, but that doesn't mean that people should let their guards down. He wants people to be aware, because our biggest threat here in Marion County is going to be those power outages, which is where you are, or why you are seeing some of these trucks just lined up behind me here, because they are ready to assist. This truck here is from Virginia. I've met people from Ohio all ready for that call. I've been on the phone with Duke Energy telling me that they have about 1,000 trucks ready to go at the villages in case and soon as they get that call. And that, of course, again, is the biggest threat for residents in Marion County and the Ocala area, is the power outages. The sheriff's office says that he knows a lot of people decided to stay home and just bunker and you know, stay at home, but he is fearful that if there are emergencies that they might take some time to get to some of those homes and those emergencies. But of course, people are still, you know, hopefully watching the local news, watching the weather forecast, and knowing what exactly is going to come their way, and be prepared for these power outages. That's our biggest threat, at least as of right now. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Deborah, thank you so much. Just one more question. I want to stay focused on this because it is such a big deal when people lose power, especially in the midst of a hurricane that is going to be so powerful. So do you know if a lot of people have evacuated in that area? I know that they're not going to be directly hit, but I see that so many people are ready to respond to those power outages. So what is that looking like there when it comes to evacuations and that response to the power?
Sure. So I can tell you that the hotels in this area are completely booked. We are staying at a hotel not very far from where I'm at right now, and they told me that they are at full capacity. A lot of people, of course, are either linemen that are staying at the hotel or they're evacuees from the coastal communities. And that's a good sign that people are leaving those coastal communities to come inland. But of course, also, what that means is that there might not be as many room for people in hotels. But the good news is that shelters in Marion County, they're pretty empty. So that means that there is room for people that maybe are waking up right now, looking at their radar, looking at their weather, going, you know what, I think it's time to go. Obviously, this hurricane is getting stronger and stronger. And so those shelters in Marion County are open. The sheriff said at last check, he was shocked to see how many people are not taking advantage of that. So if you know someone in Marion County area or even on the coast that needs somewhere to go, some of these shelters in Marion County are a great option for people.
Deborah Cho down there reporting for Fox 35 Orlando, down in Ocala, Marion County, Florida. Thank you for checking in with us, and you stay safe as that hurricane moves through.
Thank you.
Everyone else here live now from Fox, just want to pull up this tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. This was earlier on Tuesday, and as Deborah was just mentioning, a very big deal when it comes to power outages in the wake of such a powerful storm like Hurricane Idalia. So here, Ron DeSantis saying that the Florida Department of Transportation has nearly 700 team members strategically positioned across the state with more than 400 pieces of equipment ready to begin immediately clearing roads as soon as it is safe to do so. Here live now from Fox, we are continuing to track Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way to Florida. Very powerful Category 3 hurricane right now, expected to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Want to step away for our third break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. Live now from Fox returns right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are tracking Hurricane Idalia now, Category 3, and it's expected to be a Category 4 once it makes landfall, in Florida within the next few hours. We have been staying up to date with all of the latest from the National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center. I want to pull up this tweet from Brooks Garner, saying Hurricane Idalia, now a major hurricane with Cat 3 winds of 120 miles per hour. It's forecast to make a historic landfall in a region of Florida that's not been tested with a major hurricane since 1896. Power may be out for weeks in parts of the Big Bend, and we are already seeing many Floridians, many thousands of people already without power before Idalia has even made landfall. We did post also to our X account about the fact that Idalia is now a Category 3 storm. The maximum sustained winds have increased to near 120 miles per hour with higher gusts. Idalia is forecast to become a Category 4 hurricane before it reaches Florida's Big Bend coast. And already a lot of people feeling those effects. I want to get to the latest when it comes to those power outages. Take a look at this. This is from the website that monitors those outages, and you can just see here Florida highlighted in yellow. It tracks over 11 million people, and right now over 26,000 of them do not have power at this moment, making for some dangerous situations, of course, when people are trying to keep a track of where this storm is headed and the impact that it's having. We have also been taking a lot of video showcasing just this impact from the storm. Take a look at this. We have some footage from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office and just showing some of the flood damage and that storm surge that is already coming in. Again, Pinellas County, one of the areas that is going to be hardest hit. I mean, just look at these roads. You know, you can barely see them under all of this water, and we know that storm surge is sometimes brings the deadliest effects when it comes to hurricanes. So people definitely advised to hunker down. We know that early Tuesday, they were told to evacuate from many areas. Emergency services dispatched to a lot of these locations. Governor Ron DeSantis in communication with federal government and FEMA administrators warning people that this was going to happen with this hurricane. Earlier today, the National Hurricane Service saying that it was going to be a Category 3 that quickly changed to being a Category 4 at landfall. Only recently did it change to being a Category 3 from being a Category 2. So it is slow moving into Florida, but as it continues to go and it stays in the Gulf, it's just picking up more strength and going to hit that West Coast part even harder. Going back to that weather radar that we have been showing you guys all day today within our coverage, you can just see how big this hurricane has gotten within the last few hours. So the last update that we got from the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service, that was back at 2 a.m. East Coast time. We're expecting another update at 5 a.m. East Coast time. So we know that the National Hurricane Center has been saying that it's going to be providing these updates every 3 hours. And even though not a lot changes within that, you can see that a lot of people are going to be affected, and you never know if this storm is going to turn. Right now, it is projected to hit more of that upper West Coast side. You see here Cedar Key, Clearwater Beach going to be hit directly. Some of those inland cities also going to be affected. Places like Orlando, Marion County. We just had a reporter before our last break tell us about all the different emergency services that have been stationed there, pre-positioned to help with power outages, for example. She also told us that in Ocala, Florida, all of the hotels are booked, even though people, I mean, they're evacuating from those coastal cities going more inland, and that's why all those places are filling up fast. And we know that the Florida governor has also said that he has told emergency shelters to allow pets. That's one of the biggest concerns, of course, with people that have pets at home, want them to stay safe. So everyone, just please be aware that while evacuations were issued early Tuesday morning, right now the conditions, they're only getting worse, and it may be too dangerous to travel at this time. Thank you once again for being with us at Live Now from Fox. My name is Karel Lahara. We are going wall to wall when it comes to Hurricane Idalia. So our live coverage, it is not over yet. Right now, though, I am going to hand it over to our counterparts in Orlando. They were going to keep you updated with all the latest, checking in with people on the ground, all of our reporters down there as we continue to track this storm heading toward Florida. A final look at that weather radar that we have been showing you all day today as we head into our final break. So don't go anywhere. Live Now from Fox returns right after this with more coverage on Hurricane Idalia.
All right, good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. 2:56 now on the East Coast, 11:56 over on the West Coast. We are continuing our coverage this morning of Hurricane Idalia now starting to barrage Florida there. It's changed into a Category 4, that according to experts there, as we continue to track this storm. Take a look now at some of what we have now on our radar as we continue this coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Certainly a dire situation likely to unfold along Florida's Gulf Coast in just hours now. Idalia expected to bring catastrophic, life-threatening impacts to the region. The storm surge potentially up to 15 feet in some locations, destructive winds and up to 125 miles an hour, and a risk of significant flooding, really all in the forecast, that according to the National Hurricane Center. We continue our coverage this morning. Want to dip right now into our partners over at Fox Tampa. Actually, let's go over to our partners at Fox Weather, Fox 35 Orlando, as we jump back into some of the ongoing coverage from our local broadcasts.
Of resources. Not only are there hundreds of trucks lined up ready to go, but there are a lot of materials as well, like these replacement power poles. Duke Energy personnel tell me they're ready for anything and everything.
We're here in force, and we'll do the best we can to get you on the fastest as we can.
Anthony Brooks drove 15 hours from Ohio to help people keep their power. He's joined by more than 4,500 Duke Energy employees and contractors ready to travel all over Florida.
If the pole's broken, we'll replace it. We'll put the lines up, transformers, oil spills, we handle it all.
This isn't the first time they've gathered this many resources for a storm. It's still an emotional sight for Brooks, though.
Drop everything they have to come together and have one common goal, to restore power. So it's pretty amazing.
Ben Williamson says they have their own methods to find the outages. Even with that, it helps to reach out if you have one. As they put the final touches on their preparation, Williamson just wants people to know they're going to give it their all.
We want people to be safe, and we do ask for your patience. We promise that we're working as quickly as we can.
There is a priority list for repairs. Near the top are medical centers and first responders. That's just something to keep in mind.
The time right now is 2:58. Right now, parts of Hernando County near Brooksville are under evacuation orders. Robert Dubose and his family have lived in Florida for 4 years now, but this is the first hurricane they've had to prepare for. The family will travel inland towards Valrico and Zephyr Hills to wait out the storm and stay safe. They are certainly hoping for the best, but of course, they're preparing for the worst.
We've had a bigger one that we've been the most concerned about. Now, we've done this whole charade a couple times, never to this extent, because it's either been a Class 1 or a tropical storm, so we weren't worried about 9 feet of water. We were worried about, normally what I do is I stack things on tables just to get it off the ground, but that's not going to be enough this time.
Probably not this time. The DeBose family is hoping that they can return to their home later tomorrow afternoon, but plan on waiting it out if they cannot. When it is safe to do so, we do want you to share your weather videos and your storm pictures with us. Email them to fox35tips@fox.com or tag us on Facebook, Fox 35 Orlando. We'll check them out and show them during our continuing coverage as we continue to ride out this storm.
All right, we are continuing our coverage here on Live Now from Fox, of course, of Hurricane Idalia now approaching dangerously towards the coast of Florida over on the west side there in Florida's Gulf. Let's go ahead and turn over to our partners at Fox Tampa, continuing our coverage for us this morning.
Increase in wind speed in 24 hours. That easily classifies as a rapid intensification. I mean, you look at the storm and it's just unbelievable to me, this monster hurricane that we have. Literally what? 91 miles offshore as it works its way up into the Big Bend area as well. And of course, it continues to throw these rain bands our way. And every once in a while, you're going to get a rain band to work its way in. But they're kind of pinwheeling around. You see them kind of pinwheeling around like that. And now that the storm is past our latitude, all of a sudden, here come our winds in from the south and the west. And this is going to be our significant problem for water as you're taking all that wind and kind of pouring it and funneling it just in general into Tampa Bay. So we have always said since the beginning of all of this that water was our huge concern. And that continues this morning with places like Clearwater Beach. They're tied 4 feet above normal, well over 3 feet above normal for St. Petersburg. And now we're getting into that high tide, one of the 2 high tides we were concerned about, which will happen a lot of us this hour. I know St. Pete's like 3:31 or so, and that water will just continue to funnel in all morning long. And I know what you're thinking, oh, between the high and the high tides is going to be a low tide. Well, it's not going to make a difference because the wind is still going to be pushing out of the southwest. So you're going to be pushing that wind out of the southwest and into Tampa Bay. And whether it's low tide or high tide, everything is going to be elevated until this storm is onshore later this morning and just starts to kind of push away. By the way, now they are updating the coordinates and the wind speeds and the forward movements every hour. So let's see, Tony, I'm not sure if you happen to see the 3 o'clock yet. I know 2 o'clock was 120 mile per hour winds. So maybe they're just kind of updating it moving forward as far as the forward speed goes. But yeah, let me go back to Tony and talk more about the storm in general as it's past our latitude. So our concern now is the water.
That's right. The water is going to be the big concern, especially as those winds start to turn onshore. And I am keeping an eye on the position update, which we're getting every hour. The track update is pretty much irrelevant at this point because we're honed in on a track into the Big Bend. But we're looking for how strong the storm is getting and exactly the movement. And we're still talking about that Cat 3 120 mile an hour storm. Again, remember, those winds are not winds we're feeling at the coast. We're not feeling these winds across the Bay Area, but those winds are concentrated at the core, basically about 25 miles extending from the center of the storm. What we're feeling are those tropical storm force winds as well as those outer rain bands that are going to continue to lash at us with periods of squally weather, gusty winds. Those winds within those squall lines can be occasionally strong. So north movement still at 15. We've seen a little bit of a kind of a northeast jog. In fact, you look closely at the loop and you can kind of see a little bit of an angle at the very last frame. So again, everything's going according to plan as this is expected to make landfall in the Big Bend 8 o'clock in the morning-ish. 944 millibars. Pressure is about the same, about as low as we've seen it. So it's still an intensifying storm and it's not done strengthening. Could it gain an extra 10 miles per hour before this thing slams into the Big Bend by about sunrise in the morning as a Cat 4 and then continuing to weaken? Just unprecedented for us to see this magnitude of a major hurricane in that part of the Big Bend. We've never seen it before. So we'll expect it to weaken after that and then eventually move into parts of South Georgia into the Carolinas. Right now, the winds is something we really got to keep track of because, remember, we're already starting to see high water spots, but we don't have an onshore wind yet. It's once those winds start to turn, that's when we're really going to be dealing with a coastal flooding and a surge issue. You see the winds in Brooksville, for example, in Newport Richey. The winds are offshore for you, but you're starting to see more of a southerly component to the wind down south in Tampa and St. Pete and Sarasota, 26 mile an hour. The smaller number is the gusts. Look at those gusts. Those are strong gusts right now, 52. That's current in Sarasota. 53 miles per hour winds in Venice. So you still want to be hunkered down and indoors. You don't want to be going outside at any point right now as we continue to see this storm go by, and we'll see those winds continue to pick up here over the next several hours. And you just see it there through the morning hours. Eventually we'll see a shift onshore and those winds will still be strong. These are the gusts 40 to 50, kind of where you see them now, and we'll see likely strong gusts in our inland spots too. So I know we're focusing on the storm surge threat, but that's because that is the main threat, we think, with this storm. And I know it's mostly a coastal concern. I'll say we're not out of the woods yet when it comes to, maybe an isolated tornado threat still elsewhere. But Otherwise, this is a rain event. If you live inland, there could be some areas of flooding, but along the coast, that's where we still have to be on guard through the 2 tide cycles that we'll see here through this morning and again tomorrow early afternoon for potentially 4 to 6 feet of storm surge here in the Bay Area and higher amounts to the north. We'll have another update, guys, coming up in just a bit.
All right, Tony, we'll check in with you in just a little bit. You saw some of those rain bands dumping rain on our northern counties, one of them being Citrus County. Let's head up to Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez joining us live there. Regina, not too bad as far as conditions right now, huh?
Yeah, it's been weird, Walter. Like I mentioned last hour, we have just seen these interesting patterns of 1 minute it's not so bad, 1 minute it's downpouring and there's wind, and actually some street signs while we were sitting in the car within this last hour. We saw these street signs spinning in circles, and then now it's stopped. It technically is coming down pretty hard right now, but it's a light rain almost. But as we were sitting there and as we were seeing those spurts of just heavy downpours, that's when you really start to think about the areas of most concern in Citrus County, which right now at the moment, and you know, they were in the evacuation zone A yesterday. That's Crystal River and the Homosassa Springs area. In fact, when we were driving around yesterday just to see what people were doing, there was already water in certain places around Crystal River and Pete's Pier just after some scattered showers. So it really puts into perspective how bad the flooding and the storm surge can actually get out there. We did an interview yesterday with Citrus County Sheriff Mike Prendergast, and he said that this area, at that point when we were speaking around noon, he was like, these people need to get out. This is the final hours, that they were bracing for catastrophic damage out there, catastrophic water. You can see the wind picking up here. We might have some movement. You can see that sign out there where it says road end 750 feet. It's shaking a little bit. But again, the main areas of concern right now, Walter, Crystal River, Homosassa Springs. Right now, we're in Lecanto at the Emergency Operations Center. It's way more inland, and we actually decided to come here because we figured it would be our safest bet water-wise. As you get more inland, obviously a storm surge is not the main threat. It's mostly that wind. We did have to drive on a road here from where we stayed in Dunellen here to Lecanto, and my biggest concern was there was a lot of trees. There was a lot of thin trees. You got palm trees. So as that wind picks up, it is possible that you could see some trees fall down. So different things to be concerned about in different places, obviously. But that's mostly what we've been seeing out here right now.
Regina, the evacuation order went out yesterday. Evacuation zones A, and anybody in manufactured homes, mobile homes, and especially west of US 19, they needed to get out. But when you're talking about areas like Crystal River, this is not their first rodeo. You're talking about OGs when it comes to tropical storms and hurricanes. Did a lot of them evacuate, or did they hunker down?
Some of them did hunker down. I will say there was a lot of mixed emotions out there yesterday. And I feel like there is with every storm, especially when you've got people who have lived in these places their entire lives and they know the conditions better than anybody. But this is an unprecedented event. You know, when you talk about 10 to 12 feet of storm surge, that's not something that they see every day. So we did meet our fair share of people that said, hey, I live here. This is my home. We are going to stay. But then you actually did have another fair share of people saying, I'm actually concerned about this. This could be a lot of water. We're just getting out. I know yesterday there was a lot of nursing homes along Crystal River, senior citizens that were being evacuated. And the sheriff specifically said yesterday, when these conditions do get to the worst point possible, if you decided to stay in that evacuation zone, that they cannot send first responders to get to you. He specifically said, I need my full staff of sheriff deputies to be out there for recovery efforts. We cannot put their lives in danger because you decided to make that choice.
Okay. And unfortunately, right now is probably going to be the worst of it when it comes to the highest of tides. We're going to have the high tide now, and then the high tide around 3 o'clock in the afternoon as well. So hopefully those folks are safe if they decided to stay. Regina, we'll check in with you throughout the morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks. All right, we are now just getting word that the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is now closed to all traffic because of high winds. You can see it here and those waves billowing as well. So again, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is now closed. Here's a look at the Courtney Campbell. You can see those waves also billowing here, that eastbound side into Tampa. I have seen a few cars out there on this camera throughout the morning, so please stay off the roadways. Don't want to drive through this right now, as Dave's been telling us, and Tony as well. We'll go to the rest of the roads where we do have a closure out there now. In Madeira Beach on Gulf Boulevard, it is closed now between 129th Avenue and 150th Avenue. Be safe out there. Stay inside until this clears. Like Walter was saying, just a few more hours, and hopefully you can get back out on the roadways. But we will keep you updated with what's happening through our viewing area.
Yeah, you're right, Elise. Now is not the time to be out in these conditions.
Doesn't a bike ride on Courtney Campbell look appetizing right now, huh?
I'm going to hold off on the bike ride for a couple days.
Wow, look at those waves.
All right, we're going to go over to Hillsborough County. That's where Matthew McClellan is. He's live on Harbor Island. I can't believe people are driving in these conditions. I'm hoping no one is walking around where you are.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of people walking around, and really very few people on the road as well. I'd say on Platt and Kennedy and the roads we took to get over to Harbor, we've seen maybe like half a dozen, if that, cars. But I do want to show you just right now before we go. We have an interview here, but before we get to him, we are beginning to see, as I lower the camera, or maybe we can just zoom in, we are beginning to see the water coming over onto the ground level here on Harbor Island. This is just in the last few minutes. It's begun to sort of breach that level. And we were walking and kind of planning what we were going to talk about, and I saw Steve here. Steve, this is you.
Yes. Yep.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
But I asked you, I said, you must not be that worried about the storm. And he said, well, no, actually I was.
Yeah, I was, which is the reason I stayed. I wasn't that concerned about the wind once we found out the track was a little more north, but I was concerned about the rising tide here, so I chose to stick around.
And as you're talking to us, the water is gushing around our feet. I'm going to let you go in just a second, Steve, but I did want to ask about, last year when Hurricane Ian came through and all the water, you were kind of comparing and contrasting what this experience is going to be with last year.
Yeah, I was concerned then about the wind because the wind was pretty extreme before it took that last little cut in, but it literally sucked probably 8 to 9 feet of water out of here, so it was the exact opposite.
Yeah.
These boats were sitting on the bottom.
We were all watching. So tell me some of your concerns about the docks here. Some of them are anchored, others are floating.
Yeah, this is a floating dock, and so you can see we've got about 3 or 4 more feet, and then this thing will just float right off of the column. So that was my main concern. I wanted to be around in case that did happen. I could get the boat loose and get it away from the docks because I don't know where they would float to.
So from there you would just kind of
I'd start up my engines and go out in the middle or do something just so that I didn't want the boat to be sitting up here on the dock.
You got a plan in place. Steve, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it. Stay safe. I hope your dog stays safe too. And Jen and Walter, this is like the first person we've seen out here. Maybe there are others on their boats, on their yachts, kind of waiting this thing out. And again, as we've been hearing from our meteorologists, we do not expect the worst effects to be in Tampa and Hillsborough County, but we definitely, as you see from the water coming up around our feet right now, it just was gushing around our feet.
Yeah.
We are going to get some flooding here, so that's something we're going to be watching, and probably next time you see us, we'll be looking at higher water here on Harbor Island, Jen.
Yeah, and like Dave and Tony mentioned, this is right around where high tide is going to begin again, so I guess that's why you're seeing. Talk to you in a little bit, okay?
All right, thanks so much for tuning in. They're here on Live Now from Fox to our partners over at Fox 13 Tampa as we continue our coverage of that dangerous Hurricane Idalia, now reaching a Category 3, potentially by landfall, could hit Category 4, according to the experts as we listen in. Here's a couple of the shots of just all the different feeds that are coming into our newsroom right now. Lots of images there as so many are continuing to track the hurricane. We will be right back after a short commercial break. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. We are continuing coverage this morning of Hurricane Idalia now pressing towards Florida's Gulf Coast. Let's go ahead and bring up the radar now as we continue to track that. And we will jump into some of our partners across the Fox networks to jump into some of those, some of that coverage as we continue to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. That is the path of the storm there. You can see now getting dangerously close there to Florida's Gulf Coast, bringing with it potentially a life-threatening damages. We are taking a look right now at some of the different feeds that we have kind of put together from you from all across Florida and those national and federal agencies, as well as our partners across Fox. You can see some tweets there from Governor Ron DeSantis. You can see some tweets there from the National Weather Service describing just what may be to come now with this storm as we continue to track Idalia here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and jump into some of our coverage from our partners. This coverage here from our partners over at Fox Weather.
Impacting Cedar Key as it kind of juts out in that island. But I mean, this is just going to get worse as the day goes on. And this could be, as you were highlighting too, maybe worse post-landfall as we really see the wraparound of this storm from the southwest. And I think that's the thing, that a lot of the worst flooding could come as the exit of Idalia comes from the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, there's so many factors in play here, Jane, and they're kind of maxing out at different times. We talked about the shape of the coastline, which is catching some of that water, the depth of the Gulf in this area, which is not deep at all because of the shallow shelf waters. Then you've also got the magnitude of these winds and the direction of these winds and how long they last. So that's the issue. Once these winds turn truly onshore, which they're not just yet, and we're already getting a decent water rise, plus the tide cycle, which we're at peak high tide right now in Cedar Key. So we go down from here on out, but now we have the competing influences that I just mentioned. The surge is coming.
Right. So in some way, perhaps maybe we've timed things out perfectly by seeing things maybe start to die down with this high tide component.
You're trying to at least avoid a worst case scenario.
Right. So, I mean, we're still expecting to see a foot or more of storm surge. That's not going to change, but perhaps seeing the worst case scenario. We'll see how that unfolds, but in the meantime, it's still a very dangerous situation. Here's the power outage tracker. We've got maybe about 1 to 10,000 customers. I'd probably keep it on the lower end for right now. As you can see, a lot of the cameras that we've showed you, we still have a bit of power that's been left. We had one flicker in Cedar Key that came in about maybe 30, 45 minutes ago, but overall we're going to continue to watch how this continues to unfold. Here's the forecast cone, the forecast track. So expecting to see landfall as a Category 4 major hurricane Idalia sometime early Wednesday morning. Right now we're putting it maybe about 5 to 6 hours before that landfall occurs, so about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. It tracks pretty quickly over the Florida-Georgia line into southeast Georgia. And now we're talking through early part of Wednesday afternoon, today really, into the afternoon, with still a Category 1 storm, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and then that turn out to the northeast, where we have this frontal boundary that's kind of pushing its way down through the southeastern region. That's kind of helping pull this turn out over the Carolinas. But we're going to continue to see more chapters of this storm unfold as flooding begins to take shape in southeast Georgia, Charleston, the low country of South Carolina, and then we see that turn out into the Atlantic Ocean. But even inland flooding is going to start to become a major concern as we open up the day today. We've got nearly 5 to 8 inches of rain, this bullseye that stretches up through central Georgia into central South Carolina. Augusta, Georgia, I spent a whole lot of time there. I forecasted there. It was my first job out of college, Ian, and it doesn't take a lot sometimes to get flooding, especially in the low-lying areas in downtown Augusta, in, Aiken County. You get into South Carolina, Columbia. I mean, you've got these beautiful lakes, and they're going to take on a whole lot of rain.
And Jane, this is a big point to make, and I know we haven't talked as much about this because it's the next phase of Idalia, and we've got these extreme threats on the immediate coastline there in Florida. But This is, once again, we talked about how the position of this would make more sense if it was October. You got a powerful front moving in, and this powerful hurricane is throwing moisture into the front, and this terrain, that's going to squeeze out all the moisture. And because of that, this represents a very likely flash flood threat.
Easily. You've got the high country and everything flows down into the basin of the Atlantic. And so a place like Charleston, Savannah, I mean, we're on the cusp there, but the flooding concerns are going to be very real today. And so staying off the roads, listening to officials, and getting to that higher ground if those flood warnings are issued is going to be very important. But stay with us here. We're going to continue to track Hurricane Idalia. Already a Category 3 hurricane expected to strengthen as landfall is expected in the coming hours. More coverage just ahead. Keep it here.
All right, you have been tuning in there to our partners over at Fox Weather, continuing to track Hurricane Idalia, now continuing to strength as it continues to approach the Florida coast. Take a look right now at the live weather radar that we have to pull up for you as we continue our coverage here. We also have a number of our stations continuing to follow this as well, many in wall-to-wall coverage as they are really just continuing to follow this potentially dangerous storm, Idalia, now on near the in the Gulf of Florida, there in the Gulf of Mexico, coming off. Taking a live look right now over at Cedar Key, Florida, in the south central part of the state there, of course, on the west coast, as we continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Let's turn now to our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando. They are continuing coverage this morning of Hurricane Idalia.
Lunchtime. So at that point, that center of circulation likely had made landfall already, but those outer rain bands will still continue to make their way across the state, and some lingering showers and potentially a few thunderstorms moving in to the Orlando metro between 5 and 6 o'clock. Right now, we are looking at wind gusts in Claremont at 52 miles per hour, 41 mile per hour gusts in Leesburg, and 36 in Ocala. But our Fox model does a great job at showing that those wind gusts will be peaking at about 48 miles per hour in Gainesville, even Palm Coast, Daytona Beach to Orlando by 12 o'clock this morning, before eventually those winds will be dying down. So, Jamie, this is something that we're going to continue to monitor all morning long, and you can depend on us right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Boy, I love that Fox model. A proven performer, did very well during Ian and Nicole, and doing very well now with Idalia. So, again, just to wrap things up here, we've got a Category 4 status upon impact. Looks like that'll occur. We told you yesterday between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. Now, while the track has shifted more to the north and west, still looking for that parameter of time. So we'll be here watching, tracking, keeping you safe as the tornadic risk begins to unfold across central Florida. Strong rain bands moving in, so keep it here. We'll do our best to track and keep all of you safe and up to date. We'll send it back to you on the desk.
It's the Rooms to Go.
And thanks so much there to our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando as we continue to track that powerful storm now projected to hit landfall as a Category 4 around 8 a.m. Later today. So certainly concerning there for residents of Florida as we continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and turn now to we have our partners over at Fox Weather. They are continuing coverage this morning of Hurricane Idalia, bringing us up to the minute updates as we continue to track this storm.
Hours to come.
Yeah, Jane, let's dig into the latest with Idalia. It was the hurricane hunters that flew into this. This was back at 2 a.m. and what they had found at that point since the previous flights by NOAA and by the Air Force Reserve, one from Lakeland, one from Biloxi, they found a storm that had intensified considerably. We went from a Cat 2 to Cat 3 at that point. What we've seen since then in the subsequent passes by that aircraft is that the pressure is still dropping some. That's an indication that this is still getting stronger. It's also throttled back a touch, Jane, with the forward speed, which will keep this over water just a touch longer.
Yeah, and just a couple miles per hour like we've seen is still a danger for bringing in, a bit of a slower movement. But it's been incredible to watch just in the last 3 to 4 hours how quickly this storm has moved up into the Big Bend. I mean, we're now about 100 miles or less from seeing that landfall take shape, depending on how it comes into the coast. But clearly seeing that turn to the northeast, and also too, Ian, pointing out that convection that's bubbled up on the western side there in the last frame, also a sign of an intensifying storm, especially around that center circulation.
Yeah, let's leave it here for just a moment. The X's, this is infrared satellite. You could see that eye that opened up early this evening. That was an indication that the inner core was fully formed at this point, and that it was kind of all green lights, unfortunately, for intensification. This is two separate points, 3 hours apart. So clearly you can see there is some component off to the east of this motion. It's moving off to the northeast now. It's been wobbling back and forth of that point, but there's also been this burst of convection now, very powerful storms on the west side of that center, Jane. Perhaps that pulls it back over to the left just a touch, but you've got Levy County in through here, that's Dixie County, and then up into Taylor County. That's the best guess at this point where we'll see the worst of this. We are going to continue to track. We want to thank folks watching with us. Special coverage on Fox News tonight. This is Fox Weather as we continue to track major Hurricane Idalia, a Category 3, expected to intensify to a 4 before landfall later this morning. Keep it here on Fox Weather.
Bringing in that round of heavy rain, but you can clearly see the eye coming out of the radar beam here, that center coming together.
Jane, that's got to be like 150 miles. So you've got a Doppler radar in Tallahassee scanning this nasty rain band that you just saw in St. Pete.
Right, and you can see the closed circulation of the eye coming together. I mean, the imagery that we can see here is so great. I mean, in a lot of ways, this is helping us tell the story of what's happening in real time, but it's also helping us forecast of what's still to come for so many people.
Yeah, so that's part of the reason as well, which we'll have that for you coming up in about, call it 15 minutes from the National Hurricane Center. We're getting these hourly positional updates. They do this when land-based radars easily have a good look at the inner core of a system. These hourly updates aren't like the big ones that come at 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock, both AM and PM, that have that full forecast discussion, Jane, and the public advisories. Right. These are just position, strength, and pace. And that's very important as we get closer to the landfall.
Well, yeah, I think it tells us a lot of the stories on when we really need to be ready to go, because like we have seen in the last couple of hours of these advisories, there's been a couple jumps, not only in intensity, but in speed. You know, we go back about 3 or 4 hours ago, and this storm was racing at a 20-mile-per-hour clip. Now we're down to about 15 miles per hour, and that slower pace and that movement is important as we approach landfall. But too, I mean, take a look at Cedar Key here. I mean, we've been watching this camera all night long. The road now completely taking on water as these waves in the ocean quite literally has begun to displace it as it just gets roughed up. This just the high tide, really, some push of the wind, but not that direct storm surge impact that's still to come.
Yeah, this will only get worse and worse and worse, Jane, and we keep checking in on the Cadillac that will not make it through major Hurricane Idalia. Why it's there is still unclear, but this is an area where there's been a mandatory evacuation since yesterday evening because of this. You're starting to see the big surf. You've got water that's completely washing across the road there, the bridge out into this island of Cedar Key. Wonderful, smaller spot where you've got restaurants and bars, but an area that you can see already, even looking out toward the restaurant there. Some of those waves are starting to crash on in, and we've only seen this rise short of 3 feet, Jane. So that's going to be the issue. Reasonable worst case scenario in this spot is up to 16 feet. This, as we continue to track right here on Fox Weather and on Fox News, what is still intensifying Hurricane Idalia. It's up to Category 3 intensity. Unfortunately, we're expecting this to reach Category 4 before it makes a landfall. We're with you through the overnight hours. As long as Idalia is a threat, we'll be here. Keep it right here with us on Fox Weather.
Distance measured out there from the Gulf Coast down into that eye.
That's exactly right. It is well defined. You can see that center right here. Yes, there's some lightning on the outer edge, but normally within tropical systems, we don't see a ton of that lightning with the outer rain bands. It is now 84.1 miles away from the coast of Taylor County. And I want to let you know it's moving pretty quickly. We have to keep updating this loop here so you can see exactly how close it's getting to the coast. But I do want to talk about winds, because that's going to be a very big story, not only on the west side of the state, but also moving through the Orlando metro. About 45-mile-per-hour gusts right now in Tampa. But as we take you in a little bit closer, we're looking at 43-mile-per-hour gusts in Leesburg, 46 in Claremont, 33 in New Smyrna Beach, 34 in Palm Coast, and 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Ocala. Now, our exclusive Fox model has been doing a great job throughout this entire week to let you know exactly when you can expect those peak winds. Wind gusts forecast by 9 o'clock this morning will be anywhere from 44 to about 51 miles per hour from Orlando to Titusville, New Smyrna Beach, even Ocala. That's going to be right around the time of landfall today. Then we're going to be seeing those winds continue to pick up through the Villages and Bushnell, 50 to 55 mile per hour gusts, about 50 mile per hour gusts in Palm Coast by 11 o'clock this morning. And then once that center does zip off to our north and east, it's going to be taking those winds with it. It's going to be turning a bit more unidirectional, meaning that's where we lose that tornadic threat, and winds will be decreasing as well. And our forecast modeling doing a great job at showing those outer rain bands starting on the west side of the state and then eventually moving into Lake County. So Leesburg, Claremont, the Villages, Bushnell by 9 o'clock this morning, and then everything eventually making its way through the Orlando metro by early this afternoon. So yes, once it has made landfall, we're still not in the clear yet from some of those outer rain bands that will continue to stream across central Florida. And Jamie, our modeling has been doing such a great job at showing just that.
Yeah, the Fox model, a top performer, as we learned with previous storms and hurricanes, that wind will begin increasing, the tornadic risk rising. So you look earlier in the day yesterday, and then as we got to about 5, 6 o'clock, there were a few areas of heavy rain around.
Very few.
A little bit of spin out there, but now it's kind of the meat and potatoes of the impacts coming on in as we had planned. So we'll continue to track and monitor. Excellent work this morning, Allison. All right, that's all for now from the Fox 35 Storm Center. Ryan, I'll head it back to you on the desk there, bud.
Jamie and Allison, great job. Of course, we'll continue to check in with him as that storm is moving toward landfall here in a few hours. People living in Gainesville right now, they're expecting to feel the effects of Idalia certainly this morning.
That's right. Fox 35's Morgan Parrish is joining us live now with more. Morgan, good morning to you. Families are expecting power outages, right, and also some damage in that area this morning. And I see the rain coming down there behind you.
Hey, Danielle, that's right. You know, even just driving around this morning, we saw all of the sandbags out, and this rain actually just picked up about 20 minutes ago. I'm actually going to step out. You can see the wind. The trees have been swaying back and forth, but, you know, it's crazy because I was actually just on the phone with one of our producers 20 minutes ago, and I was like, you know, it's pretty dry out here, and 2 minutes later, that is when that rain picked up. So we know that here in Gainesville, they're expected to get between 4 and 8 inches of rain. Now, Alachua County has issued an evacuation order for people living in mobile or manufactured homes, or those living in those flood-prone areas. And also we know that there are several shelters in place. Actually, there's shelters in 3 locations, and 2 out of the 3 are pet-friendly. And we also know that there's some special needs shelters available as well. So we are expecting to see downpours out here all day. It's kind of been picking up. You know, it's been slowing down, going up again. But that wind, that's what's been consistent out here all morning long, at least since we've been out here. So we're in downtown Gainesville, right near the criminal court, the civil court, you know, the city hall building. There's a bar actually across the street. We just saw some of the last people leaving the bar, rushing to their cars, trying to stay dry from this rain. Of course, we are going to be out here all morning long. We'll keep you guys updated. For now, reporting in Gainesville, I'm Morgan Parrish, Fox 35 News.
All right, stay safe out there, Morgan. Thank you so much for that. If you are heading out on the roadways this morning, you really could have to battle some wind and, of course, some rain as well.
Yeah, certainly rain. I mean, this is so widespread, and Randy Hildreth is joining us right now from the road. Randy, what are you guys seeing out there? I'm sure there's rain of some sort.
Hey, good morning to you both. Yeah, I'm on I-4 headed west towards Windermere, the western part of Orange County. And as Morgan and our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologists have indicated this morning, we are starting to see the rain pick up. In the last hour, I saw the rain and have felt the rain pick up. I want to show you the front of the camera to give you a driving shot. When I first got up this morning, we could see kind of sporadic showers, but within the last hour, not just more consistent rain showers, but heavier rain. And you can probably hear it in the background picking up on our windshield. In addition to more rain, starting to feel a little bit more wind, and we know throughout the day that will just continue to increase. One of the things that is of concern for Metro Orlando is sporadic power outages. And as you can see, continuing to pick up with that rain, that's something that we will continue to monitor. As Allison mentioned, around noon, this is when we will definitely start to continue to feel the impacts of this hurricane moving into our state. We know that yesterday, Orange County Sheriff's officials held a news conference and emphasized, although we are not expected to direct hit, we are expecting significant rain and significant wind, so make sure that you prepare. We do know that schools are closed here in Orange County, and there are shelters open for people. So if you wake up this morning or have family members, as family members are waking up, if you feel like it is not safe to stay at your home, there are shelters available. As you're watching this morning, also make sure that you have the news app and the website available, because we have a full list of all of the resources, including the shelters, available on the website right now. I'll send it back to you. Live this morning, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Good advice and information, Randy. Thank you so much for that. There is more coverage of Hurricane Idalia coming up next.
We're going to check in with Jamie and Allison coming up with the latest on that storm as it heads kind of for the Big Bend Northwest area of Florida. Stay with us.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Jamie King.
All right, thanks so much there to our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando as we continue to track Hurricane Idalia. Certainly a lot of fast-moving parts as this storm expected to reach Category 4 by the time it hits landfall. later this morning around 8 a.m. is now the projected forecast. It's 3:41 on the East Coast, 12:41 over on the West Coast. Heading out to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. 3:44 now on the East Coast, 12:44 over on the West Coast. Let's continue our coverage this morning of the ongoing hurricane now approaching Florida's Gulf Coast and soon to hit Florida's West Coast. Let's go now to Fox 35 Orlando with the very latest on tracking this storm.
Power does go out.
Yeah, a lot of pine trees up in that portion of the state. So we talk about those things breaking off. They normally break at about 15 feet up, the core of the tree, and then boom, lights out. So that's going to be a lot of that up there. A good point, Allison. All right, let's talk about what this means in regard to the future power outages, right? Kind of give you our best estimate of what we expect with sporadic outages back and through the yellow zone here. As you work southbound, obviously things lessen compared to widespread areas now shaded here in the purple from Horseshoe Beach to Cedar Key, Micanopy, Gainesville, Trenton, so parts of our northwestern viewership, and that goes all the way up through the spine of the Florida Panhandle, especially on the eastern side of that. Now, current power outages for you were registered out near Orlando, Orange County at about 100, down into the Polk area, 200, and about 12,000 registering now down in coastal areas near closer to Tampa, so Pinellas County down near Clearwater, and then all the way up through Pasco and Hernando County. Also, Volusia's got reports of about 600 outages out this time, so we've got a close eye on that. Now, looking at that center of circulation, you can see the eye well formed right there. Winds are increasing now as these outer rain bands continue their assault here on the west side of the state. Lots of heavy rain, and we're also concerned about the risk of some tornadoes. And Allison will be doing a little storm tracking here in just a second. We have observed some rotation in some of these rain bands. What we expect now is over the next 2, 3, 4 hours for that risk to increase. We have an active tornado watch for the west side of our viewership. That will only begin the push off toward the east with due time today. What I've done here is a plot of what we call high resolution winds. There's been some spotty areas.
All right, we are continuing our coverage here this morning of Hurricane Idalia now approaching Florida's coast. Now we have Nicole Valdez standing by live for us down in the Tampa Bay area. Good morning, Nicole. I hope you're doing well out there. I can see that storm surge there just absolutely coming in strong. What's it looking like? What's the conditions?
Guys, Yes, we are now officially talking about more than 3 feet of storm surge here in Tampa Bay. And the scene that you're looking at behind me is even surprising local police officers who typically respond to flooding all along Bayshore Boulevard here. But as you can see, this is not just flooding. This is almost a crashing wave situation of water that is now moving all the way into the center of the road here. And you're noticing it really is just feet away from some of the people, high rises here. This is something that I think we're getting a lot of attention because this is an unusual scene. As you notice, waves crashing up against Bayshore Boulevard. I mean, this is a situation that has unfolded in just the last few hours as the wind gusts from Hurricane Idalia have created just the disastrous storm surge effect that unfortunately we have been predicting. And you're noticing here just how much water from the bay is being pushed and how strong it is. It's getting so much debris that was already in the bay. It's pushing it all into the roadway here, and it goes on for miles. As you take a look down Bayshore, you just see the visual of those waves. I mean, crashing over the sidewalk there, completely inundating the road. Local police officers telling me that a certain intersection down there, Rome Boulevard, is completely underwater. This is one of, if not the biggest threat to Tampa Bay that we have been tracking since the beginning of the storm here, was this storm surge threat. The real concern was potentially 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. But right now we're talking about low tide, and take a look at this massive, I mean, this just came right at my legs here. That's how strong this situation is. We're talking about a situation right now where we're still at low tide. High tide not expected until 11 a.m. We could be looking at another foot of water at that hour. And if we continue to see the wind gusts push the water up into the road at this rate, I mean, I'm not sure how much more water this particular road can take until the point where it really starts to threaten people. We're looking at businesses, we're looking at homes and high rises all along Bayshore Boulevard, and they recognize that it is not hard to imagine the water going all the way over the street, even further inland. They've got sandbags, they have shuttered the windows there. Thankfully, they are taking this situation very seriously. But I want to point out, because there is a major threat to Tampa General Hospital, you'll notice it just in the background there, that sits on Davis Island, another area, all a part of the mandatory evacuations that have been issued in response to this storm. That Trauma One hospital, the only one in Tampa Bay, now having flood barriers put up around the perimeter of the hospital to try to keep both doctors and patients that are still inside safe from all of this water that, again, is moving so scary fast. I mean, this is a situation that could be really changing every couple minutes. In fact, it already has been, as we wait for Hurricane Idalia to make landfall north of Tampa Bay. So we're talking about impacts to, very intense impacts to an area that is not even seeing really where this storm is making landfall. An incredible scene here, and a very dangerous one, which is why, again, we hope that those who have evacuated stay away from this area until really maybe even long after tomorrow afternoon, till we can finally get a sense of how strong this storm surge is going to be. But even 11 a.m. tomorrow, we could be looking at a much worse situation here.
Nicole, just absolutely terrifying images as we see those waves crashing up past you over that railing there. Normally, do you know how far the water down would be from that railing behind you compared to what we're seeing now?
At least a few feet. Of course, it depends when you're talking about high tide or low tide, but usually you're not seeing it even with the roadway that you are right now. And that's really the concern. We're already seeing it sort of flush with the road here. That's why so much of it, more than 3 feet, has already made its way in. So if you add another maybe foot of that, if we're talking about high tide, potentially even more water as the storm system continues to push, across the Tampa Bay area as it heads up north. I mean, this could become very easily 4 to 5 feet of water here, which was always, really the concern with this storm surge, why nobody should be around at this point.
And are people heeding those warnings? Have you seen people out on the road? It looks pretty barren behind you, but in the rest of the areas that you can see kind of on the opposite side of where your camera's pointing, are people heeding the warning?
Thankfully, we've only seen a handful of people and police that are sort of making the rounds here, trying to make sure that this area remains bare, as you mentioned, and free of people. They're doing their best to make sure that those people know they cannot be coming back to take a look, to take photos, even though you may be inclined, you may be, intrigued by this. It's something that can creep up on you so quickly because, again, I want to point out this has only happened in the matter of the last 2 to 3 hours. This is not something that we saw a few hours ago. So all this water has moved on so quickly, and that's the very dangerous part of this story.
Absolutely there. Nicole Valdez continuing to track Idalia as you see that dangerous storm surge already hitting Florida's west coast. Thanks so much there, Nicole. You stay safe. And as everybody continues to track this storm, just remember a few feet of moving water is enough to move a car. So if you see moving water, if you see standing water, you don't want to be driving through it. Time now is 3:53 on the East Coast. We are heading to a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back to continue our coverage here as we track Idalia approaching Florida.
Yeah, and so important to still take advantage of those small breaks that we have left because, of course, as Idalia gets closer and closer to landfall, Robert, those breaks are going to be few and far between because as we really work closer to the core, it's going to tighten up and it's going to fill in. The one benefit that you have down in Tampa Bay is that you are positioned farther south, and so you naturally are going to have more breaks in between those rain bands that come in. And I do believe that surge impact is still going to be the top ticket item for Tampa. Up here in Gainesville, we're closer to that core of circulation, so I think those rain bands are going to fill in, and it's just going to be tropical storm force conditions for, a good 6 to 8 hours, which is a lot for folks to take on. Robert, I did want to ask you, yesterday afternoon and evening, I left Tampa around 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon to drive up towards Gainesville. Did you notice that, there was people coming over the bridges, kind of getting out of Dodge, or did you kind of feel like all that was finished up in the morning time frame and people kind of stuck around in the afternoon?
Yeah, yesterday we saw a tremendous amount of people here on the beaches. We saw kids surfing, a lot of vehicles moving back and forth, while in the meantime, the restaurants were boarding up, they were closing up, all the hotels are closed. We're thankful to be at a fortress of a hotel that allowed us to stay here. But yeah, I mean, before the sun set, there were still many people, but they wanted everyone out at 7 p.m. last night in anticipation of this ramping up. And, as soon as the tropical force winds start 40, 45 miles per hour, any kind of bridge, causeways that go over these inlets immediately get shut down. So there's no access. So If they hadn't gone out, they were going to have to hunker down here. But we haven't seen anyone here on the streets this morning except for a high water vehicle by the Clearwater Beach Police Department. So that's the good news right now, Britta. But you're right. Being down here in the Tampa area, but on the water south of where the eye is, southeast, we are in a fairly good spot except for all this surge. And this will continue. It doesn't, that's the thing about these hurricanes. It could be it could already make landfall and be way up there, 100, 150 miles, and yet we're still going to have these bands that follow, almost like kids or puppies on a dog that just continue to track and follow the mom. And that's what's going to happen for hours and hours ahead as we stand here in Clearwater Beach before the sun is even up. It'll be interesting to see how many of these roads have taken on the water.
Yeah, it's going to be a long haul, Robert. Thanks for the live update from Clearwater. We're going to head back to headquarters up in New York to Jason. Jason, there's just so many facets to really touch on. The impacts that we're going to see in areas like Tampa Bay, and then the inland impacts with the wind, the tree damage, the power outages. It is going to be a long stretch that we're working through, and we haven't even gotten to the impacts for the Carolinas. I know we have Katie Byrne pre-positioned there. That will be the next eyes that Idalia has its eyes set on.
Yeah, and Georgia already right now is experiencing its first tornado warning of the morning due to Idalia here. So let's dive into this. And for those of you that are in Georgia, we do have tornado watches right now expanded for the Savannah metro area, including those of you in Chatham County, Glenn, Jeff Davis, Liberty,
I'm gonna go sit
as
for a
well,
minute.
McIntosh County, even those of you over in Screven County as well. We'll likely end up seeing this expand here. But first, want to talk about the active tornado warning. This is in Charlton, Georgia right now. This is just to the south and east of Waycross, Georgia here. So we're expecting to see this move through your area here within about the next 5 minutes or so. So if you're in the Cypress Siding area or in the Folkson area, I need you to get to your safe spot that is away from any windows, that is also on the lowest level of your home here. Typically, whenever we do have these hurricanes that are moving into your area, sometimes these outer rain bands will start to change the wind speed and the wind direction here. And then you start to see these quick EF0, EF1 tornadoes that do end up spinning up here. So new this morning is the expanded tornado watch. It now includes those of you in southeast Georgia, so Savannah, as well as Brunswick. And then for the folks down in Florida, including Gainesville, Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, Orlando, Tampa, as well as Sarasota. This is going to be going on in your area here until about the 6 a.m. hour here. Would not be surprised, though, to see this extended for those of you in North Florida, including the Gainesville area here. And this is just because we are still anticipating some of those outer rain bands that may end up sparking some of its wind shear here, which does end up leading to these tornadoes. Let's give you the latest update here on Hurricane Idalia here. It has max winds at 130 miles per hour. Within the past hour, it was officially upgraded to a Category 4 storm. What makes this storm so mind-boggling is the fact that just yesterday at about 4:30, this was a tropical storm. So it had winds around 60 miles per hour. Right now, it has doubled in terms of intensity here, and it can still end up intensifying just a little bit here because that is what happens with these tropical systems is just before landfall here, especially when you have ocean temperatures that are in the mid to upper 80s here, we will likely end up seeing a little bit of strengthening here. Now, it's still moving northeastward at about 18 miles per hour. One of the other things that I've been watching here is the air pressure here. That is a really good gauge at whether or not the storm has been strengthening or losing its strength here. Within about the past hour, we've been seeing that air pressure here, unfortunately, go downhill here. So we are expecting landfall here with Idalia here within about the next hour to about 2 hours here. As we take a look this morning over at Cedar Key, Florida here, look at those winds right now. They're at about 55 miles per hour here. So those winds are going to continue to move up here. We've been getting reports here of increasing amounts of storm surge here of about approaching 4 feet here. And that is the reason why first responders have been asking folks to stay off the roads. If you are going to be home, to shelter in place for the duration of the storm here. We've also been getting some reports here as well as some flooded roadways as well as a result of the storm surge and the intensity of the rain here. So please do do not go outside. If you have decided to hunker down in place, please make sure to stay in place for the duration of this storm. Well, Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ, so even when the power goes out, you can still see continuing coverage. You can head to our website, foxweather.com, or you can go to the Google or the Apple stores and you can download the app. Please make sure that you turn on your severe weather notifications so that when anything happens with Idalia, you can know when it's happening. We'll be back.
Go down during the day today. We're still going to be in and around, unsettled weather. I think tomorrow is going to be a relatively wet day as the circulation from Idalia continues to pull to the north. It's just going to continue to funnel in tropical moisture. So we're going to be in rounds of rain, and there could be additional rainfall, which will lead to additional high water spots and flooding issues.
And it is important to note that we are under a tornado watch. We just put that on the map there for you, and that will last until at least maybe 6 o'clock or so. However, we haven't seen a lot, knock on wood. I don't know if you guys were up early. You may not have been up early around 1:30.
Yeah.
Wait, did you hear what Paul said on the air? Paul said, we've had a tornado watch all night, but we haven't had any tornado warnings. And as soon as he said it, there was a tornado warning. So I'm not going to say it again. We're not going to say it again.
Yeah.
But there is, of course, that potential. You get a quick little spin up in any one of these bands. Also, the gustier winds will be inside these bands of rain as well. So as they kind of come rolling through, the rain is not going to be our major issue, nor is the wind. We have tropical storm force winds and gusts along the coast especially, but it's still going to be the water, just the water in general moving in.
The water in general, and just going back to what you said in terms of reports, most of the reports we're seeing from our eyewitnesses at the coast or reporters are high water spots. What I've got queried for you are the icons there. Those are some of their local storm reports, and all of those wind ones are the ones you see in white near Kissimmee. We've seen just really not that many really, and then there's that one tornado report was down in northern Highlands County, Avon Park area. So we'll wait to see if it ends up becoming verified. We did see that reported, but that's really about it in terms of local storm reports. Power outages have been relatively manageable. There hasn't been too many of them.
Isolated to scattered,
Isolated,
And that's with the winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And again, my only concern is the storm surge. And we've seen so many people out there 3-4 feet above normal right now. And understand now that the winds, and Tony, you mentioned this, the winds are really beginning to come onshore now. And as they do, that west to southwest wind is literally going to push all that water up into the bay. We were getting some reports from the hurricane hunters that they're noticing some of these winds are getting close to to Category 4 status.
So they're flying in it right now, and they've been doing this throughout the duration of the storm. And as they do, they measure the winds. That's why at the hour we were able to update it at 125. So right now it's a strong Cat 3, and it's got, before landfall over the next 4 hours, can it gain another 5 miles an hour? That's all it's going to need to do for it to become a Cat 4. Once winds clock 130, now you're talking about a Cat 4.
But unfortunately, whether it's a 3 or a 4, I don't think that makes a difference. The damage is going to be relatively the same, and it's going to be that wall of water up into the Steenhatchee area that we're greatly concerned about. And
the other thing too is the movement has changed. Now we're starting to register that north-northeast.
You know what's happening is finally that trough is strong enough that the hurricane is feeling that tug or that pull to the northeast. This, I have to say, I mean, really from the very beginning of this, the forecast track was on. I mean, there was always a 30, 40 mile difference between the European or the Fox model, the GFS, but they were all, you know,
once
bent
they
on
locked in
on the northeast, and unfortunately, this is going to be an historic storm for a place like Steenhatchee and Cedar Key, and once again, the Bay Area we gets kind of scraped by. Yeah. Okay. Listen, we'll come back in a little bit. We're putting together our forecast for the next 7 days, too, because we need to let you know what's going to happen. We got a holiday weekend coming up, so if we forget about that, I know you forget about that, too. So we'll talk more about these wave heights, and we'll get all that to you in a little bit.
You talked to Alexandra. She says, I got my holiday weekend right now. I'm at home playing Barbies. In Citrus County, a mandatory evacuation order was issued for Zone A, low-lying areas, and, of course, all of that west of US 19.
Yeah, that's what we're watching closely. People living in mobile homes, manufactured homes, and RVs also urged to evacuate. But the time to leave and seek shelter, it has passed.
Yeah.
Emergency crews will not be able to rescue you.
All right, thanks so much for tuning in to our partners over at Fox 13 Tampa. I'm Giacomo Luca. This is Live Now from Fox. We are continuing our coverage this morning of Hurricane Idalia now approaching Florida's coast. But we are now getting word of a potential tornado warning over in the Orlando area. Let's tune in now to our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando, now breaking it down.
Looks like this thing is over near Pine Grove. If you're on near Sungrove Lane, to El Dorado Court, this is the area here. This is that couplet right now. You've got your inbound and outbound winds. So winds coming toward and away from our Fox 35 Live storm tracker radar. Again, a tornado warning right now for Osceola County. Go ahead and take me down to Nova Road there, Al. Right there, you can see that circulation. And over near the Rockwood Drive area. Now, the thing with these tropical tornadoes, we've been telling you, they arrive on the same boom like that, and then they rocket off into that north-northeasterly direction. That's the flow of air now coming in across the region from south-southwest to north-northeast. Again, this is going to go to 4:30 this morning, so local time now 4:08. That's how quickly this is moving through. So those of you down the line from this in the Bithlo area, heads up there. That'll be next as this comes out of Osceola into portions of Orange County. Wedgefield, Christmas over to Timber Creek High School. Got a track on this here for you. Let me get out of the way and give you some timestamps here. That's a critical thing in these storm track situations. You got to let you know when this is going to be arriving. Timber Creek High area looks like about 16 minutes. Bithlo 18 minutes now. University Park to 19 minutes, and Oviedo 27 minutes. Now these things can abruptly fall apart, but right now a tornado warning for Osceola County until 4:30. The couplet here. This is New Eden here. Those of you down near Trout Lake, Pine Grove, y'all are in the clear here, but look at the inbound and outbound winds here. 50 miles per hour, 26 miles per hour, and 13 on the western flank of this thing. So there is definitely a twist and a turn now as this moves off to the north-northeast very quickly, likely at over 50 miles per hour. Bullock Lake there for reference. So very, very strong area of rotation right there. Right around Bass Highway, this is Running Horse Trail up toward the Sungrove Lane and Nova Road. So this whole area now susceptible to a swipe, a strike here from this rotating storm as it moves on through. Now the track on this, again, taking this to the north-northeast quickly at around 50 miles per hour. So as it moves through this portion of Osceola County, we'll see if it jumps the county line here, heading up toward Orange with that movement there. You can see Allison drawing out a track for us here, and you can see how quickly. Now the circulation does look a little bit broader, starting to ease up a little bit, but still we have to certainly consider the fact this is a tornado warned area and some very gusty winds. If anything, if there's not a tornado on the ground, if anything, this wave of very strong winds will be moving up into some of these areas here. So Timber Creek High, 16 minutes. We've got University Park, 19 minutes now. University of Central Florida, 22 minutes. And Oviedo, a heads up to you in 27 minutes. Those of you in Pine Grove, out toward the Bass Highway area and Nova Road, it looks like you guys are on the back side of this thing, but that circulation very evident right through there. Heavy rain expanding out towards St. Cloud. Some of the area lakes there, you got a lot of small little bodies of water there, but that general motion to the north-northeast right now. So those of you at the Timber Creek High School area, 16 minutes on arrival on that. University Park in 19 minutes. Oviedo there at the top of the line at 27 minutes time. Very heavy rain right now. Moss Park Road over to Wehatowi Road there, and a look here at the 3D radar. Thank you, Allison. You can see that we've got quite an updraft in this thing. This is air tumbling, circulating through the core of this nasty storm now. Narcoossee's got the heavy rain, East Lake Tahoe. So this is kind of that area now, down south to 192 and Ashton to New Eden. So Allison, go ahead and give me kind of a spin here. Let's take a look at the guts of this thing. That's one great thing. We can literally x-ray the innards of these storms as they move across. Heavy rain also indicated out at Wedgefield. So a pretty impactful area right now of very, very heavy rain. We've got the rotation, and as we show you there, that northerly view there showing us quite a spike here in the atmosphere. There's not a whole lot of lightning strikes with this. It's mainly a very pronounced area of wind. We were talking earlier this morning about these rain bands scooting on through and exhibiting a little bit of rotation. So right now, St. Cloud, it looks like you guys are in the clear. This is getting ready to move now right across the beach line. Here's 528 here, Wedgefield, Bithlo, and Christmas. So you guys are in that zone here of some pretty substantial rotation and extremely heavy rain. Here's a look at the velocity scan right now. This is over at Sungrove Lane. This is Bullock Lake here for reference, and Sungrove Lane back in through here. So some pretty defined winds. If anything, again, sometimes you consider whether or not we have an actual funnel on the ground. Sometimes it isn't the case. Sometimes it's just literally a big push, a wave of wind embedded within these areas, these rain bands that are coming across, and that's pretty much been the song this morning as we look at all this moving from south to north now at around the 40 to 50 mile per hour range, and that is producing a lot of wind right now. Out of Timber Creek High School, 13 minutes in arrival. Bithlo, 16 minutes. Oviedo got a 25-minute stamp, and the St. Johns River again in about 30 minutes time as it lifts off to the north. So just to reiterate, if you're just joining us here, Osceola County, we have a tornado warning until 4:30 this morning. So we've got about another 16, 17 minutes on that as this continues moving north at a crazy speed here, northeasterly at 47 miles per hour. So again, critical in tracking this, letting you know where this is headed. We're also showing strong rotation right now at Bass Highway and Sungrove Lane. So we've got Bullock Lake, New Eden, and Pine Grove. If you are in these areas and you're watching us and hearing us now, need you to find your safe place at this time as that area of circulation and spin continues moving through that particular area. Now looking here, what you got?
Jamie, it looks like the tornado watch also just got extended.
Okay. As we suspected,
yep,
right?
Exactly
okay.
right.
So we look for this to continue, Allison, to occur through the morning hours, right? We're looking for these rain bands to become stronger, more frequent, right? And that's part of the game here as we see all that energy expanding from the east side of that particular storm. Tornado warned area now, Osceola County.
That's exactly right. And we talked about within any of those rain bands, we could see the spin up. And just like that, we are seeing it in Osceola as well as Orange County. So like Jamie's been doing a great job at saying that this tornado warning is in effect until 4:30 this morning. And the power of our Fox 35 storm tracker radar as we can actually time out the skies for you. So we have Timber Creek High School within the next 12 minutes now, Bithlo in about 15 minutes, East River High School in 15. We have University High School and UCF in about 20 minutes from now. So we talk.
All right, you have been listening in there to our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando. We appreciate them for their coverage as we continue to track that now tornado warning in Central Florida as Hurricane Idalia approaches. Taking a live look now over in southern Florida as we continue to follow Hurricane Idalia as it approaches the Gulf Coast. This camera courtesy of EarthCam as we head to our first commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes with continuing coverage as we track the storm.
to come in, and the fortress that is this giant hotel that we are lucky to be staying at right now is going to be okay. They've got sandbags that you cannot see up against the front doors. You can't get in the front doors because the water is pushing. But you see, this is the depth, depending on where you're at on the road, it's going to change in depth. And this is its own entity right now, as it's created a river or a stream, or however you want to phrase it, and now another wind gust coming in. This is what we're experiencing as these bands continue to tick up following the hurricane, Category 4. And that's the thing. These bands, it doesn't matter where exactly you are to the eye, they are surrounding the region as it's expected to make a landfall, in the next few hours up just to the southeast of Tallahassee. And anyone who is not out of the danger zone, meaning not out of this surge, potentially in the Big Bend, over 15 feet in some spots, they're going to be in big time problems. There's going to be no cell phone service. Trees are probably coming down, and the rain will continue to roll in. We've been quite lucky here in the past hour or so. We've had one big rain band that came in, but mostly it's been a gusty wind event, and the water flowing in from the Gulf of Mexico over the beaches, Britta. So we'll just continue to monitor this and hope that everybody got out of Dodge when the officials told them yesterday here on Clearwater Beach to higher ground in places like Tampa. But as we saw, Nicole Valdez watching the water come in up there just to the east of me. So a dangerous situation developing as this hurricane has just got a lot of punch, and the rapid intensification has come to fruition, Britta.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing about Tampa Bay is that, it's a collective area of multiple waterways. I mean, you have Old Tampa Bay, you got the Middle Tampa Bay, Lower Tampa Bay, and then Hillsborough Bay. By the way, Old Tampa Port right now, storm surge level coming in at 4 feet. And we still got to go through high tide later today. Robert Ray reporting live in Clearwater. We do want to go ahead and go back to Jason in New York. Jason, to think about the fact that we haven't even seen the brunt of the storm surge is a little scary. If we're seeing, 3 to 4 feet across the Tampa area, you just think about how bad it really is going to be in areas like Fish Creek and Cedar Key. I know you've been watching that camera in Cedar Key like a hawk, and it already is scary. Imagine what's going to be like when we hit peak storm surge.
Yeah, take a look right now over in Cedar Key. You can see the camera. I mean, it's shaking back and forth there. And look at the waves. I mean, I think that's really the biggest component here of the storm is that, we can tell you that the winds are gusting up to 70 or 80 or even 90 miles per hour. But when you see the camera shaking back and forth, and then on top of that, you also see the waves crashing there. I mean, that is, something that, is just mind-boggling to see here. Over on Horseshoe Beach, unfortunately, we lost that live shot there. We had 81 mile per hour wind gusts already being reported there. The eye wall for Idalia is about 26 miles from the coast here. So the worst of the worst is expected to impact North Florida within the next hour. We are expecting landfall sometime between 7 and about 9 o'clock here. Here are the latest stats. According to the National Hurricane Center, it is officially a Category 4 storm here. What makes this even more mind-boggling is just about 25 hours ago, Idalia was actually a tropical storm. So it only had max winds of about 69 miles per hour. So to see the storm rapidly intensify here over the past 24 hours is just absolutely amazing to see here. And notice that the winds right now, I mean, they're picking up, they're making visibility an issue. And this is why so many first responders were telling local Floridians, hey, you need to stay inside. If you can, make sure to evacuate. Governor Ron DeSantis also saying you didn't need to get away to higher ground here that's hundreds of miles away. All you maybe needed to do in some spots is maybe travel about 10 to 20 miles away to get to someplace safe here. I want to show you some of the top wind reports here. So Horseshoe Beach had a wind gust of about 81 miles per hour. Over in Sarasota, we've also seen the strong winds move through at about 70 miles per hour. Over in Cedar Key, it was 68 miles per hour. And over in the Tampa area, 58 miles per hour. This has been part of the reason why we've been seeing power outages skyrocket. Look at Taylor County, 1 out of every 4 customers now without power. And over in Dixie, about 1 out of every 10 people without power. Now, we do have an extreme wind warning in effect for Dixie Dixie as well as Taylor counties. The reason why is because we're starting to see those winds really kick up here. And this is going to be a big danger to life there. You can see that center of the circulation right there. That is the eye for Idalia here. And this is going to continue to push northward here. So that eye wall about 26 miles here. So that's the reason why we do anticipate landfall here within about the next hour to an hour and a half here. Well, Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ, so please make sure to download the Fox Weather app. Have those severe notifications on as we continue to monitor what's happening with this Category 4 storm. You can head to our website, foxweather.com. When the power goes out, we are still remain on here. We're going to have much more on the other side of this commercial break. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. A live look this morning in Florida as Idalia is churning there in the Gulf of Mexico. And look at those winds there. I mean, we have cameras in not only the Cedar Key area, but just to the west of there. And we're seeing winds in excess of 42 miles per hour. One of the other things that we've been watching here is that air pressure that continues to hover there right in the 984 range there. So the reason why that is important is because as this continues to go down, that means the center of the circulation is approaching here. We have already seen tornado watches expanded not only for North Florida, but also through South Georgia as well here. So this is unfortunately going to be a devastating storm, already a historic storm. Life-threatening storm surge up to 16 feet is also possible here. The National Weather Service also saying that no one in the Big Bend has ever seen anything like this. My colleague Britta Merwin is live for us this morning over in Florida here this morning, over in the Gainesville area. And Britta, I think one of the things that's been important to note has been how the rain has been off and on and the winds have also been off and on for you.
Yeah, we're still getting a taste of the outer rain bands. So as Idalia gets closer to landfall, the breaks are going to get shorter. Here's another little wind gust for you. You know, so far this morning, I felt wind gusts between 25 and about 35 miles per hour. So we haven't really truly felt tropical storm conditions yet, but that is going to be coming to Gainesville. There's a hurricane warning in place, But judging off of what we're seeing data-wise, I think it's fairly unlikely that we'll see hurricane force winds here in Gainesville. We'll have to look out for those upper tier wind gusts, especially as Idalia makes landfall, farther up north from where we are located right now, because that's when we'll see those stronger wind gusts. Also within some of these thunderstorms locked up in the rain bands, Jason, we can get strong wind gusts that are very isolated. When you look back at some data for Gainesville, one of the bigger storms that locals talk about is called the storm of the century. It happened back in March of 1993. The peak wind gust for that storm was 62 miles per hour. Locals also call it the non-named hurricane because it wasn't a hurricane. It happened in March of 1993, which you can see weird tropical systems that pop up in March, but it was actually an area of low pressure that collided with a cold front, and it walloped this area. That 62 mile per hour wind gust, it represents, a lot of tree damage across Gainesville. They also had some buildings that had some damage to them. So this is an area that, usually doesn't get impacted by hurricane conditions, but they do see tropical storm force conditions, what we're expecting to see today. We're going to have a nurse walk by. Thank you for your hard work. We're really close to UF Health, and so we're getting close to that shift time. 7 a.m. is when the nurses are walking in and out, and they're kind of just making that quick dodge to the truck. But all in all, Jason, what we felt this morning, it's uncomfortable, but it's manageable. That could be changing as we work our way into the afternoon. We could see some stronger wind gusts where we could get into the area where we see some power outages. So we'll see how things unfold here in Gainesville. But for right now, it's just, I would say, in the uncomfortable range. We got the wind coming in. We got the rain. I do have my eyes set on a rain band that's setting up off to our southwest. That one looks a little more impressive. And sometimes when those rain bands come through, they can trigger tornado warnings, which I know you've been tracking a couple tornado warnings in the state of Georgia. That's a potential for us here in Gainesville. We could see some tornado warnings pop up. That's when it's going to be important for people to get to that lowest level of their house and sort of protect themselves from those elements. There's a good gust for you guys right there.
Hey, Britta, before you go...
I don't have an anemometer on me, Jason, but I would say just off of the field, my internal anemometer, this is still below tropical storm strength. I would say that's probably a low 30 mile per hour wind gust, which, again, is uncomfortable. You don't want to be in it, but we still haven't seen the peak of what we're going to see here in Gainesville.
Yeah, pretty interesting to note there that the hospital still remains open. I think a lot of people, a lot of times, they think that hospitals end up closing here. And, depending on where you are, unfortunately, they're always open here. By the way, Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to get an update here at about 6:30 here. So we are going to be checking in on that press conference here in about the next 10 minutes. Meanwhile, here's a live look over in St. George Island, where already we've seen some rain showers moving through here. I want to bring our colleague, storm tracker Brett Adair, who's joining us on the phone here from Keaton Beach, Florida here. So, Brett, good to see you here this morning. Thank you. What are you seeing there on the ground?
Well, we are just to the north of Keaton now. We have moved up into the community of Perry. We're starting to see some of those bands with the inner core of Idalia as it moves toward the north and east and moves in our general direction. We're pretty much in the direct path of the center of circulation that's coming with this Category 4 hurricane. We're expecting the winds to really creep up here over the next 30 to 45 minutes as that center gets really close. And unfortunately, conditions are going to go downhill here very, very quickly.
Yeah, Brett, how much flooding are you expecting in your area? I know that we've been going back and forth between 6 inches to about 12 inches, but I mean, you're going to pretty much be in the heart of this.
Well, the rain has not been so bad thus far. We're not seeing much in the way of flooding here, maybe a little bit of ponding so far, but we're dealing with more of the storm surge element just to the south there at Keaton Beach and areas to the east as this center makes landfall. Worried about that 10 to 15 plus foot surge that may impact portions of the area. And then also, again, as you mentioned, the heavy rainfall. But the one good thing is this system's moving rather quickly, and it's going to continue to accelerate toward the northeast once it makes landfall.
Yeah, and that is what is going to be impacting, I think, finally some of those final rain totals as well. Moving forward, besides the storm surge, what is going to be your biggest concerns here moving forward?
Well, obviously the wind impacts are going to be important. We're watching for those, throughout the morning hours, the down trees, power lines. We're expecting a lot of that with these intense winds as they move inland. But the storm surge is going to be the thing that is going to impact coastal communities first and foremost, along with those intense winds. But again, this system is going to move up the I-10 corridor, across I-75. So some of the interior sections are going to deal with very high winds as well.
All right, Storm Tracker Brett Adair, thank you so much for joining us here, and please stay safe. All right, Brett Adair joining us live there via phone. Thank you. Right now, we are going to go to Nicole Valdez.
Hey, Jason, well, we are here along Tampa Bay, and if you can believe it, we're standing on what was once a roadway that now looks like it's just part of Tampa Bay, as I show you just how high the water has reached and how much of it is being pushed onto shore here and further inland every few minutes. I mean, it is scary fast how quickly this water is moving and just how strong the waves that you're seeing here really do feel on the ground. You look here at all the debris that's come in from the bay. You'll notice that. I mean, my goodness, as I struggle here to try to keep my hat on. Let's try that again. As I struggle there, we're looking at the bay here. We are nearing likely 4 feet of storm surge along Bayshore Boulevard. An incredible image here, something that local police officers say they've never seen in their 20 years working in the city. And what you'll notice is all of those waves, they're crashing against what separates the bay to this main roadway, and the water goes on for miles, Jason, and it looks like really what you would see along the beach on a very windy day. And it feels as if you're along that shore, right, where the waves kind of come and go and push you further in and out of the sand. But we're standing on asphalt, and you'll notice just how far this goes. We have police officers essentially trying to get to the end of where that water is to try to let people know, as some may wake up this morning thinking that the worst is over, that this is still very much an intense impact we're feeling here in Tampa Bay, on top of the tornado watches that you mentioned are still in place for this area. We've got Florida Highway Patrol has already closed several major bridges in and out of this area. So coupled with the wind gusts, coupled with all of the storm surge, and knowing that we are still hours away from high tide here, it's going to be something that we continue to watch, something that we're keeping a very close eye on as we stay out here giving you these live reports, because the water levels here continue to change, and they're rising slowly but surely. So every couple minutes we're having to take a couple steps more inland as this water really starts to threaten, all the homes, businesses, and hotels that line this busy street here that have thankfully taken the precautions. We've got sandbags out, but really it's just a matter of time until we see how far this water really goes, Jason.
Yeah, all right. Well, Nicole Valdez, live for us this morning over in Tampa. Please stay safe, you and your crew. Meantime, we're going to take a quick break here. We are expecting Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis to hold a press conference here within about the next minute and a half. Please make sure to go to our website, foxweather.com, download the Fox Weather app for continuing coverage. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox Weather First. So we begin with a Fox weather alert right now. Idalia is unfortunately, or I should say Idalia, unfortunately, is pounding Florida with strong winds as well as some heavy rain and some strong surge here. Here's what it looked like over in the Clearwater Beach area. And a number of streets have unfortunately been closed due to flooding. Not only are we dealing with some strong surge, but we've also been dealing with a number of tornado watches as well as warnings. We have active tornado warnings not only in Florida, but also in Georgia here as well. As you take a look at the camera here behind me here over in the Crystal River area, no one on the streets here. So that is, of course, a good thing here. But we are also seeing the winds really up across the Cedar Key, Florida as well. And unfortunately, the water has been battering the coastline here. So this is part of the reason why many first responders have been saying to stay inside, hunker down, and if you haven't already evacuated, to stay inside. We're expecting Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis to begin a news conference here momentarily. In the meantime, across the Southeast, America's weather team is fanned out, including our Nicole Valdez, who is live in the Tampa area. We also have our Robert Ray, who is live also over in the Clearwater area. And Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis now taking the podium. Let's listen in.
Tornado warnings, and there are more tornadoes possible, even and especially in the very outer bands of the storm. So these are places that are way outside the cone that you see on the TV screen. So please keep in mind those are very, very dangerous situations. When the storm passes, do not drive in flooded streets and assume that all down power lines are still hot and live. And there's going to be people working to remedy that, and we've got a lot of people staged, but that is very hazardous in the immediate aftermath of the storm. We currently have 54,000 households that are out of power throughout the state of Florida, but there have been over 100,000 households that have already been restored through hard work all through the night, and those restoration efforts are ongoing. Any place it's safe to do, people are there working to get that done. As soon as it's safe to do so, when the winds die down to a sufficient level, search and rescue efforts will begin. We have 8 urban search and rescue teams staged, ready to go, 33 ambulance strike teams, 5,500 National Guardsmen. We also have the Coast Guard on standby should that be necessary. There will be an immediate effort to restore power to people who lose power. There's 30,000 plus linemen stationed and ready to go to commence restoration efforts. For local municipalities and electric co-ops, please accept mutual aid. These are folks that can come supplement your efforts. And again, the goal is just to get everybody back online as quickly as possible. There will be a lot of debris from this storm. There's going to be a need to have all hands on deck to be able to do. And accordingly, our Florida Department of Transportation, we have 650 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks staged for cut and toss operations post-storm. We anticipate there to be a lot of debris, a lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines, and there's going to be a need for this. We also have 1,100 generators staged for traffic signal restoration. We anticipate that that's going to be a problem in a number of communities as well. Fuel, we have 1.2 million gallons staged. We're also arranging more fuel to come in by truck just to make up for whatever may not be coming in through the normal course of business with things like the Port of Tampa being closed.
And you were just listening to an update from Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis giving us an update on the efforts across Florida. He is telling us that there are 30,000 linemen waiting to restore power, and there are still about 54,000 people without power. Britta Merwin is alive for us in the Gainesville area. I think, Britta, what's important to note is 100,000 people were originally without power in Florida. Now that's been restored here, but Idalia still hasn't even made landfall yet, so we anticipate seeing further outages.
Yeah, we have a long road to get through. So this is truly a marathon, not a sprint, Jason. Yesterday, I left the Tampa Bay area probably around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, drove up to Gainesville, which is where I am at right now. And I saw convoy upon convoy upon convoy of power trucks. I have a couple videos on my social media account, Britta Merwin WX, if you want to check it out. But it was impressive, Jason, because the drive on I-75, it was not the normal crowd on I-75 yesterday afternoon. I mean, you could tell that it was people that were pre-positioning for this storm. At the same time as watching the convoys of power trucks driving south of I-75, I also saw a convoy of National Guard that were driving north on I-75 away from Tampa, pre-positioning up to the north, which makes sense. I mean, that's where we're going to have some big-time impacts with landfall. We do want to get you back to the coast. I'm tracking the inland impacts from these rain bands that continue to move in for Gainesville. But across Clearwater, we are getting the taste of storm surge. Right now in Clearwater, let's bring in Robert Ray. Robert, the gauge is saying 3.3, but farther into the Bay system at Old Port Tampa, we have a 4-foot storm surge right now.
Yeah, I believe it. As I stand here on Coronado Drive in Clearwater Beach, and the water just acting as if it belongs here, like it owns the street. It is a river, and many streets look like this coming off the Gulf of Mexico. The storm surge, as expected, Britta. This is why the mandatory evacuation was in play. This is why they wanted everyone out at 7 p.m. last night. And here we go. You know, yesterday there was discussion of storm surge up to 7 feet. We hope we don't see that here. But what's interesting and what is always happens in these storms is the flow, the bands that come in. You'll have moments of intense wind and rain, which we just experienced about 15 or 20 minutes ago. And then you have a lull. And now, as I speak, another significant wind gust comes through. No precipitation in the air, but you see the palm trees starting to swoosh around and the surge continuing, the water getting pushed in from the Gulf of Mexico, which is about 2 football fields away from where I'm standing on the other side of this huge fortress of a hotel. When the sun comes up, we're going to try to move around a little bit and gauge what other roads look like and what the area is experiencing right now. But so important, Pinellas County calling for mandatory evacuations on these barrier islands and also the low-lying areas, flood zone A and B. And we've seen some of the surge come in Tampa as well, as Nicole Valdez has been showing. And in the Big Bend, we've seen some of those remote cameras that are starting to show the inundation of the forest areas and the fishing villages and potential for up to 15 feet of surge, what you see. Can you imagine 15 feet of lapping water? That's 2 of me above. You can't survive in that. You can't survive if you're in a structure. You need to be on high ground, and a vehicle can easily get washed away. A dangerous situation here as this system, Idalia, is making its way up just to the southeast of the capital, Tallahassee. And as you have been saying, it's going to move into South Georgia and the Carolinas. Everybody who's watching, be careful. This is really, really tough stuff. Britta.
Thanks, Robert, for that update from Clearwater. Go protect yourself for a little bit. We'll get back to you in just a moment. You know, Jason, just listening to Robert's comments, you know, when you imagine the storm surge that's going to be hitting the Big Bend, it is terrifying. You know, the average elevation of Cedar Key is 10 feet. They're looking at a 15-foot storm surge. Can you imagine an island that is covered in 5 feet of water? I mean, the only homes that are going to have dry parts of them are ones that have a 2nd or 3rd level, and that is a scary reality.
Yeah,
right now in Gainesville, definitely feeling the impact of this rain band. You know, we're not going to feel hurricane force winds. We do have a hurricane warning in place, but those hurricane force winds only extend right now 25 miles from the center of Idalia. So we're going to have a lot of tropical storm force conditions today. We're just barely getting a taste. I mean, I would say these are wind gusts around 25 miles per hour, Jason.
Yeah, life-threatening storm surge. That is what the National Weather Service has been saying. Well, Britta, we will check back in with you in a moment. Right now, I want to bring in the director of the National Hurricane Center, Michael Brennan. And Michael, great to see you here. I know that you've been incredibly busy here. There has never been a hurricane of this magnitude that's hit the Big Bend area. When exactly do you anticipate landfall here? Is it going to likely happen within the next hour and a half?
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. We can see the eye approaching the coast of Dixie and Taylor counties here in the Florida Big Bend region. So landfall is imminent. We're going to see the eye wall moving on shore here very shortly. Folks in this area hopefully have evacuated out of the storm surge zone. But if you're outside of that area and you're in these portions of Dixie and Taylor counties, you want to take shelter, treat the next few hours like a tornado. Get to a safe place, an interior of your home, under a mattress, and ride out what's going to be the potential for destructive winds as well.
And Michael, we've been talking a lot about this storm surge here, but that's really not the only threat here. I mean, we've also started to see some tornado warnings pop up out of this as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and that'll likely increase during the day, especially even in the outer rain bands, areas that are farther away from the center of Idalia across much of the portions of central and north Florida with daytime heating that occurs. There is certainly the potential for tornadoes, and tropical storms and hurricanes can spin up very quickly. So you certainly want to be alert and make sure you have ways to get warning information today.
And I know that we have been very focused on Florida, but we are expecting to see some big impacts in Georgia as well as the Carolinas. As a matter of fact, at this hour, we have tornado watches in Georgia right now.
Right, yeah, there's going to be significant storm surge impacts. We have a storm surge warning in effect for portions of the Georgia coast up through Hilton Head and Charleston. We also have the potential for hurricane force winds. Idalia is moving very quickly. It's not going to have that much time to weaken once it makes landfall. Expecting hurricane conditions across portions of North Florida, southeast Georgia, and even into the Hilton Head, coastal South Carolina region as we go through later today and tonight.
All right, last question. I want to talk to you about the eye storm names. I mean, we've had Ida, we've had Irma. Yeah. It just seems like there's something about the I name.
Yeah, it's that time of the year. Those tend to fall right at the peak of hurricane season, tend to have been, certainly even in the past years and historically, very, very impactful hurricanes. But regardless of what they're named, the impacts are still the same.
All right, National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan joining us live this morning from Miami. Thank you so much, and thank you for everything that you and your crew do here. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ here. Idalia is imminent. The landfall, as you just heard there from the National Hurricane Center Director there, it is imminent here. We are expanding coverage here. Please make sure that you download the Fox Weather app. Live coverage continues right after this. Welcome back to Fox Weather First this morning. We are your Hurricane HQ, and we are keeping a close eye on Hurricane Idalia. We just heard from the National Hurricane Center Director, Michael Brennan, who told us that this storm is imminent here for making landfall. Thanks so much for joining us here. I'm Jason Fraser.
And I'm Britta Merwin reporting live from Gainesville this morning. Gainesville, Florida, definitely feeling the impacts of these rain bands, Jason.
Yeah, so it's no surprise here because, you know, the storm is just about 20 miles from making landfall here. And that's been part of the reason why, Britta, all morning long, I mean, you've been back and forth with not only seeing the rain, but also feeling that wind.
Yeah, and we've been enjoying some breaks in between the rain bands, but as expected, you know, those breaks are starting to erase because we're getting closer to landfall, which of course is going to be well far north of where I'm located right now. But how the structure of a hurricane is made up, it starts to tighten up as you get closer to the center. And the rain starts to fill in between those rain bands. So then you're just kind of stuck in a constant blast of rain and also wind. For Gainesville specifically, we're under a hurricane warning and also a tornado watch because we're on the dirty side of the storm, meaning that we're going to have a little more friction possible between these incoming thunderstorms. There's a wind gust for you guys. Yet. So although we have a hurricane warning in place for Gainesville, just looking at the data, the fact that the hurricane force winds with Hurricane Idalia extend about 25 miles out from the center, I don't think we're going to see that in Gainesville. Of course, the warning will be up for that precaution, but I think what we're going to see is a continuation of what you see right now, which is going to be tropical storm conditions, winds that are gusting above 39 miles per hour. The peak wind gust that I have seen this morning so far is 35, so we've been just below that threshold of tropical storm conditions. And generally speaking, it's just very nasty. I mean, it's not what you want to be locked out in, that's for sure. We're fairly close to a local hospital, so we've seen the morning and night shift of the nurses shifting out, and the nurses are booking it to their cars. You know, it doesn't matter if there's a tropical storm conditions or if there's, you know, what we are dealing with, a hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane that is just, you know, about 100 miles away from our location. Of course, the hospitals are going to be fully staffed and working hard here. But, you know, for Gainesville, it's just going to be interesting to see how strong do the winds get, because this is an area that has had a good amount of rain over the last couple months, so the soil's pretty saturated, and we have a lot of really big trees. So if we start to get winds in here that are gusting maybe 50 miles per hour, that's going to bring down some trees. And then, of course, we're going to have to talk about power outages, which so far has not been a huge problem for Gainesville, but that could change. With landfall happening imminently, as we now know from the National Hurricane Center, that means that the strongest winds with Idalia are going to be pushing onshore, and us being a little bit farther down to the south will be feeling the strongest weather that we will feel from this storm over the next 3 to 4 hours.
All right, well, Britta, you know, one of the biggest concerns, you know, I'm going to have with this is going to be the fact that, you know, right now as this storm is approaching here, you know, a lot of people may be caught off guard with the fact that this will end up producing some low-end EF0 or EF1 tornadoes. And we have, within the past hour, seen the tornado watches expanded through South Georgia. So places like Savannah, as well as those of you south of there, are now under a tornado watch. In addition, we are expecting landfall here within about the next hour or so here. The National Hurricane Director saying that the landfall is going to be imminent here. It's about 20 miles or so just to the south and west of the Florida coastline here. So if you are in this area, please take cover immediately. As you take a look at the radar, look at exactly where the yellow is showing up here. That is an indication that the intensity of the rain is also picking up here. And then look at exactly where, you know, that eye is approaching there. So that eye, that center of that eye here, more than 50% of that eye needs to make officially on the land in order for us to consider it a landfall here. It's about 17 miles away here. So within the next hour, Britta, we are expecting to officially call Idalia making landfall here. And once that happens here, I do believe that, you know, Britta, we're going to continue to see plenty of rain as well as plenty of wind here.
Yeah, Jason, it's important not to get too caught up on landfall. I mean, scientifically and meteorologically, of course, it's a pivotal moment. It's when you have the center of that circulation touching the land, and that's the moment that goes down in weather history. You know, this is going to be the only Category 4 hurricane on record since 1851 that has made landfall on the Big Bend of Florida. that is an incredible moment in history to mark down. But landfall, in my mind, of course, we have the technical landfall, but I think about landfall as really a crescendo and a decrescendo. And once you get past landfall, that's what you start hoping for as someone that is riding out a hurricane, is the decrescendo. Can we get past this? Can we move on? And it's a process. I mean, we have been going through landfall, that process of the crescendo, for the past, 6 to 8 hours, with these rain bands just lashing the coast of Florida and then pushing inland. And then we'll have to go through the whole process of decrescendoing, having all of those rain bands on the backside of the system move through before we finally can have the all clear. Thankfully, this is a storm that has a quick forward motion. And Jason, that's something to be thankful for, because this is a monster storm. The sooner we can get it out, the better.
You talked about that crescendoing. That is really the difference between the eye as well as the eye wall here. I mean, the eye wall is typically where we see the worst winds, the heaviest rain, and then right in the center, that hurricane eye, I mean, you can almost look up and you can pretty much see clear skies. It is so calm. And, I don't know if you've ever been in the center of a hurricane before here, but one of the things forecasters often note is just how calm it often is. Here's a live look this morning over in Cedar Key, Florida there. We've been monitoring this shot here all evening long here and throughout the overnight hours. There was a Cadillac that was at the bottom of the screen there. Notice how the water has pushed that Cadillac, at least we would estimate a good 3 or 4 feet eastward here. So the good news is no one was inside that Cadillac here, but we have no idea why the owner of the Cadillac left that car out there. But, Britta, this really just shows you the power of water, of wind, and storm surge in Mother Nature, because it can lift objects that are so heavy and carry them.
And important to show the different facets of this storm. I mean, where that Cadillac is sitting, that's going to be the worst of the worst. I mean, we're talking about possibly 15 feet of water over Cedar Key, which the average elevation is only 10 feet. So that's a huge impact. And then you compare it to where I am at, which is fairly far removed from landfall site. In Gainesville, Florida, we haven't even had tropical storm conditions yet. I mean, it's nasty out here. Don't get me wrong. It's not comfortable. We have nurses that are coming in and out of the hospital, changing their shift for the day. And it's one of those mornings that you don't want to be out. But we are still waiting for the worst of the weather for our area here in Gainesville, as we have landfall that's happening farther up north across, the Big Bend of Florida. That's going to throw in some stronger outer rain bands and inner rain bands into Gainesville. And that's when we'll see the worst of the weather where I am standing right now. And I am anticipating tropical storm conditions. And Jason, it's important to look at the wide scope of a storm. We have another nurse coming through. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay, just go. They've been working like 12 to 18-hour shifts, so I think everyone watching can respect that. But, it's important to look at the scope, because this is a very physically large storm. And so there's going to be parts of Florida that have the worst of the worst, the surge, the winds that are more than 115 miles per hour. And then there's going to be a large swath of the population that's going to be experiencing what I'm experiencing, which is going to be closer to tropical storm conditions. So one storm can bring in multiple facets and multiple things that you have to think about.
And Britta, once this gets done with Florida, it's going to continue to push north and eastward. So for those of you in Georgia, this is going to be heading your way, especially from Macon down on southward. So right along the I-95 corridor, those of you right along the I-16 corridor, you're going to need to be on alert here. That is the reason why you saw the National Weather Service expand that tornado watch, which now also includes the Savannah area. And I think eventually we're going to end up seeing that tornado watch expanded even to Beaufort County over in South Carolina. We do have active tornado warnings to tell you about here, including over in Hardee County, Florida. This is going on until 7:30 over in Brentley County. This is going on until about 7 o'clock here. So, Britta, anytime we talk about a landfalling system here, usually you will see a spin up, a quick spin up, an EF0 or an EF1 tornado here. And this is all having to do with increasing amounts of wind shear and friction.
Yeah, and I'm under a tornado watch here. I'll be listening out for warnings, that's for sure. I got my notifications turned on my Fox weather app, so I'll feel it in my pocket if we get one. But, you know, you're on the dirty side of the storm, which is, you know, the east side of the storm. You have all of that friction with all of this wind moving onto land, the perfect combination of the spin that's just naturally in the atmosphere, and you are going to get tornadoes that pop up. So heed those warnings. Luckily, Jason, because of how fast the storm is coming through, I don't think we're going to have to deal with devastating flash flooding, at least today. We will have to look out for the flooding impacts, you know, in the Carolinas. I think we're going to have a different story there in comparison to what we're seeing from flooding, from what's falling from the sky. I don't think that's going to be a huge impact for Florida.
Well, Britta, this story is only the beginning. Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ, so please make sure to download the Fox Weather app. You can go to our website, foxweather.com, or you can go to the Apple and Google Play Store, download the app. Even once the power goes out, we will continue to have coverage. Matter of fact, we've expanded coverage throughout the night. We'll be right back.
The strongest storm that people talk about in this area isn't even a tropical storm, which isn't too shocking. I mean, because we are inland, but they talk about the storm in the century, which was in 1993. It happened in the month of March. So we're not talking about a tropical storm, but they do call it the no-named hurricane because it felt like a hurricane when it rolled through. The peak wind gust during that storm for Gainesville was 69 miles per hour. So we'll see what Idalia brings to Gainesville, but I think it's easy to say that we will see wind gusts far stronger than that, especially considering what could be unfolding in places like Tallahassee.
And, you know, Britta, as, you know, a reporter and as also a meteorologist, I know one of the things that we always are concerned about are people's safety. Can you walk through some of the safety precautions that you have implemented now that this storm has really, unfortunately, been starting to really impact where you are?
Yeah, so, you know, I'm out in the elements, but I have 3 crew members with me. That's probably the biggest thing is safety in numbers, right? You got to have people to watch your back. My 3 crew members are underneath a protected area. So we have a nice spot that, of course, is a little drier than what I'm dealing with here. But more importantly, it's a spot that we can take shelter if we have lightning. Because right now we have the outer rain bands. Once we get closer to landfall, the rain bands that are closer to the core are going to have more impacts when it comes to lightning and also wind. So we have a protected area that we can go to. Also, Jason, about 50 feet from here is a huge parking garage. That was a big part in picking this location because if we do see any flooding or if the winds just get too ferocious, we can go in that parking garage and be very well protected.
Yeah, well, safety definitely in numbers, and we definitely will be checking back in with you, you know, throughout the morning hours. You know, one of the other things that I did want to bring up here as well here, Britta, is as the storm is going to continue to push north and eastward here, tornadoes are going to be an issue here. We've already gotten several reports of tornado watches as well as warnings just south of your area here. So, you know, Britta, definitely something that we want to be mindful of as this hurricane is expected to make landfall here in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, so, you know, notifications on, right? Those tornado warnings will be blaring. Well, we want to head up to Tallahassee. Spoke a lot about Tallahassee because we're going to see some big impacts with the wind component. Let's bring in Brandy Campbell. Brandy, Tallahassee is a gorgeous area. It's known for these big trees and so many different types of trees. With your location being so close to where the eye is going to be, there could be some extensive damage across Tallahassee.
Yeah, that's right, Britta. The mayor told me himself yesterday that he's expecting this could be a storm of epic proportions. That's his words, because of the high sustained winds that they are expecting. Now, you mentioned they have just a vast amount of tree coverage, actually 55% tree coverage here. So they're expecting it would knock down some of these very large trees. I mean, just behind me, far off in the distance, this is a park behind me. And there's a lot of trees just in this area as well. So once we get some daylight, we'll be able to see that impact once the winds start to come in. So they are going to be expecting some power outages, already calling in some help to double their workforce to go ahead and get things back up and running again after this storm passes. Now, I heard Britta was also talking about safety on their end. I want to mention there is a mandatory evacuation in this area that was set for people who lived in mobile homes. So they did put in that safety precaution to make sure those folks would be okay. They have about 7 shelters open in this area. And I also want to mention just kind of the vibe that I've sensed in this community as far as the urgency. The mayor told me people have been getting prepared. Has been a steady flow, but we haven't seen the mad rush. So if you've been driving around town, you didn't see the gas stations, you know, with long lines, or the grocery stores full of people running in to grab everything. But he did say his people here are prepared here. We're going to continue to monitor the conditions here as the storm gets closer. Back to you.
Brandy, we'll check in with you soon, live in Tallahassee. So you've gotten a good feel of the inland impacts, right? We're definitely going to see huge impacts here. We want to get you right to the coast, heading to Robert Ray and Clearwater Beach. Robert, the current surge level for you is 3.4 feet. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah, good morning to you as the wind gusts are coming in here on Clearwater Beach, and you see this is Coronado Street. It is now taking on water here. The Gulf of Mexico, not far away, across from this structure, which is the hotel, came across the beach, guys, and you can see a lot of the winds just kicking up these palm trees, and this is a road. We just saw a police vehicle, a high water vehicle, run through here and drive through here, actually, and this, you know, we're pre-dawn at this point. Category 4 is what this storm is at this point, and this is what we expected. We expected the surge to come in overnight, and here we are this morning as these bands are making their way in here intermittently. Right now, very little rain, though we experienced it all throughout the night. But that's the situation. As you see, the water just sort of flapping through at this point on Coronado Street. We do expect this to increase, especially these wind gusts as they come through. And, you know, it's just amazing to see the track of this system. As, you know, we thought it may head a little bit more to the east and hug more of the actual Gulf and the Big Bend, but it seems like it's headed for a track just to the east of Tallahassee, where it will likely make landfall here this morning. As you know, this is just the way it goes. You see these ebb and flow of the winds that continue to kick up. Moments ago, 10 minutes ago, it was fairly calm, but as to be expected as the storm makes its way up. Britta, Jason.
And Robert, you know, those breaks will become fewer and farther between as we get closer to landfall. The first outer rain band that I got a taste of here in Gainesville was around 3 o'clock in the morning. Top wind gusts around 30 miles per hour. And as that core gets closer and closer to landfall later this morning, there's just not going to be a break, and then it's going to be consistent. How's the vibe in Clearwater, by the way, Robert? I left Tampa probably around 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, and it definitely was starting to get more quiet. Have you seen anyone this morning? I'm kind of hoping the answer is no, but I do want to honestly ask you the question.
Yeah, we have not seen anyone out here this morning except for high water vehicles, the Clearwater Beach Police Department, that have made their way through these areas. And, you know, you have to be careful. If anyone is going to try to move a vehicle through here, I would say don't. You know, stay in the garage at this point. We're not even, you know, near sunrise right now, and it just continues to get deeper as you go. You get closer to some of these buildings, and the water gets pushed up, and it's more like a foot and a half. I mean, you see right now, I'm probably approaching a foot of water where I'm standing. But yes, people, no one is out here as far as we could tell this morning on Clearwater Beach. And we haven't had time to assess all of these roads, but I could tell you, where we're at, Coronado Street, which is the street that hugs the beach, essentially. Here's another wind gust that's coming in, that we are seeing the water come in and lap into these particular areas right now, Britta.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how high tide goes later today, Robert. You're already behind high tide for the morning cycle, and with a surge already at 3.4, landfall still to come, a scary high tide later today that still has to come. It's going to be interesting to see the conditions across Clearwater. Robert Ray reporting live at the beachfront. We'll check in with you soon. Let's head back to Jason, who is at headquarters in New York City.
All right, we are continuing to track Hurricane Idalia now. We are getting some breaking news now in from the National Hurricane Center just moments ago. Let's go ahead and take a look at what they say. Hurricane Idalia, the 15th advisory of the morning, rapidly intensified into a Category 4 hurricane, a catastrophic storm surge, as well as destructive winds now nearing the Florida Bend. We have been seeing some intense lightning coming in through that area as Idalia strengthens. Again, we're going to talk about this one more time. The latest news here as we continue to follow this here on Live Now from Fox. Hurricane Idalia now reaching a very strong Category 4 hurricane. Those can reach wind speeds up to 130 miles an hour. Very dangerous, very much potential there for destructive, life-threatening winds, where the core of Idalia moves onshore in that Big Bend region there of Florida, with hurricane conditions expected elsewhere in portions of that hurricane warning area there along the Florida Gulf Coast. Strong winds, well, they could also spread inland across portions of northern Florida and southern Georgia near the track of the center of Idalia, where hurricane warnings are in effect. The eye of that storm, let's take a look here on our weather radar live. That eye of the storm about 12 miles wide, but meteorologists are saying, I've been listening in to some of the experts across this all morning long here as we've been following this coverage really all night and into the early morning. That storm wall about 12 miles wide, but for a storm of this size, they said that they've seen eye walls as much as 100 miles wide. So dramatic changes in that storm wall can create some different impacts in the way that storm moves. Essentially what forecasters are saying with this, the possibility of that storm making dramatic shifts much easier when that storm wall is a little bit smaller there at that 12-mile range. Again, still dozens of miles off the coast of Florida, but continuing there into the Gulf as Hurricane Idalia strengthens to a Category 4 storm before making landfall. It's 5:14 on the East Coast. We're heading out to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more coverage of Hurricane Idalia in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 5:16 on the East Coast, 2:17 over on the West Coast. But the East Coast is where really all the action is right now there in Florida, as Hurricane Idalia now approaching between Tallahassee and Jacksonville. Large impacts expected as we continue to follow the storm. Also, this storm now, as it strengthens into a Category 4. This just coming in minutes ago from the National Hurricane Service. We are learning could have impacts even in Georgia. Of course, we are continuing to follow this all morning long, and we've got crews all over the south as we continue this storm. We have Jonathan Stacy now standing by for us over in Georgia. Good morning, Jonathan. You're taking a drive over in Valdosta, Georgia. The conditions there look rainy. What else do we got?
That's generally what we're dealing with this moment is light to moderate rain. Of course, heavier rains are to come over the next few hours. We've been driving around Valdosta at this point for the better part of 2 hours, surveying conditions to see if anyone possibly did any late night storm preps, and we're not finding too much here. We found a couple signs stating that stores and businesses would not open today in advance of what the weather could be, but by and large, the sandbagging of windows and doors, the boarding of windows, we haven't seen that anywhere across the city of Valdosta, specifically in the downtown area. Here's the deal. The nature of the storm has changed a bit for this location, specifically overnight, as I turn you outside so you can get an idea of what we're actually seeing right in front of me. Once again, some light rain causing us to work the windshield wipers. But for the folks here in Valdosta, they went to bed knowing that this storm would make landfall as a Category 3, about 80 miles to their south and to the west. Here's the deal. With that 5 o'clock advisory coming out, updating the track, saying this storm will ultimately become a Category 4 storm. When it moves into South Georgia, specifically the county that we're in, it will likely be a Category 2 storm. And that means that winds could be sustained anywhere from 95 to 110 miles per hour. One of the greatest differences between the Georgia-Florida line, something that has been instilled in sports and in music, nonetheless is weather. And you know you have your palm trees just over the state line. A few palm trees here in Georgia, but we have many more of those deciduous trees across Georgia. South Georgia known for their oak trees. And I spoke with the chief of police here in Valdosta, and that is her main concern, as vicious winds roll in by mid-morning, will their tree canopies stand a chance? Obviously, when trees go down, that leads to power line issues, power outages quickly to follow. It also impacts emergency crews as they try to get to where they need to get to next. In the event someone needs some help, they are out responding. Here's the good thing. That police chief told me that they have every sworn officer on duty basically from last night going all the way through the end of this storm until the EMA director tells them it is time to wrap it up and they have the all clear. I will say the saving grace of it is most people will be awake when the storm comes through. So this should catch anyone off guard. We're expecting the greatest impacts by mid-morning here in South Georgia, specifically Valdosta, Lowndes County, to get hit between the hours of 8 and 12 with some lingering effects as you get deeper into the afternoon. Nonetheless, the ante has been up for what type of weather, especially in terms of winds we could receive over the next 6 to 12 hours. Giacomo?
Yeah, certainly could be incredibly dangerous, even getting into the parts of South and Central Georgia. Obviously, this coming in from the National Hurricane Center just now. Areas of flash flooding, moderate river flooding, totally possible as the storm continues to head towards the mainland there. You know, as you're driving around, are you seeing any dramatic impacts such as crashes, any type of isolated flooding or power outages?
So let's start with the crashes here. It's late in the morning or early in the morning, late at night, and so we haven't seen any crashes. In fact, when we first arrived around 3:30 yesterday, there was a crash on I-75, and I-75 northbound was a very busy artery yesterday for folks who were evacuating from Florida's Big Bend and Tampa Bay region, coming up through Georgia, hopefully not stopping in South Georgia, but going up a little bit farther north to find safe cover as some people decide to ride out the storm at home as Idalia moves through. All that said, that's the only crash that we saw on the interstate. That one crash there. Throughout the city, things really calmed off in terms of interaction and movement and engagement. Around 6 o'clock, things got pretty quiet here, which is pretty much standard fare for small towns, especially in the South. They do close down around 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, but I did think they closed down knowing that they may not have a work day or be open for business tomorrow. On the other end, when you look at the rivers, one of the things that the chief of police here in Valdosta shared with me, she says that she's not so much concerned about river flooding. Obviously, waters are going to rise, but over the past few months, their river levels have actually been lower than they should have. So Idalia's rain is basically just going to bring them up to par. However, there will be some ponding on the roadways and likely some minor flash flooding, especially as you get the drainages overcome by, copious amounts of water over a short period of time. In fact, forecast estimates call from anywhere between 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. So while the wind is top of mind, you cannot negate the fact that this storm is all about water at the end of the day.
No doubt about that, and there's going to be a lot of it coming down, whether it's in Florida or even getting into parts of Georgia there. Jonathan, Stacy, thanks so much for joining us. We hope you stay safe out there, and we hope those impacts as minimal as possible as the storm continues to come through.
Indeed.
Okay, folks, it is 5:23 now on the East Coast, 2:23 over on the West Coast. I do want to get you out to that weather radar just so we can take a look at it here on Live Now from Fox. Before we take a quick break, we do need to get those breaks in, but what we're seeing right now, obviously, a storm continuing to approach the coast of Florida, expected to make impact by 8 a.m. It has since strengthened over the last 20 minutes or so. We did get that breaking news update that the storm has strengthened to a Category 4, dangerous winds and potential for storm surge. This is Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 5:26 on the East Coast. Want to get out to this weather radar. Just take a live look now as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Idalia. Not forecasted to become a Category 4. It has become a Category 4 as that graphic was wrong here on the screen. But this is a very fast-moving show today as the storm continues to approach Florida. We want to turn now to our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando. They are continuing coverage this morning from Central Florida. Let's listen in.
To be honest, I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous because a lot of the locals that usually stay are leaving.
Heavy wind from Idalia could top 130 miles per hour. Besides critical flooding, officials say the storm is also expected to clog roadways with toppled trees and power lines.
You are going to see a lot of debris. Between 30 and 40,000 linemen, when the storm hits, will be in the state of Florida, and then they will immediately move to commence power restoration efforts.
Thousands of National Guardsmen and other first responders are also at the ready with high water vehicles in case rescues are required. Forecasters warn Idalia could also trigger water spouts and tornadoes. The storm is expected to keep moving inland, bringing heavy rain to parts of Georgia and the Carolinas later this week. In Bel Air, Florida, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And Ryan and I had to look it up. We weren't 100% sure. Bel Air just south of Clearwater, so right there along the Gulf Coast. Much more coverage of Hurricane Idalia coming up.
So many different impacts across Florida. Our live team coverage continues. We've got crews all over. Stay with us.
Good Day Orlando is brought.
All right, I want to go now to some of our partners over at Fox Weather. Looks like Fox 35 Orlando heading to a quick commercial break there. Real quick, before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at the weather radar. This is the continued path as we track Hurricane Idalia. Let's go ahead and turn now over to our partners with Fox Weather. They are continuing to track this storm, taking a live look over at stand by with me. Taking a live look over there in Gainesville, Florida, as there is a reporter on the scene there with Fox Weather.
Slot here within about the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I was telling you I was going to hold you to that break because it really will feel nice. The benefit to the outer rain bands is that you have at least an opportunity to catch your breath. But the reality is, as we get closer to landfall, the breaks in between the rain bands, they just fill in, and then it's just rainy and windy the whole time. The first rain band that I rolled through here in Gainesville was around 3 o'clock in the morning. The peak wind gusts with that at the airport came in around 30 miles per hour. So you're not terribly strong, below tropical storm strength. Now we're getting reports around 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the Gainesville area. You know, there's so many facets to this, Jason. We have to worry about the top ticket item, the surge impact, which of course is going to be catastrophic across the Big Bend. This is the only Category 4 hurricane in history to hit the Big Bend of Florida. So, I mean, we're watching history unfold in front of our eyes. There's very few times in weather that you see that happen. You know, we see big storms, we see things happen, but in terms of historic moments, the first time that people have ever experienced something, that's saying something. You know, of course, many of those areas like Cedar Key have been evacuated for quite some time. And hopefully people took the lesson there because, of course, Cedar Key, I think the average elevation is 10 feet and they could have 15-foot storm surge that covers the island. I mean, imagine an entire, you know, little island covered in 5 feet of water. That's the scary reality there. So we got to talk about the surge impact. But, you know, I think the inland impacts, Jason, are going to be a big deal because of the sheer amount of people that will feel it. I mean, this is a Category 4 hurricane, so it's going to remain a hurricane well inland just because of how powerful it is at landfall. It's still going to be a hurricane as it crosses the Florida-Georgia line. We have hurricane warnings that extend far inland, and that is going to cause a big issue. I mean, just for Gainesville, let's just take the University of Florida, which is very close to where I'm located right now. That's 60,000 students. So, you know, when you start adding up all these communities, we're going to have a lot of people that are impacted by inland impacts that will include power outages, tornado risk. We've had multiple tornado warnings already this morning, and we are going to have a huge issue when it comes to the rain that's falling down as well. Now, speaking of inland impacts, I do want to head up to Tallahassee. Brandy Campbell's live there this morning. You know, Brandy, as we take a look at the data that's coming in this final stretch, the last couple hours before landfall, Tallahassee, unfortunately, is located very close to where that western eye wall is going to move through the panhandle. Tallahassee is known for their gorgeous large trees, and that is going to produce a huge threat, not only for power outages, but possibly loss of life. I mean, you have a massive tree that comes down with hurricane force winds. It has some big consequences.
Yeah, and hopefully we don't see that actually happen in this area, but anything is on the table at this point. But I do want to point out the bright side is they aren't expecting the water impact like you guys are, because they said they've been taking care of their stormwater system, clearing out their drains, and that they normally don't get a ton of flooding in this area. So that is the bright side. But yes, like you said, they are expecting the winds to really impact the tree canopies here. They have 55% tree coverage here, known for tree coverage here, really is a Tree City, USA city here. So that is one impact, and they have the workforce already coming in to help these people here get power back once that actually does start to impact this area. Now, I do want to mention we're just standing in front of a park right now. So if we're zoomed out, you can see there's a lot of trees off in the distance. So once the sun comes up, we'll be able to see, you know, the actual impact from the storm. Once we get the wind, you can see the trees start to whip. But right now, we just have a very consistent but light rain at this time, and the wind also pretty light. So if you take a look at the trees next to me, they're not swaying as of yet. It's just a very light movement at this time. So we're just waiting for the impacts to come in. Again, wind is going to be our biggest threat for this storm. Back to you.
And Brandy, you were mentioning that they had gone ahead and asked folks that live in mobile homes to evacuate. I think that that's a great move by the local authorities in Tallahassee. I mean, the winds that are possible for that area, a mobile home, even well tethered, is going to not be a safe spot.
Yeah, exactly. So they opened up some shelters, so those folks do have a place to go. So that is the good news. And anybody else, I should say, who wanted to get to a safer location, they can do so as well. And they even had sandbagging locations. There are some places, businesses that we found that did put some sandbags in front of their businesses, but it wasn't a widespread thing that we saw out here. Britta?
You know, that's the benefit to a quick hit. It does lower the impact when it comes to flash flooding. Brandy Campbell reporting live in Tallahassee. Jason, you know, talking about the whole wind impact here, obviously you can see we have some wind gusts that are coming through. These are easy to take on. I mean, it's not pleasant, but I'm feeling winds that are gusting maybe 20 to 30 miles per hour. When you're talking about a Category 4 hurricane that's making landfall, and as it pushes inland, we see that wind field expand, we're going to have very strong winds that encounter a lot of people. And when you look at inland locations, specifically Georgia, I mean, Jason, you have so much experience in the state of Georgia when it comes to forecasting. You know, top wind gusts, you're probably talking about tornado wind gusts, and that's an isolated spot, right? When you're talking about the fact that we could have hurricane force winds that are crossing the Florida-Georgia line, it's going to be at least a little bit of a stretch. I mean, hurricane force winds extend out right now about 15 to 20 miles. That's a big difference than an isolated strong wind gust from a tornado.
Yeah,
so
absolutely,
I think having more people impacted by that is going to be an interesting thing that we see unfold. Yeah,
I think the I-95 corridor is definitely going to be battered here within the, we'll say, about the next 12 to 24 hours here. Britta, we're going to check back in with you in just a moment here. I want to get to one of our storm chasers, Brad Arnold. He is in the eye of the storm here. So, Brad, I know that you're joining us via phone here, but can you tell us exactly where you are and what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, right now we are in Perry, Florida, just a little bit off the coast, probably about 20 to 30 miles away from the Gulf of Mexico, as the major hurricane continues to work its way closer to our area. As of what we're seeing right now, we are seeing sustained winds now of tropical storm force strength. Gusting, I have gotten gusts anywhere up to 50 to 60 miles an hour, so it is getting closer. These bands continue just to build up, and each band is stronger than the last that came through. So we're just kind of buckling down right here. We're in a Walmart parking lot, and we're just going to see how things continue to deteriorate throughout the morning hours.
Yeah, Brad, the eye of the storm is about 40 to about 45 miles southwest of your area. So we do anticipate the conditions are going to be going downhill here, likely within about the next hour or so. By the way, is anybody at that Walmart? Is that Walmart open, or have stores closed, and are people heeding the local official?
All right, taking a live look now. This camera courtesy of EarthCam. This is over in San Marcos, Florida. This is southern Florida on the western edge, the panhandle there. But just wanted to show this camera to you because we've been seeing some pretty intense lightning. There it is right there, flashing up in the screen again as Idalia has now strengthened up into a Category 4 storm as we continue to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. Want to turn now to our partners over at Fox 13 Tampa. They're speaking now with emergency official over in Pinellas County.
Thank you so much for taking time and speaking with us.
Thank you.
All right, she brings up a good point to, not to go into those flood. You have alligators, snakes, fire ants. I mean, the list goes on.
Oh my.
Just don't do it.
She mentioned something, which was very important. She said the water is still coming up. Let me show you. Here's Bayshore Boulevard. You see the water? You see the water coming into Bayshore now, okay? You got a south-southwest wind at 25 miles per hour. This is not going anywhere. This is what it's going to be like throughout the day. This is actually closer to Gandy. Okay. So this would be south of Beta Bay, Jen, okay? So you're kind of closer to Gandy and this is the vantage point that we've got. And again, now that we're getting a little bit closer, we can get some lights, we can see what's going on. Yeah. That part of Bayshore is closed. I know that, so coming, say, from McDill, like you want to go toward downtown. I know that part is done. The other side looks open because the water's not there yet, but that's the water coming over Bayshore this morning. And this is why we're saying, really just hanging tight, because it's not the rain, it's not the wind, and that's our first thought when you think of a hurricane. But what are you going to do when you can't get past that?
And I mean, where are you going? There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to be right now.
But
don't be curious and don't go out there.
That's just one of probably hundreds of roads that look like that right now, which may get worse as the storm surge just continues to pour in. And even though the storm's far to our north, okay? I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah. No, and that illustrates the point big time, Dave.
All right, we are continuing to follow the track and impacts of Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way north to the Big Bend area.
Let's go to Mariah Harrison, who is live in Hernando County at the Emergency Operations Center. What's it looking like up there?
Hey, good morning, guys. Actually, that EOC was definitely getting battered with some strong wind and rain, according to the radar. We've actually moved over closer to Cortez Road and US 19. So US 19 has really been sort of an anchor point here in Hernando County. Yesterday, during evacuations, it was the anchor point. If you were west of US 19, well, you needed to figure out how to get east of US 19. This morning, it really is more of a physical barrier. You are not allowed access to any of these coastal communities along Hernando County unless you own a house, own a business, or are members of the media. Right here at Cortez and US 19, I mean, they have the road closed. You can see the deputies are parked, and we have seen a couple of people get turned around as they were trying to get beyond this point and maybe reach, some of those coastal communities. We actually have a map up to show you what the access kind of looks like. So right now, Pine Island, Bayport, Hernando Beach, access is closed from now until the foreseeable future because this is all within the county evacuation zone. So as part of the media, they did let us beyond the barrier so we could show you the conditions back there. We've got some video to show you. We did drive through Bayport. We also drove through Pine Island, and we can report that the roads are still pretty drivable, and the power does appear to be on in most, if not all, of those homes back there in those coastal communities. Now, we didn't see any activity, right? No people walking around, no lights going on and off, but most of the island seems to have heeded those evacuation orders cars and gotten out of there. But what we did see were a lot of vehicles that were left behind on Pine Island. Actually, it appears that a lot of them were left parked on what appears to be one of the more elevated points on the island. And with that storm.
All right, that was coverage from our partners over at Fox 13 Tampa. We will continue our coverage here of Hurricane Idalia, now a strong Category 4, aiming towards the state of Florida now. 5:41 on the East Coast. We'll be back after a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 5:44 on the East Coast, 2:44 over on the West Coast. But up in Tallahassee, Florida, that's where we're going for our continuing coverage here of Idalia, as it has strengthened to a Category 4 storm, now incredibly dangerous as it approaches the state of Florida. Again, we have Brandy Campbell now standing by for us live over in Tallahassee. She's over in the area just west of now where the main part of that storm is expected to hit. Good morning, Brandy. What's the conditions like right now?
Good morning. So here in Tallahassee, we're just getting a consistent rain. It's not too heavy at this time, but it does appear to start picking up. The wind as well isn't as strong, but we know that is going to increase. That is actually one of the main concerns here. I spoke to the mayor here for the city of Tallahassee, and he told me this is going to be, quote, a storm of epic proportions for Tallahassee because they are expecting such high wind speeds. And this city is known for its tree canopy. It has 55% tree coverage here, and they're expecting the high winds could knock down a lot of these trees and cause a lot of power outages. So they did call in to get some extra help. So once they have those power outages after the storm, they can go back and try to get the power turned on for folks here. I also want to note there was or is a mandatory evacuation for this area for folks who live in, I should say, mobile homes. So that was another factor. They kept those people in consideration, and the city, in a sorts, is pretty much shut down. Obviously, it's for, well, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock in the morning right now. It's too early, but also a lot of the city services, bus, the airport of sorts, they're all closed down today as well. So hopefully we don't see too many folks on the road this morning going into the afternoon when the brunt of this storm is really coming in. I saw a report that the rain is really heavy about an hour southeast from us in Perry, Florida. So potentially that's headed our way. Because again, right now the rain's not too heavy, wind's not too strong, but we're just getting into the storm. Giacomo?
Very concerning there. Brandy Campbell over in Tallahassee. Good news there. Obviously, there isn't very many folks on the road. Normally about this time is usually when folks are starting to wake up. But I'm sure part of that 49 county disaster declaration by the governor in the past 24 hours or so probably helping that. So folks are staying out, staying in, I should say. Very important at this point in time as the storm approaches. Brandy, as the storm approaches, power outages, likely high winds, storm surge, a little bit of everything. But what's in terms of power outages, because we are seeing, just as we're checking maps, that power outages across up in the north there, especially in the Big Bend, appear to be kind of picking up there. So a lot of power outages, or what are you seeing as far as that?
So as of now, I'll have to check on the power outage situation. I don't have the numbers on that yet, but like you said, we are expecting that to be the main issue here. And I know you mentioned storm surge. We are further inland, about an hour drive from the coast here, that could see devastating amounts of storm surge. We're not really expecting a ton of flooding. The mayor told me they don't normally have that issue, and they have taken care of their stormwater systems as well, clearing their drains. So it's going to be that wind impact here and power outages. So next time we speak, I'll have that number for you.
Yeah, we have about 50,000 across the state. I think in terms of conditions, my question, just wondering if you've seen any flickering. Have the lights gone off just in the time that you've been there?
No, actually, we've been pretty good. We're actually housed right now inside of a parking garage, and I'm just standing on the sidewalk. And this area so far has been pretty good. I'm told they normally don't have power outage issues in this area, or even in more the central location of downtown. So they're normally pretty good when it comes to power outages. So we'll have to see how it impacts this area. Maybe it's more of a residential problem. So we'll definitely keep you guys up to date to see what parts of the city or how many people here are impacted on that end.
Yeah, there's so much that we're going to continue to follow here. Brandy Campbell out there over in Tallahassee. We appreciate the coverage. You stay safe. Parking garage, very good spot to be in times like this if you have to be outside, showing us the coverage. Thanks so much, Brandy.
Of course.
Okay, folks, the time now 5:49 on the East Coast and 2:49 over on the West Coast. If you are just now tuning in here on Live Now from Fox, as we continue our coverage of this hurricane now approaching the state. Before we go to our final commercial break, just want to show you the current path of the storm, continuing to strengthen as it approaches the state. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 5:51 on the East Coast. Continuing now to track Hurricane Idalia now as it approaches the state of Florida. We do have our partners over at Fox Weather continuing coverage this morning. They have live reporters in the field. Let's dip into coverage as we continue following Idalia now on Live Now from Fox.
To Idalia here. So let's dive into this. And for those of you that are in Georgia, we do have tornado watches right now expanded for the Savannah metro area, including those of you in Chatham County, Glenn, Jeff Davis, Liberty, as well McIntosh County, even those of you over in Screven County as well. We'll likely end up seeing this expand here. But first, want to talk about the active tornado warning. This is in Charlton, Georgia right now. This is just to the south and east of Waycross, Georgia here. So we're expecting to see this move through your area here within about the next 5 minutes or so. So if you're in the Cypress Siding area or in the Folkson area, I need you to get to your safe spot that is away from any windows, that is also on the lowest level of your home here. Typically, whenever we do have these hurricanes that are moving into your area, sometimes these outer rain bands will start to change the wind speed and the wind direction here. And then you start to see these quick EF0, EF1 tornadoes that do end up spinning up here. So new this morning is the expanded tornado watch. It now includes those of you in southeast Georgia, so Savannah, as well as Brunswick. And then for the folks who are down in Florida, including Gainesville, Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, Orlando, Tampa, as well as Sarasota, this is going to be going on in your area here until about the 6 a.m. hour here. Would not be surprised, though, to see this extended for those of you in North Florida, including the Gainesville area here. And this is just because we are still anticipating some of those outer rain bands that may end up sparking some of the wind shear here, which does end up leading to these tornadoes. Let's give you the latest update here on Hurricane Idalia here. It has max winds at 130 miles per hour. Within the past hour, it was officially upgraded to a Category 4 storm. What makes this storm so mind-boggling is the fact that just yesterday at about 4:30, this was a tropical storm. So it had winds around 60 miles per hour. Right now, it has doubled in terms of intensity here, and it can still end up intensifying just a little bit here because that is what happens with these tropical systems is just before landfall here, especially when you have ocean temperatures that are in the mid to upper 80s here, we will likely end up seeing a little bit of strengthening here. Now, it's still moving north-northeastward at about 18 miles per hour. One of the other things that I've been watching here is the air pressure here. That is a really good gauge at whether or not the storm has been strengthening or losing its strength here. Within about the past hour, we've been seeing that air pressure here, unfortunately, go downhill here. So we are expecting landfall here with Idalia here within about the next hour to about 2 hours here. As we take a look this morning over at Cedar Key, Florida here, look at those winds right now. They're at about 55 miles per hour here. So those winds are going to continue to move up here. We've been getting reports here of increasing amounts of storm surge here of about approaching 4 feet here. And that is the reason why first responders have been asking folks to stay off the roads. If you are going to be home, to shelter in place for the duration of the storm here. We've also been getting some reports here as well as some flooded roadways as well as a result of the storm surge and the intensity of the rain here. So please do not go outside. If you have decided to hunker down in place, please make sure to stay in place for the duration of this storm. Well, Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ, so even when the power goes out, you can still see continuing coverage. You can head to our website, foxweather.com, or you can go to the Google or the Apple stores and you can download the app. Please make sure that you turn on your severe weather notifications so that when...
And looks like Fox Weather is getting ready to go to a break there, so I do want to switch gears and go over to our Fox 13 Tampa team. They are still in coverage. Let's go ahead and get to that.
High tide just passed. We're approaching low tide, but these numbers are almost off the charts, okay? And we're expecting to continue to see high water levels, so much so that we can see, at least in the bullseye of where this thing makes landfall, 12 to 16 feet, almost unimaginable level surge on shore in that area. Along our coast, we're not going to be immune to this as well. We're already seeing it, and I anticipate this will only continue to ramp up through the day today. So while weather, by the looks of it, may gradually improve and you're going to want to get outside and do things outside today, you really shouldn't. If you live along the coast, you really want to avoid those roadways that we're talking about, because I anticipate high water issues to continue during the day today, especially as we approach that secondary high tide early this afternoon. Okay, remember, we're in a full moon situation, so we're exaggerating, right? With that gravitational pull is exaggerating our high water issues. And it's not just coastal flooding we got to worry about, it's also inland flooding, right? Flooding due to those heavy bands of rain that continue to push on shore. Currently, we're under a flood warning in effect for Hillsborough County, and this is going to be a serious situation, we think, for the Alafaya River in Riverview along 301. So we've got to be mindful of that, and we could be talking about historic level flooding in that area. So again, there will likely come a point in time where we're going to want the water to stop and the rain to stop, but it won't. We're in a drought. We wanted some rain, but we're going to get in a situation today where it's going to be raining too much. Even as the storm pulls away, we'll get into scattered showers, but the surge impacts will be just beginning, and then eventually we will see improvements in our weather. I think your Labor Day weekend looks really, really nice. Think drier, lower humidity, high temps, low 90s, and bright sunshine to come. But we got to get through the next day or so here as we continue to deal with gusty winds and scattered rain. Time now is 5:58. We're going to take a break and be right back.
And as our Fox 13 friends go to a break, we'll pull up the old XRAD weather radar here and taking a look at it. That's the big story today. That is Hurricane Idalia, and you can see the eye of that storm. You can see actually the time in the corner of your screen. It shows you just how quickly that's starting to move as it is approaching the Big Bend region of Florida. It is now a Category 4. That's the big news of the past hour. It's been a Category 3 for quite some time, but now those winds above 130 miles per hour. So a very serious situation. It already was as a Category 3, now as a Category 4. Seeing some problems in that neck of the woods with storm surge, especially near record or possibly record-setting storm surges making its way along the eastern or western part of the Florida coast. So I think in that neck of the woods, that Big Bend area, upwards of maybe even 15 feet of storm surge could happen there. So that is possibly one of the most deadly aspects of a hurricane. So that's something we're keeping a close eye on, and also going to our friends over at Fox Weather. And as a matter of fact, I want to get into some of their coverage here real quick, as they've been covering Hurricane Idalia very extensively. They got multiple reporters in the field, multiple live looks outside, as do we as well. But we're going to go to them for the official word right now. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
We've been monitoring all of these cameras here. Unfortunately, what has been happening is the signal has been going in and out here, largely because of those strong winds. And Idalia right now is officially a Category 4 storm here. And we are monitoring the storm's every move. America's weather team is fanned out all across the southeast, including our Brandy Campbell, who's been live for us in the Tallahassee area. We have our Robert Ray, who's been live over in the Clearwater area as well. And then we have our Nicole Valdez, who's also been live for us as well here this morning. I want to head on over to my colleague Britta Merwin, who's live this morning over in the Gainesville, Florida area here. And Britta, what's been interesting to note has been the winds have really started to kick up here, but the rain has been on and off for you.
Yeah, right now we're in that lull that you forecasted, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate the short break. Looking at radar, though, that next band that's setting up, Jason, that looks to be the next punch that we'll feel here in Gainesville. We've had a couple rain bands move through, and each one of those rain bands, the peak wind gust was between 29 and about 34 miles per hour. So we haven't quite yet felt tropical storm force wind gusts. That is going to play into what we will feel here in Gainesville, and the concern is, will the strong winds bring down trees, which is really the biggest deal for the Gainesville area. They're known for these big, beautiful trees. They come down. The soil, by the way, is already saturated, not only because we're getting rain, but go back to think about what we've seen over the last couple months for the southeast, Jason. It's been a really wet stretch of time, and that means that all these trees are already kind of, you know, a little loose because of the soil, and then we're going to throw in some strong winds, and that could lead to power outages. Here in Gainesville, I'm under not only a tornado watch, but also a hurricane warning. So let's talk about hurricane force winds. The latest advisory package from the Hurricane Center came in at 5 a.m. East Coast time. The hurricane force winds from Idalia, they'd extend out about 25 miles from the center. So just looking at the landfall site, Jason, it's pretty low risk for hurricane force winds for Gainesville. Of course, they're going to keep up that hurricane warning as it's possible. And crazy things happen when, you know, hurricanes make landfall, especially strong ones like Idalia, which is a Cat 4. But most likely what we're going to feel here in Gainesville is tropical storm conditions. With that said, tropical storm force winds can extend up to 73 miles per hour. That would be an extremely strong wind gust. The strongest wind gusts that I could find in terms of people remembering notable storms here in Gainesville would be the storm of the century that was back in March of 1993. They had a wind gust of 62 miles per hour. You know, and when you talk to people from Gainesville, that's really the storm that they remember. Yes, they've had, you know, tropical storms come through. Andrea was the latest one back in 2013. But what they felt from the storm of the century, which was a non-tropical storm in March of 1993, that produced a lot of damage for this area. A lot of trees came down. A lot of buildings were, you know, damaged within that storm. So it'll be interesting to see where this stacks up benchmark-wise for folks that live in Gainesville.
And Britt, I thought it was noteworthy here that the National Weather Service has said that no one has ever seen a storm like this. So, by the way, that eye wall, which is where we see the strongest winds as well as the heaviest rain, is about 26 miles away here and about 95 miles away from those of you over in the Tallahassee area. We did get a new advisory here from the National Hurricane Center. So let's show you what hasn't changed yet. We're still seeing max winds of 130 miles per hour. Idalia is still a Category 4 storm. And what has changed, though, has been the speed. It's slowing down just a little bit. Previously, it was moving northeastward at about 18 miles per hour. Right now, it's moving at about 17 miles. We've seen a little bit of a change also with the pressure as well. Previously, it was at 940 millibars, and now it is at 942 here. So we are expecting a landfall here with Idalia here within about the next hour to about 2 hours here. So if you are, or if you have family members that live right along the I-10 or that I-75 corridor, we are expecting conditions to continue to go downhill within about the next 30 minutes or so as this storm slowly starts to move into that area. Georgia already seeing big impacts here as well. We saw that tornado watch. It has since been expanded into the Savannah area. So Chatham County, as well as those of you south of there in Bullitt County, also in the Statesboro area right now under a tornado watch. We do have active tornado warnings as well to tell you about here, including DeSoto County. This is going to be going on until 6:30 here, and over in the Highlands County area, Polk County as well, also through 6:30 as well. No surprise here because we typically do see some of these outer rain bands. What they end up doing is they change the wind field. Whenever you get these tornadoes, you have a change in wind speed and wind direction with height. Meteorologists, we refer to that as wind shear here, but all of this is radar indicated. As we'll zoom in here, we're not really seeing much here in terms of any major rotation here, but typically whenever we get these tropical systems that do spawn up these tornadoes, they're usually quick spin up tornadoes. We're talking about an EF0 or an EF1 here, where you see that circle there. That is exactly where we're seeing just a brief spin up here. That's just south of the Avon Park area and just to the north there of the Brownville area. But Britta, bottom line, we need to tell folks, please make sure to activate the severe weather alerts on the Fox Weather app. So no matter where you are across Florida and Georgia, you can be notified immediately once these alerts come through.
Yeah, listening out for those tornado warnings, extremely important. You know, the inland impacts are very noteworthy, especially because we're talking about a Category 4 hurricane. So even as we see landfall, we're going to have hurricane force winds that do push very far inland. That could be a tremendous impact to a place like Tallahassee. I want to bring in Brandy Campbell. She's live in Tallahassee this morning. You know, Tallahassee, Brandy, I wanted to bring just a little quote here from the National Weather Service. This was in their forecast discussion, and literally they say, no major hurricane has historically hit Appalachia Bay since 1851. That's how far back their records go. None have ever hit the area. It says, don't mess around with this. Follow the advice of your local emergency management. That's some pretty strong language from the National Weather Service office. So, you know, what are you getting this morning from the state? I mean, I'm sure a lot of information is coming in. Do you feel like the state is happy with the preparations that have gone down ahead of this?
Well, I can't speak on the state level, but just from speaking with the mayor of this town yesterday, he did tell me that he felt like his citizens were getting prepared throughout this weekend going into this weather event. He's saying, you know, it was a steady flow of people going to get what they needed throughout this time. I mentioned earlier in the shows that, no, we didn't see the crazy long lines at gas stations or crazy long lines inside of the stores, but he did feel like they were ready here for this storm. They had their evacuation orders for people who lived in mobile homes, and the shelters open for them as a resort for them to go to for safety. For them, their biggest concern is just power outages in the high.
And pardon the interruption here real quick, but I do have to dip in because we do have to get to a commercial break here in just a second. We do have a live shot to get to here in a moment out of Orlando, Florida. Before we do that, it's important to note that anywhere you catch Live Now from Fox, you can also watch Fox Weather. You can stream that anywhere. You can see us, and also they have an app. You can check that out in the Google Play Store as well as the Apple Store. You just search that in those application programs. So keep that in mind if you want to stay on top of all this weather, and you probably should. And here's why. Let's go take a little look at this. That is Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 4 storm. We've been tracking this all morning. Landfall is expected about in an hour, maybe a little after. It isn't picking up in intensity. Wasn't originally forecast to be a Category 4. It was a Category 3 originally, but now it has made that step to a 4, a much more serious storm. And again, was already serious. So we'll be looking at the impacts it has in that area, that Big Bend area of Florida, where you see it about to make landfall. You can see that eye of the hurricane kind of dissipates the closer it gets to land, but you can see it's certainly at the beginning of that. Very well formed. So that's 130-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll have a live report in some other areas also here in just a moment. Orlando, Florida, not necessarily in the track of that, but where they are is in some tropical storm force winds potentially. So still some problems there. We'll check in with our Fox 35 Orlando team here in just a bit. Let's get to that commercial break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Of course, we are continuing our coverage of following and tracking Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 4 storm. You see it making that impact there. Landfall expected in about an hour in the Big Bend area of Florida, but the impact being seen around the state. We do have Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. She is live in Orla Vista with the conditions on the ground there. Randy, good morning. What are you seeing out there?
Hey, good morning to you. So Orla Vista is near downtown Orlando, and throughout the morning we have seen on and off rain. I'll give you a look out to the front of the camera. Not any rain that we see right now, but we anticipate another bands of rain to move through the Orlando area, and pretty significant rain. But you can see the ground is pretty slick because it has rained here. And we wanted to come and check out this community in particular because this neighborhood has been rocked in past years by hurricanes. This is a flood-prone area. They were rocked with Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Nicole, and then Hurricane Irma years past. And so this area is known to flood. The county here in Orange County has done work to try to help create flood prevention projects for this community. Orange County is expected to get 1 to 3 inches of rain, and so not too much, but the county says that it has tried to be proactive in making sure that whatever rain amount we get, the capacity in our lakes and canals, they do have the ability to hold that. So what they have done in the days leading up to now Category 4 hurricane moving through Florida and then having impacts around Central Florida, they have checked the canals and the retention ponds and the lakes to check for any debris to make sure, and the drainage systems to make sure that they are able to, and then lowered the lake levels to be able to have capacity to hold any water, any rainwater that we get. Another thing that we're monitoring as we get into the day, sporadic power outages. That's something that's of concern for the Metro Orlando area. As we were riding through the neighborhood, and you just saw in that live picture from the front of our vehicle, the power is still on in this community. But we've been tracking power outages, and we're into the thousands across Florida. And then in Central Florida, we're also starting to notice power outages. But in this area, not seeing the power out, but that's something that we'll continue to monitor today because as Orange County officials have indicated, and even the electric companies have said, they anticipate the power going out sporadically across the county. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you live this morning. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
And that'll certainly be a problem throughout the state. I am certain of it. We're already seeing a lot of that. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 Orlando. Thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it. It is 6:13 on the East Coast, 3:13 on the West Coast. The big day today we're tracking. You see it right behind me. Hurricane Idalia is about to make landfall in about an hour, maybe a little after that, and it is a Category 4. That means sustained winds of over 130 miles an hour. So we're tracking all of it for you here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at it right there. That's the position where it sits right now. You see that eye of the storm slowly creeping towards the Florida coast. And again, that is called the Big Bend region, and that's what it's known as. And that's where they're expecting near record or possibly record-setting storm surge. And I said this earlier, that is one of the deadliest parts of a hurricane is that storm surge. What we're going to do right now is take a commercial break. We'll come back and probably dip into some of our other Fox affiliates around Florida, checking with their coverage, see what they have to say. We've got plenty to cover. Stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Like I said before the break, we're going to check in with some of our Fox stations.
45 miles per hour. But look at Tallahassee right now, a north wind at 41. So it's understood as we're dealing with those winds as they are rotating around the eye of Idalia. Still a dangerous and life-threatening hurricane. As far as those top wind reports are concerned in Keaton Beach, 83 miles an hour so far. But it's not just been there. It's been at Horseshoe Beach, too, where we've been watching a pretty significant surge. In Perry, Florida, we saw winds top 71 miles an hour. Cedar Key, too. Amy, we are heading toward low tide. Our next cycle of high tide will begin in Cedar Key. But with the surge that we have seen with more than 6 feet, that was during a low tide cycle, and that's concerning given what we've been seeing with this astronomical tide with the blue moon, the super moon.
That also matches pretty closely Cedar Key, what they're doing right now with the 6-foot surge, to what they saw with Hermine, which of course wasn't a landfall in the Big Bend. But this is another impact that we've seen previously, and we expect that to be exaggerated. The other thing I think we should touch on is the speed of the storm. We saw overnight, about 3 a.m., the storms start to speed up and the intensity revved up. All of these factors and characteristics about the storm are very important for what happens inland. So once we've seen the storm make landfall, it's racing. So as it's going quickly, that's good news because you don't have the winds there as long, but at the same time, it's bad news because it keeps the intensity in place.
Because that Florida-Georgia line is very much going to be at play within the next 10, 15 minutes. It's impressive to see a corridor, a stretch of Interstate 10 under an extreme wind warning. That is not something that occurs. This is the first major hurricane to make landfall in the Big Bend region. I know we talk of that downgrading with those winds weakening just some, but still a major hurricane. And with the forward motion, think back to a hurricane like Hurricane Charlie in 2004. That one had a very fast forward motion, and that was able to quickly move through. Now, it was for southwestern Florida, but here in this part of the panhandle of Florida, including parts of southern Georgia, this area is known for its forests, and that's what we will talk a lot about. Power outages are going to ramp up. Among the different types of trees that we have, pine trees are most susceptible to hurricane wind force and damage.
Yeah, they can basically snap off around 10, 12 feet, and you've got the tops of the trees off. When you look at the inland impacts, to put it in perspective, you have 20 million Americans with tropical alerts right now. Florida, Georgia, both the Carolinas, all in the state of emergency. So these counties and these states are expecting mainly power outages. The inland areas don't have the exposure. They could have some inland flooding. That's not out of the question to see freshwater rise. But the real problem here is going to be the wind and taking out power. So if people have not prepared for power outages, this is where we're going to get people caught off guard inland.
That's where we'll see it. I mean, this is Taylor County, so this is where landfall of Hurricane Idalia occurred. And as this storm moves off to the east-northeast, it's going to continue to move in. It's impressive, too, when we look at the forecast of Idalia. This is likely going to remain a strong hurricane, perhaps a Category 2 hurricane, Amy, as it straddles the Georgia and South Carolina coastline. But as we go throughout, I mean, we had seen the press conference with Governor Ron DeSantis out over in Tallahassee, power flickering, and the amount of power outages we're going to see increase. That's a direct impact that we have when we talk about these winds. And look at this, the newest forecast that we have out from the Hurricane Center. We're still talking about a strong tropical storm by tomorrow morning as it's moving over South Carolina.
Yeah, the center of the storm going Valdosta all the way to Myrtle Beach. Let's get into it with Idalia's storm surge. We've talked about some of these inland impacts, but go back to the coast where expansive 200 miles of Florida's coastline impacted by high waters. The wind field extends more than 100 miles away from the core of the storm. This intense wind piles up. The water gets onshore, and very vulnerable areas of Florida's west coast are inundated quickly. The surf has been fast to rise with the fierce wind. Fox Weather's Robert Ray is in Clearwater Beach, Florida, just west of Tampa, where it's not just flooding. You've also had the surge and the winds whipping.
We have, Amy. Yeah, good morning to you from Clearwater Beach, where they had a mandatory evacuation yesterday, and this is why. Look at the surge. Right now, we've got some gusty winds. The rain has stopped. Those heavy bands that have come in the past hour just whooped up all this water, brought more of it in to these streets from the Gulf of Mexico, and thankfully, we're not seeing any of that right now. But I will tell you, as far as I can see, as far as my human eye could see.
The crash on the 417 this morning northbound just before the exit for the 408 there. So do make sure that you are using caution. Again, not recommended to drive on the roadways this morning. For now, we're going to send things back to the anchors, Ryan and Amy.
Allison, thanks. We are seeing those extreme wind warnings up north. We'll continue to watch that as this moves that way. Much more coverage of Hurricane Idalia coming up.
That's right. It continues right after this short break. Don't go away.
Hey, Todd. And as they're going to a commercial break, we'll switch gears. We're moving pretty quickly here. We got a lot of feeds, a lot of things to get to. So as people go to break, we'll dip back to the other folks and we'll go to Fox Weather now and get the updates there. Take a listen.
Remains open. I think a lot of people, a lot of times, they think that hospitals end up closing here. And, depending on where
they're always open.
They're always open here. By the way, Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to get an update here at about 6:30 here. So we are going to be checking in on that press conference here in about the next 10 minutes. Meanwhile, here's a live look over in St. George Island, where already we've seen some rain showers moving through here. I want to bring our colleague, storm tracker Brett Adair, who's joining us on the phone here from Keaton Beach, Florida here. So, Brett, good to see you here this morning. Thank you. What are you seeing there on the ground?
Well, we are just to the north of Keaton now. We have moved up into the community of Perry. We're starting to see some of those bands with the inner core of Idalia as it moves toward the north and east and moves in our general direction. We're pretty much in the direct path of the center of circulation that's coming with this Category 4 hurricane. We're expecting the winds to really creep up here over the next 30 to 45 minutes as that center gets really close. And unfortunately, conditions are going to go downhill here very, very quickly.
Yeah, Brett, how much flooding are you expecting in your area? I know that we've been going back and forth between 6 inches to about 12 inches, but I mean, you're going to pretty much be in the heart of this.
Well, the rain has not been so bad thus far. We're not seeing much in the way of flooding here, maybe a little bit of ponding so far, but we're dealing with more of the storm surge element just to the south there at Keaton Beach and areas to the east as this center makes landfall. Worried about that 10 to 15 plus foot surge that may impact portions of the area. And then also, again, as you mentioned, the heavy rainfall. But the one good thing is this system's moving rather quickly, and it's going to continue to accelerate toward the northeast once it makes landfall. Yeah,
and that is what is going to be impacting, I think, finally some of those final rain totals as well. Moving forward, besides the storm surge, what is going to be your biggest concerns here moving forward?
Well, obviously the wind impacts are going to be important. We're watching for those, throughout the morning hours, the down trees, power lines. We're expecting a lot of that with these intense winds as they move inland. But the storm surge is going to be the thing that is going to impact coastal communities first and foremost, along with those intense winds. But again, this system is going to move up the I-10 corridor, across I-75. So some of the interior sections are going to deal with very high winds as well.
All right, Storm Tracker Brett Adair, thank you so much for joining us here, and please stay safe. All right, Brett Adair joining us live there via phone. Thank you. Right now, we are going to go to Nicole Valdez.
Hey, Jason, well, we are here along Tampa Bay, and if you can believe it, we're standing on what was once a roadway that now looks like it's just part of Tampa Bay, as I show you just how high the water has reached and how much of it is being pushed onto shore here and further inland every few minutes. I mean, it is scary fast how quickly this water is moving and just how strong the waves that you're seeing here really do feel on the ground. You look here at all the debris that's come in from the bay. You'll notice that. I mean, my goodness, as I struggle here to try to keep my hat on. Let's try that again. As I struggle there, we're looking at the bay here. We are nearing likely 4 feet of storm surge along Bayshore Boulevard. An incredible image here, something that local police officers say they've never seen in their 20 years working in the city. And what you'll notice is all of those waves, they're crashing against what separates the bay to this main roadway, and the water goes on for miles, Jason, and it looks like really what you would see along the beach on a very windy day. And it feels as if you're along that shore, right, where the waves kind of come and go and push you further in and out of the sand. But we're standing on asphalt, and you'll notice just how far this goes. We have police officers essentially trying to get to the end of where that water is to try to let people know, as some may wake up this morning thinking that the worst is over, that this is still very much an intense impact we're feeling here in Tampa Bay. On top of the tornado watches that you mentioned are still in place for this area. We've got Florida Highway Patrol has already closed several major bridges in and out of this area. So coupled with the wind gusts, coupled with all of the storm surge, and knowing that we are still hours away from high tide here, it's going to be something that we continue to watch, something that we're keeping a very close eye on as we stay out here giving you these live reports, because the water levels here continue to change and they're rising slowly but surely. So every couple minutes we're having to take a couple steps more inland as this water really starts to threaten, you know, all the homes, businesses, and hotels that line this busy street here that have thankfully taken the precautions. We've got sandbags out, but really it's just a matter of time until we see how far this water really goes, Jason.
Yeah, all right. Well, Nicole Valdez, live for us this morning over in Tampa. Please stay safe, you and your crew. Meantime, we're going to take a quick break here. We are expecting Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis to hold a press conference here within about the next minute and a half. Please make sure to go to our website, foxweather.com, download the Fox Weather app for continuing coverage. We'll be right back.
And you see, that is the live look right there. There's in Tallahassee. And there it is back on the screen. That is Hurricane Idalia, Category 3, sustained winds at 120 miles per hour at the moment, and a big storm surge expected in that area near the eye of the storm. I do want to go back to Fox Weather for some of their coverage to get the latest updates around the state of Florida and see what they have to say at this point. Looks like they are doing a live hit with someone, so let's go ahead and listen in.
These cameras, absolutely remarkable. That is exactly what they are there for, to augment the extraordinary coverage of what the team is doing out in person. These cameras help to see stuff that they just can't see in person because it's too dangerous. Unbelievable imagery using technology this morning.
When you get out in the danger zone ahead of the storm, you're looking for the points where the forecast is calling for the worst conditions. How does it look for the imagery that's coming back so far? Certainly what we've seen out of Cedar Keys has been very impressive as the surge is there well past 6 feet.
Yes, Cedar Key is inundated, as we have seen. But up at Steenhatchee, we have a camera system on the bridge there with our weather station. And watching the Steenhatchee River just come up so fast, it looks almost like rapids. It's just unbelievable. But that's that storm surge, the power of storm surge driven in by the landfall of a Category 3 hurricane.
We can see from the Cedar Key cameras right now, water has swallowed some of the homes right there on the outsides of the island. We've also had wind speeds above 80 miles an hour nearby. Between Cedar Key and Perry, that's really where our top wind speeds have been coming in, and there is an extreme wind warning for those counties as it moves inland towards 10. Mark, when you look at how this storm is performing, what are your concerns inland? We had such a fierce landfall, and it's moving so quickly. The inland impacts are also going to be exaggerated.
That's exactly right, Amy. We need to understand that where I am in Madison, Florida, on Interstate 10, that whole area, we think back to Michael. We talked about Charlie earlier, these fast-moving hurricanes as they go inland. This is going to be a hurricane for the rest of the southeast from here on out. So the pine trees that are going to come down, the oak trees, the flooding. As I talked about in an earlier segment, we hope that the big rig truckers will just stay home and out of this zone. I'm really worried about them, this I-10 corridor. Hopefully their dispatch is telling them to stay put for the next several hours.
Yeah, this is no joke when you get onto I-10 and you've got 70 to 80 mile an hour winds coming in at a clip. Not to mention that we've got the tornado risk in place. We've had some tornado warnings this morning, but a watch will be in place for Florida and Georgia until 3 p.m. Eastern time. That's another significant point of a landfall. The inland locations can easily see a spin up of a very severe storm, which is just as risky as any of the impacts a hurricane could bring.
Oh, that's exactly right. And all of the impacts, that's that word. I like that. That's what this is all about, the impact, not the track necessarily, not the little dot that we see or the symbols, but the impacts. The surge is happening at the coast. We're getting the wind, and that is starting to cause damage. The inland flooding, not going to be as big a problem, but still several inches of rain can cause localized flooding. And then, of course, the risk of tornadoes and some of those bands. All of this ever-changing, very dynamic over the next 24 to 36 hours for the entire southeast coast down here.
All right, we're going to continue checking in with you. Fox Weather's hurricane storm tracker with us, Mark Sutta. Thanks for the perspective and the live eyewitness of this storm as it comes inland.
Unbelievable. Yes.
And pretty amazing video there. That guy actually put a bunch of cameras that were waterproof in a bunch of buildings, and you saw some of the video, at least from one of those buildings, to capture that storm surge as it came in. So pretty cool stuff. Glad we were able to catch that as we take a live look here at our X-RAD weather radar at Hurricane Idalia. It has officially made landfall as a Category 3, 120 mile per hour sustained winds and a devastating storm surge and a lot of damage in store for folks along the northern part of Florida. Well, actually all the way to the south as well. We're seeing some pretty decent flooding in the Tampa area, and you might have seen our coverage earlier. We dipped into their coverage for just a second, and they spoke about how they'd never seen one particular area near the water actually flooded. That's never happened before from somebody that had lived there their entire life. So pretty interesting stuff. We're getting a lot of reports like that, and I'm sure they'll continue as the day goes on here. Let's go ahead and get our second commercial break out of the way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. There's a live look at our X-RAD weather radar. We're tracking Hurricane Idalia. That's a Category 3 at this point. Sustained winds of 120 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and go over to our friends at Tampa, Fox 13, and check out their forecast and what they're saying and on the conditions there. Let's listen in.
Miles per hour, those gusts, and there'll be periods of time today. Yes, the winds will try to relax because the storm, you think about it, is weakening, right, as it moves onshore. But we're still going to maintain the wind direction out of the southwest with gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. So that's not going to allow that water, which would otherwise want to drain out as we get towards times of high tide, to really kind of see improvements there. So I know there's a lot of questions about what time to expect it in general, between like 11:30 this morning to about 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon, just depending on where you are. But that's when we'll get into our secondary high tide, which, I mean, this is just the recipe for exactly what we're seeing now, due to the full moon exaggerating the gravitational pull and exaggerating our tide. I mean, for some of you, we could see double the tide, like double normal, right? We've already seen areas with more than 4 feet above high tide, the surge, and we expect that to continue to pick up here over the hours ahead. So you get an idea of future casts next few hours. Periods of showers will continue to pour in. It's not going to rain all the time, but any additional rainfall is just going to worsen our flooding issues, okay? So windy with showers through the day today. Please be mindful about water levels. Any tropical event, water is what kills the most people. So don't go by the coast, hang indoors, and don't drive through flooded roadways. If you can remember those things, you're going to be safe as we continue to watch the storm continue to move away. Slow improvements next few days, still decent rain chance, and then by the time we get to Labor Day weekend, we're in for just lovely weather with more sunshine and rain chances about 20 to 30%. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
And as they go to a break, we'll go back to a live look at the radar there as we continue to track this. We do have a few live looks outside, and so I'm going to look here real quick and see where those locations are. Looks like this is Citrus County, Florida, that I'm about to put up here in just a bit. I can't see anything too remarkable there. See a little debris on the road there, but this is probably, I think this might be a Fox station, one of their live feeds. We'll check on that. I think this is actually Fox 13's feed, one of their live units out there on the road, but not looking too terrible out there. But again, you see some debris outside. And actually, we do have a shot from St. Petersburg, Florida as well, not too far from that neck of the woods, looking at some pretty choppy water there. But it doesn't look too bad in terms of winds. Not seeing it. Well, actually, now that I'm kind of looking in there, it does look like those palm trees are bending a bit. So it's not a great situation down there, but certainly farther up the coast towards that Big Bend region of the state of Florida, well, that's where things are getting pretty intense, have been intense for a while. And I want to reiterate, 16-foot storm surge that is possible in that neck of the woods. That could be record-setting or near record-setting in some places. In this area where we're looking right now, they were seeing or forecasting 4 to 7 feet of storm surge, but we heard from Robert Ray not too long ago that he doesn't expect that it's actually going to get that high, but it is still pretty high right now in some cases. We'll bring you some live pics of that when we do get those in. Let's go ahead and take another commercial break, get that third one out of the way. We'll come back and get right back into it here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow the track of Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 3 hurricane. Sustained winds around 120 miles per hour and the storm surge and wind impacting Florida. We're covering it from every angle here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a number of live feeds from many of the Fox stations, including Fox Weather in the state of Florida. I actually want to go over to our friends over at Fox 35 in Orlando in Central Florida to get a check on how that area is being impacted. So let's go ahead and listen in, raw and unfiltered.
To let you know that these rain bands are down south near Venice as well as Sarasota and Tampa. These are all going to be streamlining toward the Orlando metro and beyond. So important to make sure that you are staying weather aware and up to date. Maybe you wanted to just step outside, take the dog for a walk. Just know that heavy rain likely on the way. But I do want to take you out to one of our weather stem cameras out in Dunedin Channel. You can see that there's one guy trying to walk on the dock there, but the water continues to stream on and rain is now falling from our Titusville camera. Winds definitely not quite as potent from where we saw that landfalling hurricane, but still something we're going to continue to monitor for you. We have a lot of cameras on the right-hand side of your screen as well. For now, we're going to send things over to Amy and Danielle at the desk.
All right. Thank you so much, Allison. We do want to check in on the power loss that we have been seeing throughout the state. Now, according to poweroutage.us, we've got about 170,000 reported outages at this hour. Those outages really focused in on Volusia, Taylor, Dixie counties. Those areas, of course, marked in red on your map. And we actually watched as the governor's lights went out during his news conference in Tallahassee not too long ago. So we saw the power actually go out.
As did David's,
there.
where he was as well.
And
remember?
David's too, yeah. So we actually watched it happen live on air, and it's probably going to take a little while for them to get those lights back on.
Absolutely.
Also seeing the impact of Idalia all across Central Florida.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Fox 35's Manny Martinez. He's live in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck for us this morning. Manny, we want to say good morning to you. Once again, I know that you saw some downed trees. There was also some rain there, and you're driving along there. Are you seeing anything new or different, or can you tell us what you're seeing now?
So we are carefully navigating our way through the street here as there are lots of downed trees, downed power lines too. 3 that we have driven by, driven past, 2 that we've driven over. We actually tried to warn a driver coming in the oncoming direction that there was going to be a power line coming in his way. And right now here, just you can see where we are just outside of Mayo. Headed towards Mayo here, you can see just the debris that lines the street, and it is still blowing across our bow here. That tree completely covering the road here. We may have to take a way around here through the parking lot, or whichever way we can navigate through safely here. But just tons of debris. This is a lot more than when I last saw you about a half hour ago. That wind picked up again, Danielle and Amy. And so what we are seeing here is we make our way here in the Thunder Truck over one of those big branches. This is an 8,900-pound car, a Ford F-350. It can do these things that not everybody's car can. Even in this truck, we felt the wind kind of throw us around a little bit at points. But we're right now driving back through Mayo because instead of going to Cedar Key, like I had said about 30 minutes ago, we're actually going to switch plans on that, and we're going to head for Steinhatchee. So we are here in downtown Mayo, going to make a left here to go back south and make our way in that direction. But even we won't be able to get through there. There's a tree that we're looking at a football field away. So we're going to have to find a way around. And these are big, big trees that are down and blocking these roads here. And even along 27 where we were, there were a couple of barns on farms with their roofs ripped off. One with some of the supports down on the ground. You see here where we are, there's this big tree and there's that power line just loose and dangling right there. And an even one that's still tucked beneath the tree that it's being pulled and tugged to the ground. And we're right now right in the middle of a neighborhood right here in Mayo. Mayo, a town of just a few, of just over 1,000 people. and the only municipality here in Lafayette County. So this is a small town. And right now, these roads here, Danielle and Amy, are at an impasse. So we will try to make our way around, see what we see, and try to get to Steinhatchee, where we've got reports of some serious storm surge down that way. But even here where we are, I'm looking to my immediate right. There's just trees uprooted and split in half everywhere. The winds we were seeing were quite frankly incredible. Just the strength, the sheer strength. Just to our right, I'm looking at a mobile home where the fence that lined it is now blown over. Straight ahead, there's more trees that are completely blocking the way. And we're going to go and see. We've gotten around the big tree here, and that is to our left. We're going to be turning right, where there's some metal debris being blown over here across the street. If we just look around, there's some power lines down that we're going to be driving over right now. To our left, to our immediate left, and then down straight ahead and about 15 yards here, some more down on the ground. And more trees split, more power lines to our right. So this is just everywhere here in Mayo, where we are right now. Again, we are on our way towards Steinhatchee, and this all happened. We were here in Mayo a half hour, 45 minutes ago. And before we started making our way south back on 27, we didn't see much of this. We didn't feel much of that until we were on the road. And if you remember last time when we saw you, there were some trees down. They just weren't quite nearly the same size that we're seeing right now. And we're stopped here because there's a power line that we may not be able to get around. It's still dangling here and loose across the street. And there are homes here all over. So you have to imagine power out here in Mayo to the roughly 1,000 people that live here. But the rain for now has subsided. It's the wind that we're worried about, and all of this debris that is scattered all over, getting picked up, tossed around, blown around. That is a lot of that danger that we're seeing here in the Thunder truck. So we are making our way around. We're trying to navigate, as you see the wind still tossing some trash cans. We're trying to see whichever way we can go, but we may be boxed in here. So you'll have to check back in with us, Danielle and Amy, but that's all we got for now here in Mayo. Manny Martinez in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck.
Manny, thank you. And we just want to remind our viewers, and this is an area that's a little bit out of our viewing area, but the biggest loss of life after a storm is when people go out and they start that cleanup process, and those down power lines, they are active, they're live.
The interesting thing is, we're human beings. You want to go out and check and see what the damage is, or just get some fresh air, because maybe you've been cooped up in your house all night. But I think one of the things that Manny's live shot illustrates is, as he was driving, you see all of those down trees, all of those down power lines. Sometimes you don't know what's a live power line and what is not a live power line. So I think that he and his crew did a smart thing where they saw that down power line, they backed up, and they decided to go around to another area to try to get around this. What he's doing, he's out there doing that because he has to do that. This is what we do as a public service to you at home. We show you so that you don't have to get out there and get into the elements. So I know that the crew is staying as safe as they can given the conditions.
Absolutely. Let the linemen go out and take care of it first, and they will make sure that area is safe for you. We do want to take a quick break. We're going to be back with much more, a special edition of Good Day Orlando, as we continue to follow Hurricane Idalia making landfall at 7:45 this morning, so about an hour ago, as a Cat 3 sustained winds of 125 miles an hour.
Got a smart TV?
Now there's a new way to do that.
And there's a look at it right there. Hurricane Idalia, that is a Category 3 hurricane. Sustained winds of 120 miles per hour and a devastating storm surge making its way in that Big Bend region of Florida. Actually seeing some flooding all the way south too. Looked in Clearwater. Had a shot there not too long ago. And actually another shot just popped up on our feeds If I can figure out what that is, I believe this is one of the interstates around Tampa. It doesn't say specifically what it is, but let's go ahead and bring that up. That's a live look right there. You can see the waves just crashing in there. The wind's looking pretty nasty in this neck of the woods. We'll do a little work and figure out exactly where this is, but I do want to take a quick commercial break. This will be our last one of this hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look at our radar here, tracking Hurricane Idalia. It's the big story today. We got plenty of coverage on this, and I do want to switch over to Fox 13 Tampa and get into some of their coverage. They've been hitting it from every angle. Let's see where they're at. Take a listen.
Is pretty much as close as you can get. She's in Bel Air. Get us up to speed. Tell us how bad. Wow, that's a lot of water behind you. Tell us how things are going.
Russell, Laura, right behind me, we got the Clearwater Harbor right here, and I believe it's low tide right now, but we're still seeing this water come up about 4 feet than where it normally should be right now. So just imagine what it looks like over on Clearwater Beach with the Gulf of Mexico raging as Hurricane Idalia targets Florida these next few hours as it starts moving inland. Yeah, the big story right now is anybody that is on Clearwater Beach or most of the beaches along Florida's west coast, they're on their own right now. We've seen some intense flooding on the roads over there from videos that the emergency officials are posting on social media, and they're saying, you know, if you're still there, you're pretty much on your own until these waters are going to subside, which could not be until later this afternoon or most likely tomorrow. So hopefully people took those warnings. We were over on Clearwater Beach yesterday evening, and it was for the most part pretty much a ghost town. We saw a few tourists hoping to get in those last few minutes of sunshine before the storm rolled in last night. But fortunately, a lot of the locals left too, and most of the businesses and hotels were closed. So hopefully there are not too many people over there right now because it's probably a pretty intense situation.
Rebecca, we know you've been over there all morning. Where you are right now. Describe how it's changed, because all of our reporters have been talking about how the water has been rising all morning long. Tell us about that.
Yes, so we're still seeing those rising waters where we are as well. We are getting a nice break in the rain right now. We had some pretty intense rain bands this morning, and the wind has subsided as well. So we could see it pick up a little bit, but right now we're getting a nice break.
Okay. All right, Rebecca, thanks. Sure, we'll talk again later, okay?
All right, we want to get over to
this flooding in Davis Island right now with the sun coming up. We're getting a better idea of just how bad the flooding is there. This picture is from Arlo Cups. This is right near the boat ramp and the dog park at Davis Islands, and you can see some of the markers there that kind of tell you where it is. He says the water is about 4 feet deep right there, cutting off the Davis Islands Yacht Club. So we want to get a check of the weather right now. Is it Dave, Tony? Let's get over to you, Tony Sadiku.
Yeah, Laura, it'd be a good time for it to stop raining. But unfortunately, we're still on the tail end of the storm, and we're still going to be pouring in moisture here through the day today and tomorrow into Friday. Although things will progressively get better in terms of the wind and the surge, we're just going to get more rain, more water that we don't need. And it's crazy to say this coming out of a drought, but this is really going to put a dent in things. I want to show you SkyTower radar where it's still a lot of activity going on now. Zoom in first. I'll take you down south parts of Hardee, DeSoto County, where you got heavy showers from Frostproof through Avon Park, lightning-packed storms extending through Arcadia. And it's outer bands like this that at times throughout the morning have just briefly showed signs of rotation. So we're keeping an eye on that. But the bottom line, watch for it approaching Sebring and Avon Park here momentarily. Take you back to the west. Gets a little bit drier in Mayaca City, but it's seeing showers approaching the Sarasota area. So heads up there. More rain extends to the north in and around Polk County. You got downpours from Lakeland to most of Polk County is wet right now. Dundee to Lake Wales. Some of this is going to lead to some areas of inland flooding and wet roads, flooded roads. So that's a concern you got to be mindful of. And in sections of Hillsborough County, from Lutz to Temple Terrace, back out to the airport, crossing over the bridge into Pinellas County. More rounds of rain over already inundated areas. Let me briefly put a tracker on this band that's basically crossing Fort DeSoto and Anna Maria Island. Stop the clock first so you get an idea exactly where it's going. So it's moving pretty quickly. It'll be crossing over into parts of South Tampa. Arrival times on your screen from Palmacia to the next 12 minutes. West Tampa, about 14 Ybor City, 16 minutes eventually into places like Riverview and South Tampa after that. And these are the types of downpours that are dumping a lot of rain. I mean, we've seen rainfall rates with any of these downpours that have been fairly impressive. So you're talking rainfall rates, for example. These are the downpours coming down right now. As much as 2, 3, 4-inch rainfall totals an hour, and you add to it the fact that we're really continuing to see the tide come on shore. That's creating a little bit of a problem. Last 12 hours, we've seen this, and you get the idea. There have been parts of our area that have already seen significant rainfall totals. Look at this area. There's a flood warning for you folks in parts of DeSoto and Hardee County because you've already seen radar estimated totals of close to 5 inches of rain. Not so much in this vicinity here from Lakeland south to Fort Meade, but sections of Manatee, Sarasota County, beneficial rain. But of course, it's the rainfall on top of onshore wind sponsored high tide and storm surge through this afternoon. It's going to really lead to an issue because we're getting more rain that can't drain out because we've got water that's going to continue to come in. And I know Dave Osterberg, you've been watching this. We've been keeping an eye on this all day long. And this is going to be the primary thing to watch.
Yeah, how about a couple of cameras, Tony? And you were right. Think of the Gulf of Mexico. It's just a big bathtub, right? And the water's just kind of sloshing around. And we funneled all of this water into the northeast Gulf. It's got nowhere to go, and it just spills out onshore. And until we can shift those winds, this is going to be our problem. The water stays high. The water is still high. Here's the University of Tampa. So this is the river in downtown Tampa just spilling over this morning. And I've been watching this, and this water has not subsided. And understand now, once we get into the afternoon, we're going to go back at another high tide again. So it's going to come right back up no matter what. I know there's another dock down here, but the water is above it for now. This is the Bon Appetit restaurant camera. My goodness, it's just a high water everywhere, being pushed in with these southwest winds, which are still gusting to about 36 miles per hour, so just a shade below tropical storm force. But just that southwest flow is what's going to keep that water very, very high. There's the storm making landfall a bit ago. Imagine a storm making landfall up here in the Big Bend, and you got flood warnings down in DeSoto County. That's how big and expansive this whole system is. Tampa's still gusting with winds at about 36 miles per hour. The storm itself, how about a Category 2 hurricane in South Georgia later this afternoon? My goodness. And then, of course, weakening, but going back out over the water again. Our future cast, the problem is we're left behind with this big, deep tropical, let's call it a moisture channel. You see this flow just continues, and what that will do every day, at least for the next couple of days anyway, is just pick up all that deep tropical moisture and bring us showers. So for the most part, the rain is okay. We need the rain. What we've got to do is get this surge out of here so we can handle this rain. So windy, you've got the showers, some high water levels will stay in the 80s, but you know, we got a Labor Day weekend coming. Then rain chances are going to drop as the heat returns. And we're going to come back here on Good Day in just a couple of minutes.
At United Vein Centers, our minimally invasive treatments for vein disease will have you back on your feet again.
All right, we appreciate our content partners out there in Tampa with Fox 13, keeping us updated and giving us the very latest information as it relates to Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 3 storm. I do see that we do have coverage when it comes to our content partners over at Fox 35 in Orlando. I want to bring that to you now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
The governor warned people in that area that they needed to get to safety immediately.
The National Hurricane Center expects storm surge to reach up to 16 feet in some areas of the Big Bend region. That level of storm surge is life-threatening. Do not go outside in the midst of this storm. If it's calm where you are, it may be because you are in the eye of the storm, and those conditions will change very, very quickly. So wherever you are, hunker down and don't take anything for granted here. This is a very, very powerful storm. There will be impacts far beyond the eye wall, and those will extend to places like Tallahassee, as well as places like Northeast Florida. We have already had 11 tornado warnings, and there are more tornadoes possible, even and especially in the very outer bands of the storm. So these are places that are way outside the cone that you see on the TV screen. So please keep in mind those are very, very dangerous situations. When the storm passes, do not drive in flooded streets and assume that all down power lines are still hot and live.
That is some good advice there for sure. That was the governor at a news conference talking about staying indoors, staying away from downed trees and power lines, and getting to a safe space as you continue to weather that storm. And now we're seeing the aftermaths of it right here in our area and beyond.
And speaking of those downed power lines, on the left side of your screen, that is exactly what you were looking at. That is an image from the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. Multiple downed power lines in that area as Manny Martinez is heading towards the area where the storm made landfall. Just a reminder, most school districts are closed today because of the storm. Brevard, Flagler, Lake, Marion, Orange, Osceola, Seminole, Volusia, all are closed today. UCF, UF, and even Florida State, all closed. Florida State is actually closed for the entire week. They, of course, will be playing that big game on Sunday night here in Orlando. Much more coverage of Hurricane Idalia coming up.
Our live team coverage of Idalia continues after this short break. Don't go far.
And we appreciate our content partners over there at Fox 35 Orlando, as they also have been tracking the very latest as it relates to now Category 3 Hurricane Idalia. I do see that our content partners out there at Fox 13 Tampa are back in after a commercial break. Want to bring them in now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
That's the river. Below it, that's the University of Tampa. That's a spot where everybody kind of goes for their, for their confirmations, their graduations, their wedding pictures and everything. And that beautiful little area there's just underwater now, but it hasn't moved. The water's just kind of standing there, and it's not really draining back out, which makes sense because of that southwest wind pouring all that moisture in. Here's another camera. This is the Bon Appetit restaurant camera over there along the coast, and this is another shot where we typically see that double dock. Sometimes there's boats docked there. There's people enjoying a great little cup of coffee and start to the day, but wow, that water can't go anywhere else. It's just so high. And it's because we've poured all of this water back in once we shifted those winds. We're not done with the rain. These rain bands, these are the kind of rain bands, by the way, when you get one, and we'll get them from Citrus County all the way down through Highlands County, on and off throughout the day as they continue to rotate around the center of now onshore Idalia. It did make landfall as a major hurricane with 125-mile-per-hour winds. And look at the rain bands continuing to just stream in. So you get these heavy rain bands, for instance, Zephyr Hills, right along 301. Very heavy rain for about 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then it's gone. And within that rain, you'll get those gusty winds. So when you get inside one of these rain bands, expect gusty winds. And, of course, right along the coast, we still have that storm surge threat. We still have this big high tide coming up this afternoon. So those are the two things that we'll be dealing with today, the high water along the coast and, of course, some of those heavy embedded rainfall with some gusty winds. And I know, of course, with all the water on the roads, Elise, this has been a problem.
Yeah,
it really has.
It really has, Dave. You're right. We go ahead and take a live look now at the Howard Franklin Bridge, where you can see that northbound side. Well, actually, the Howard Franklin Bridge in both directions is now closed, but you can see the waves there. And Dave was saying it's just 40-mile winds, so you can imagine how crazy it can get and how busier it can get there. But that is closed in both directions. Your Courtney Campbell eastbound side is also closed because of those billowing waves. Westbound side is still open, but we really encourage you to not be out there on the roadways right now. Let's go to our Sunshine Skyway Bridge, which has been closed all morning also, but are flooding.
And now they are covering traffic roadways, but you were able to see all of the debris on the roadways and even some lanes closed because of river levels tracking onto those lanes. Many lanes closed off as they have been preaching the entire week that roadways would be impacted by now Category 3 Hurricane Idalia. Our content partners over at Fox Weather now giving us more coverage of Hurricane Idalia. Bringing that to you now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Taylor County, which is where that landfall occurred, and Perry has a wind gust of 85 miles an hour, or recently had a wind gust. Now, this is up in Tampa. This is 275 as we have the waves splashing over. Tampa Bay is full, and now Tampa is heading toward its high tide, sort of in this mid-tide cycle right now. High tide expected into the bay around 1:30 this afternoon.
Let's go to the numbers there so we can show Seth. Seth's with us in Weather Command, meteorologist on board here in the Fox Forecast Center. I want to show what's going on in Tampa with the numbers here so people can just get a gauge that you're not quite out of the high tide cycles, and you still got to be vigilant in the Tampa, even Clearwater area. You look at the surges that we have reported, and you go to Old Port Tampa, that was over 4 feet. We also have Clearwater still reaching high tide. And then we go with the high and low tide cycle. Blue will indicate your low tide, and the red indicates your high tide. So you're still looking at St. Pete Pier with a high tide as well. With the persistent onshore flow and astronomical high tide, you can still have problems with these areas. Already considered historic, this storm. It's the first major hurricane ever for the Appalachian Bay. And inland into Tallahassee, the impacts are expected to take out a lot of power and perhaps create inland flooding. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell is there in Florida's state capital. This is where the center of Idalia will pass just to the east of you, Brandy. And the governor has been stationed this morning in Tallahassee. He has positioned at least 30,000 crewmen to be available when the lights go out, when power happens. And we've seen wind gusts come inland of 70 to 80 miles an hour. I can see the winds really whipping where you are right now.
Yeah, it's been a windy morning and also obviously very rainy. It's been very consistent throughout the morning. One thing we have heard out here since we've been out here for a couple of hours is just the booms from the transformers. I heard one about 15 minutes ago, and then we heard one a couple of hours ago. So the power is going out for a lot of people. The last time I checked, a couple of minutes ago, there were about 35,000 outages in this county alone, Leon County, where the Emergency Operations Center is also located. That was also an issue the mayor of Tallahassee told me he was concerned about, because all of the trees that they have, you can see all this greenery surrounding me. It's a major thing here in Tallahassee. They're known for it. Well, they're worried that the high wind speeds would knock down some of these trees and cause the power outages. Now, we don't have any confirmations of what caused what led into the 35,000 power outages. We don't know if it is because of trees as of yet, but we know that that could be a factor in this area. But again, right now, I can tell you, I'm looking up at the sky. The clouds, they're pretty dark, and they're moving really fast here in this area. Again, we are getting those gusty winds every now and then, and the rain, it just hasn't stopped. Thankfully, it's not a torrential downpour right now. I will say that, Amy.
Yeah, I'll tell you the latest gust that we have out of Tallahassee is at a 46-mile-an-hour wind, and that's off of a gauge right there in Tallahassee. So continuing to see very strong winds outside of the storm there in Tallahassee. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. We also have an update in the storm now at Category 2, a high-end Category 2, with winds at 110 miles right at the center of the storm. And you look at the potential here for the hurricane force winds to expand outside of the center, and also tropical storm force winds to go outside of the center. And the storm still is very intense for places like Georgia and the Carolinas, which are inside of tropical alerts. We have a new advisory coming in right now. We have Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross in the Studio W here in New York City. Also, Stephen Morgan joins me. Looking at the numbers here, 110-mile-an-hour winds moving north-northeast at 18 miles an hour. Still a fast mover.
Yeah, this is because it's interacting with the jet stream and Franklin out there. This another major hurricane, right?
That's rare too. Right. That's an unusual.
Again, for August, we don't normally have this. This is a September thing to have multiple strong hurricanes. So that was blocking high pressure from the Atlantic from coming in and propelling this north. So these two things came in, made this river of air. It's caught in the river air. It's going to stay in that all the way across the Carolinas. So here's the new advisory: 110 miles an hour, north-northeast at 18. Pressure, of course, coming up because now that it's inland, and we expect the top winds to steadily decrease. And also notice a little jog to the north there. The storm goes kind of back and forth, but it's on a track to head on up to the Carolinas like that. I wanted to show you guys, well, first of all, you can see the configuration of it. Notice that all the yellows and reds are on the left side of the storm, and that's going to be the configuration going forward. That doesn't mean that there aren't issues on the right side, but thankfully we don't have the strongest winds on the right side, but we do have these bands. And if you look at Perry, look at the wind direction in Perry. These wind directions are interesting. So that tells you that the storm is north of Perry because the wind is going from west to east there, and you can see it rotating around. Look at those arrows coming around. Now, I wanted to go down to Tampa Bay, because the key thing in Tampa Bay, more than the wind speed, is the wind direction. Because look at the direction. It's right in the mouth of Tampa Bay. So as long as that's happening, water can't flow out of the bay. Right?
It just continues to pile up because there's no relaxing.
At least this is in a steady state here, and in just a second we'll look at the tide. But so the water is what the water is going to be, and it might actually come up a little bit. So obviously, if you have 20-mile-an-hour winds, that's different than having 50 or 60 or 70-mile-an-hour winds, right? So I'm not saying that no water can drain out at 20-mile-an-hour winds, but generally when the air is still coming in, especially since we're going to get surges with some of those rain bands, and there you see the winds to the north. But I want to get to the here, look at the intensity up in here.
Well, that's where we've had the strongest gusts so far out of Perry, from what I've been able to see, 85 miles an hour. When I'm watching that western side, too, of this eye, Brian, I'm thinking of Valdosta. We're going to see that move on in, and I think we're just now getting issued a tornado warning, too.
Yeah, this is just outside of Tampa, by the way. If you go back to your radar that you just had up, you'll be able to see this, Brian. It looks like this is basically coming in Pasco County, southeastern Pasco County. That's over west central Florida, and it's a tornado warning with a northeast movement of this tornado at 35 miles an hour. It's a radar indicated rotation that we're seeing right now, but still, if you're in this area, you want to take cover and shelter in a tornado type scenario, which really does fall in line for the most part of a hurricane, but it's sometimes confusing for people because in a hurricane you want to get to high ground, in a tornado you want to shelter low so that you don't get into those wind speeds. So using common sense in a scenario like this, hopefully people are prepared, but it can be confusing at times. When you get
this one's well inland. This one is east of I-75, so this isn't a water in Pasco County. There's a lot of areas where water is an issue. This is not going to be one of them. The river coming through Newport Richey, and floods a lot in that area. So these bands this is the same phenomenon we had going on yesterday, producing tornadoes. This is going to continue to be the case. We have two different things going on over much of the state of Florida. We have the bands there you see on the wider view of the radar. You have, and in every time where you see one of those red cells, you have the potential for very strong winds still to come. In between that, you've seen reporters out there where there's almost no wind. Winds are, you know, 5 or 10 miles an hour, right, in between. But when one of those comes over, you're talking about winds of 60, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour as you get closer to the center with those bands. Then, there you see the tornado watch area. For most of that is going to be on the right side of the track, right? But on the left side of the track, that's where we have the core of the storm enhanced by the jet stream. So you have both those things going on both sides of the hurricane.
The reason why we have that flash flood warning, too, now in effect for parts of Taylor and Madison County. Taylor is where that landfall happened. But, Brian, to go back to Tampa Bay, will that surge get worse as we head toward that next high tide cycle? I mean, I know those winds are weaker now, but as you had mentioned, that southwest flow, it's going to continue.
Well, so here we can look at the numbers here. So you see, so far we've had this is a low tide, technically a low tide. It's not like the low tide. Tampa Bay, and when you think about how the tides work, in a little bay, it's really reflective of the Gulf water coming in and coming out, and so you get these mid-tide kind of things where you have a little low tide and a little high tide. So this is a little low tide, not the same as the low tide that happened last night. But anyway, the tide is coming up, and you can look at the numbers here. So we're at just below 0 over here for this low tide, and coming up here, we're about a foot. So we had about 1.5 foot swing between this mini low tide. So we had about 1.5 foot of tide water to come. So, but this, you know, the question is whether the storm push is going to let up a little bit. That's why I said I'd say within a foot where we're going to be. We might still get another foot of this, but the pressure from the storm is going to be letting up at the same time the tide is coming in. But a foot of water, you know, a foot of water is the difference between not going over the seawall and going over the seawall.
Very close
and once the water is coming over the seawall, I can tell you it just pours over. It doesn't dribble over, because just imagine the whole bay, the water as far as you can see is now above whatever the barrier is. And here it comes, right? So if we get another foot, that's going to make a vast area be flooded that isn't flooded now. The other thing, you know, that we haven't mentioned, and I've been meaning to do it, this is salt water. This will ruin the car. You do not drive through this water. You know, even if it's only 6 inches on the road or 3 inches on the road, and you feel like, okay, I can drive, you know, I can make it through there. You can make it through there, but then your car is not going to be good unless you can get it somewhere where you can wash it all off underneath your car. I mean, this is really bad. So after every hurricane, you have thousands and thousands of flood cars, right? And the ones that were in fresh water can often be rehabilitated. The ones that are in salt water generally cannot. So this is it's a whole different thing when you have salt water flooding compared to freshwater flooding.
When we reset here to look at the inland impact, surge becomes often backseat, but we still have a Category 2 hurricane going into Georgia, going across the Florida-Georgia line. We could still see a tropical storm coming out the other side, if not stronger. This is something that doesn't typically go down when you see a Florida landfall. When it usually gets inland, it's much weaker. And I think that messaging is so important for people that are inland. That's the reason that the governors of the Carolinas and Georgia both have declared a state of emergency. They're expecting intense impacts from both wind and rain out of the storm.
Well, we have the other thing is that when you talk about South Georgia, you talk about North Florida, you're not talking about hurricane-built homes, right? Where when you get to South Florida, especially Southeast Florida, the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area, but generally any new construction built from the mid-2000s in Florida, most of Florida, not all as we saw in Panama City, but because they had an exception, it was a crazy thing. But most of Florida, especially on the peninsula, they're building well, and they have since the mid-2000s. But a lot of places were before that, first of all. And second of all, in Georgia, it's a whole different thing as well. So you have the combination of the kind of trees, as you know, in North Florida. You have beautiful large oak trees that have long branches that just don't deal well at all with strong winds. They snap off. They're, we always see them on top of cars. They twist the tree comes, all kind of terrible things happen. Plus the buildings are just not constructed with the kind of materials that we would use. An average shingle on an average house is 65 miles an hour. That's what a shingle of the average kind. The kind they use in the Miami-Dade building code is 125 miles an hour. So they were developed after Hurricane Andrew. So just to change just one little part of the house.
Right. So infrastructure in jeopardy as we see Idalia make its way over the Florida-Georgia line. Here's where we are. Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ. And Idalia made landfall this morning, 7:45 Eastern time in the Big Bend of Florida. The area was Keaton Beach, now inland as a Category 2 storm, making its way, the center of the storm, headed towards Valdosta, Georgia. We are tracking this with team coverage, both on the ground here in Studio W in New York City. Fox Weather is on board with you. Coverage continues streaming on Hulu, YouTube TV, Roku, also Tubi, and on your Samsung Plus TV, we're channel 1010. Download the stream at foxweather.com. We'll be right back.
And we definitely appreciate our content partners over there at Fox Weather giving us that extensive coverage. And don't forget, you can stream Fox Weather everywhere you stream live now from Fox for nonstop coverage on Idalia. All you have to do is search for Fox Weather on your device or go to foxweather.com to check your channel. But to kind of put everything into perspective, I want to show you all a shot that is coming into our studio right now. There on your screen is a live look showing Interstate 275 over Tampa Bay, Florida. Hurricane Idalia, now a Cat 2 storm, but it doesn't mean that it's something you should take lightly. You see the waves, you see the current splashing the water over that barrier separating the interstate from the waterway, and you see it's even flowing into the roadway. That entire area northbound, all of those lanes of traffic. At one point it was all the way over. You can still see that parts of the roadway still wet, but nevertheless those lanes where you would get off to head westbound are still being impacted. That entire area closed off right now. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 9:16 on the East Coast and 6:16 on the West Coast. It's my pleasure to bring to you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. Let's take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, we'll head right back into headlines impacting you. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. I see that our content partners at Fox 35 Orlando are speaking with their meteorologist right now about Category 2 Hurricane Idalia. Want to bring that in now for you live, raw, and unfiltered.
In the Panhandle, Gusts, but Allison's been doing a great job tracking on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, taking us into the storm. So we're going to head over to her now with more on that. You had the last check, 102-mile-per-hour winds within that eye wall. That was something.
Yeah, that's something. And actually, Jamie, I think it's been a bit higher at less check. So let's get you into what we are seeing, the rotation, making its way right along the I-10 corridor, now moving to the east of Madison. We have Live Oak here. It looks like Perry, you're likely going to be seeing some of those very strong winds moving right on in. But here we go, 104-mile-per-hour winds just a few moments ago, and I actually plotted this point. It was up to 105. So you can see the northern edge of this right along the I-10 corridor has some of the strongest sustained winds, might I add, from 84 miles per hour to 92, 104, and then we have some lower amounts just to the south and west near Monticello there, right along the Florida-Georgia border. So a lot going on with where this center is of the storm. And you can see that winds are really starting to pick up right on the back end. This is some counterclockwise motion, and those winds moving up into Fox 51 viewership. That is a counties that we do cover here at Fox 35. Right now, 49-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Gainesville, 48 in Ocala, and we're looking at 42-mile-per-hour gusts in Cocoa Beach. So no, you haven't seen a ton of rain throughout this storm, but the winds starting to pick up as those rain bands move in. Want to mention within the next few hours, we're going to be seeing widespread gusts of 39 to about 49 miles per hour plus, and then everything starts to shift closer to our east coast. So starting from west to east is where we will see the clearing from not only the rain, but also the very strong winds that we've been monitoring, and everything is going to be dying down as we head into your early Thursday morning. But let's get you out to the track. It's 9:21, and we're getting advisories every hour from the National Hurricane Center as the storm does move on shore. Right now, 110-mile-per-hour winds moving toward the north and east at about 18 miles per hour. So it's moving rather quickly, likely staying that Category 2 hurricane as it moves into southern Georgia, but then it loses all the steam. Why we see an increase in winds is because it's getting fuel from the warm temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico. But now it's over land and temperatures not as warm there, so it is going to be decreasing as it moves through the coastal Carolinas, and then you can see out over the open Atlantic. Right now we have through about Saturday still tropical storm, but it is likely not going to be doing that curve back toward the state of Florida like we once did see in some of those forecast models. So watching this very, very closely for you, and I do quickly want to take you into some power outages. All the counties shaded in yellow have anywhere from 10 to 50,000 folks without power. And then in orange, that does include Tallahassee, 50 to 100,000 people without power. We're likely going to continue to see those down trees with, like we saw just a few moments ago, 104-mile-per-hour winds associated near the eye wall of this storm. But for now, we're going to send things over to a quick break, but make sure you don't go anywhere. We have much more news and weather coming up in just a few minutes.
I'm Fox.
All right, we appreciate our content partners over there at Fox 35 Orlando giving us the latest when it comes to content and tracking now Category 2 Hurricane Idalia. I want to show you all our XRAD system so you can see how this system is looking in real time. You see it is tracking across Florida as it has since made landfall. Also want to show you all another picture kind of to put things into perspective for you all. There on your screen, a live look out there showing Interstate 275 over Tampa Bay, Florida. And even though this storm has weakened to a Category 2, you see those waves, you see the current. This storm is nothing to play with. My producer Tania actually pointed out a car trying to go through earlier, and that is what you don't want to do. You do not want to try to drive through flooded waters. They always say turn around, don't drown. Remember that mantra, especially today if you live out in the areas that are impacted expected. You see the water actually coming onto the roadways, covering part of, and when I first came in this morning, around 5 o'clock this morning, this entire roadway was covered. So it is weakening a bit, as you know, now a Category 2 storm, but nevertheless, it is still impactful. As you see, it is still coming across the roadways. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 9:24 on the East Coast and 6:24 on the West Coast. Perfect time to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, more live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. I do see that our content partners over there at Fox Weather are checking in with Robert Ray, and I see that he is in knee-deep water. I want to bring that in for you now, live, raw, and unfiltered, so you can understand how significant this Category 2 storm is.
High tide. Amy?
Robert, a couple updates for you. Your wind speeds there, still an onshore wind at 33 miles an hour. We have a rain band that's about 15 miles west of you, but it looks like it'll pass to the north. The other interesting thing is showing how calm you are. Just about 35 miles northeast of you, we've got Pasco County in a tornado warning right now. This is just another indication of how the separation of the rain bands can put you in the calm of activity. And meanwhile, very close by, you've got other weather stirring up, should I say. We'll continue to follow along with you. Yeah. Fox Weather's Robert Ray in Clearwater taking basically this storm in stride as we await yet another high tide. Thanks, Robert.
Yeah, thanks, Amy.
Fox Weather, your hurricane headquarters, Weather Command giving you continuing coverage. We look at this storm, a historic landfall. It made landfall as a Category 3, Idalia, hitting outside of Perry. Keaton Beach is the spot, 7:45 Eastern time with winds at 125 miles an hour. It's still a strong storm.
It is. As of right now, the Sunshine State, we've got more than 250,000 customers without power, and that number is beginning to increase in Georgia with 9,000 right now without power as Idalia moves inland.
You see Cedar Key, that's the inside of a beach. You've got Perry, Florida, where we do have surge. You're inside Weather Command, where we are streaming on your Samsung Plus TV, channel 1010 maybe, or right in the palm of your hand on the Fox Weather app. Stay with us as we continue to track this storm moving towards the Florida-Georgia line. Weather Command will be right back.
And we appreciate Fox Weather giving us the latest information as it relates to all storms, but specifically Cat 2 Hurricane Idalia. And don't forget, you can stream Fox Weather everywhere you stream live now for nonstop coverage on Tropical Storm Idalia. All you have to do is just search for Fox Weather on your device or go to foxweather.com to check your channel. I am noticing that Pinellas County government, we were supposed to have their update at 9 o'clock, but there seemed to have been an issue with their Zoom link. We are working to get the latest from them. I do see it is now up, so I want to play that for you now, raw and unfiltered.
Dangerous storm surge and flooding impacts overnight. This flooding is expected to continue into this afternoon. High tides around the county will be starting at around 11:15 to about 4 p.m. The combination of our full moon that we have and the winds that will continue to push water onshore will cause ongoing flooding throughout the day. We are asking people to stay off of the roads until we can make an all-clear announcement later today. You may be tempted to go outside once the winds start to subside, but we do expect continued flooding and storm surge in our low-lying and coastal areas, at least through midday today when we'll have a higher peak, and then through later this afternoon. So please wait for our message for you to go out and start moving around. This morning, we're working very closely with partners to prioritize life safety with rescues and assisting anyone who needs to evacuate from flooded areas. As soon as it is safe to do so, our public works crews will head out to clear the roads and will conduct damage assessments and repair any traffic signals that are down. The sheriff will talk about bridge closures, and right now we have 55 active road closures throughout the county. Duke is reporting power outages of over 20,000 people. They have over 1,000 crews out here that will be working on it as soon as it's safe for them to go out. If you must go out for life safety reasons, do not drive in floodwaters. Even if they look shallow, they may be deeper than you think they are. Do not walk in floodwaters. Those waters may be full of hazards like bacteria, wildlife, debris, and if there's a down power line in the water, you could get electrocuted. We've seen evidence that people took this storm seriously. We had over 1,800 people in our 10 shelters last night, about 180 special needs people. We will continue to keep these shelters open for now. We know that we have some people that are leaving flooded areas and they're moving to the shelters if they don't have friends or family to stay with. If you do need to leave those areas, please try to stay with friends or family. And we're working to open a step-down shelter so we can decompress schools. We'll be working with schools to get them open as soon as possible. That announcement will come from the superintendent when they're ready. If you are at home and you have water inundation already inside of your house, please do not touch the breakers. Please stay elevated. Do not be walking through the water. If you can reach the breaker box before water comes into your house as it starts coming in, turn those breakers off. Get out and call Duke to shut off the power at the meter. If your home or business is flooded, before you clean up or move any debris, please make sure you take pictures and inform your insurance company. List all the damages and losses that you have. It's helpful for you to take pictures of high water that you've had in the house. If you have damages, you can report them through our Citizen Damage Reporter tool, either through our Ready Pinellas app or through disaster.pinellas.gov. We will be working with Duke Energy to assess the power of our special needs clients that are in our shelters, and we're actively calling down all of our residential health care facilities to ensure that they and all of their clients are safe. With that, I'll turn it over to the sheriff.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So the problem we have is this, is that the storm has passed us. The storm is north. It made landfall. And it's counterintuitive and counter to what everybody is seeing out there now. What everybody's seeing out there now is some rain and some wind, and that is going to dissipate by mid-morning as the projections go. We're going to see some bands, we're going to see a little rainfall, but the majority of that. So as the storm has moved away from us, what's happened and what is happening is the situation with the water is actually getting worse. And the reason why it's getting worse is because of the storm surge and where we are in relationship to the storm. So where we are in relationship to the storm is on the east side of the storm, which is called the dirty side of the storm, which is the problematic side as water goes. So as it made landfall, we're going to see the greatest impact with storm surge about 2 hours after it made landfall. And the problem there is that it coincides with a high tide. So we're going to see some peak water, especially in the Clearwater Beach area, the Gulf beaches, and then moving south, about 11:15 is where we're going to see peak. And that's going to stick around for probably about 4 or 5 hours. So the problem in Pinellas County is going to be, and we're already seeing it, is the Gulf beaches from about now until 3 or 4 this afternoon. So we had to, and I've been out there personally, and I can tell you it's not a good situation on the Gulf beaches. We're going to have to shut down, and we have shut down and keep shut down, access to all of the barrier islands, to the Gulf beaches, from Dunedin Causeway all the way down to the Pinellas Bayway. So if people are out on the beaches and you leave the beach, you're not getting back out until we're able to reopen it. This is not a reentry. This is a closure of the beaches. Anybody that is not on the beaches will not be able to get out there. And the west side of the county is what is significantly impacted. So if you're on the east side of the county, please don't go to the west side of the county because it's not limited to just the Gulf beaches. We're also seeing problems along alternate 19. We've got alternate 19 closed in the Clearwater and Dunedin area from Sunset Point Road all the way up to Dunedin Marina. We've got A19 closed in portions of Dunedin along Bayshore Boulevard, and A19 is also closed at Klosterman Road in Tarpon Springs because of the flooding we're seeing. And again, I want to stress this, is that we haven't seen the worst of it. The estimates are based upon the storm surge and based upon the high tide that we're going to see 4 to 6 feet of water. That's a significant amount of water. The sand is also coming up onto the roadway. And again, as I said, I was out there personally and had to turn around because you can't get through the roads. They're impassable out there on Gulf Boulevard with the sand and the water. So we really need everyone to, as Kathy said, is to stay away from the roads, especially on the west side of the county. We will work diligently to get the roads back open as soon as we can, but we're not going to be able to do that until the water clears. And again, we don't anticipate that until probably 3 or 4 this afternoon. Now, the other side, which is the bay side, we'll start to see an increase as the Gulf side starts to dissipate. So we're going to see an increase in the high tide on the bay side is later this afternoon going into this evening. So it shouldn't be as bad because we'll see the tide effect, but the surge effect should be a little bit less. And so what that means is that in Mobley Bay, Oldsmar, Safety Harbor, Shore Acres, the area around the Bayside Bridge, all of that area is you're going to see high water. It'll probably be a few feet, but it won't be as bad as it was on the west side, the Gulf side. But it, again, is going to be something we have to watch and be careful of. There's a lot of water rescues that are going on. People are in their homes. They are getting water intrusion. If somebody is in a situation where you're in your home and you need help, call 911. We have teams set up with high water rescue vehicles, shallow water boats, a combination of law enforcement, fire, EMS, and we actually have some National Guard personnel that have deployed at 7 sites throughout the county to do those rescues. So if somebody needs help, call 911. We'll get you out and get you to a place of safety. But what's really important, I keep saying it, but we really need people to help us with this, is don't try and get out to the beaches and stay away from the west side of the county. And we'll get these roads back open as soon as we can. So that's the situation that we're in right now, and we'll keep everyone updated. We appreciate everyone's cooperation. You have any questions?
Sure. Do you see anyone are you getting reports of residents trying to leave the beaches, or has that not been happening?
Some are, and again, as they're coming off, they won't be able to get back on. There's been reports of rescues in a few places, especially down in the Madeira Beach area, up in Tarpon, a couple in the Palm Harbor area, where we are getting people off. And when we're getting them out of the houses, we're getting them off the beaches. So a few of those. So it's we are getting some calls, and we do see some people that are leaving.
And when did the roadways close?
So we closed at about 6 o'clock this morning. We got everything shut down. It took a few minutes once we saw the impact of it. So we shut everything down from that area of Dunedin Causeway south to Pinellas Bayway as of about 6 this morning. The other roadways, and most people are aware, they're probably seeing the media reports, but it's worth just reiterating, is Courtney Campbell Causeway, Howard Franklin Bridge, Sunshine Skyway have closures. The Gandy's open, and Hillsborough Avenue through Oldsmar, Tampa Road is still open. We're monitoring that for traffic, and we'll do everything we can to keep the traffic flowing so that people can get back and forth as they need to. But again, later this afternoon, we'll have to see what happens, especially in that upper Tampa Bay area, Oldsmar area, what happens with the water. Don't anticipate it's going to be a problem, but we'll keep an eye on it.
And any damage reports been just yet, or?
Yeah, I mean, there's damage and there's water intrusion going into mainly water. There's been wind, but it's mainly water. There is water intrusion, I can tell you, into businesses, certainly residences. I saw it personally out there on the beaches this morning, where some of the hotels, the water is going underneath the front door up there, and it's going to get worse. And this is where it's a concern, because right now is not the worst of it. The worst of it, and we're going to see the maximum water, is after 11 o'clock this morning, and that maximum water is going to be sustained until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And in some areas, and by the best estimates, what they see now is actually going to be double what it is now. So again, it's not what they're seeing up in Taylor County and Levy County and some of those places, thank goodness, and so of course we feel for them, but it's still going to be significant. It's going to be impactful, again, to the point where people won't be able to move around. They can't drive. All right, well, thank everybody for helping us with this. We'll keep everyone updated, and we'll get back with any more information as needed.
So that press conference wrapping up out there in Pinellas County as they update the latest on Category 2 Hurricane Idalia. They did say that they expect to get the worst of the storm after 11 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. Taking another live look there at our XRAD system as we continue to track Category 2 Hurricane Idalia. Also want to show you this shot, very cool, that's into our studios right now. There it is on your screen. A live look showing Interstate 275 over Tampa Bay, Florida. And as he said, many areas have not seen the worst of this storm. You see the current and the riptide there going over the wall there, impacting traffic there on the interstate. I know when I first showed you all this about 30 minutes ago, the water was coming all the way over to where that first lane is that says west. And now we see it's kind of over there in the emergency lane. But of course, still something we will continue to follow as we do our due diligence to keep you informed here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 9:41 on the East Coast and 6:41 on the West Coast. Let's go to our third commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, as you all know, more live events, top stories, and headlines impacting you. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
that I've ever been in. And and then as soon, in fact, the water was being pushed out, so the water was very, very low on the front side. It was like way past low tide, low. And then as soon as the backside wind struck, they weren't as strong as the front side, but it pushed the onshore flow and the water right on. And I'd say probably maybe around 4 feet of storm surge here, which again is much less than we all feared.
Also, the wind gauge captured an 85-mile-an-hour wind speed before it broke. That was useless at one point during the coverage. But when you look at the impacts here, this is an unprecedented storm for this area. We've never had, in modern times, all right, we put it in perspective, not in modern times have we had a landfall, a direct hit in this portion of the Big Bend. And so for these people who evacuated, maybe it's good news when they come back to see that it wasn't the properties that were obliterated or washed away.
I talked to some residents, and they knew. Of course, it was earlier yesterday. Mostly, most people got out of here by late yesterday. But they were concerned. They saw not just at the Hurricane Center, but they were watching the weather models and seeing that some of the models were showing that the winds were going to be much stronger. Of course, they were taking that for what it's worth. But, they were aware of that, and they were very much afraid that, this storm was going to get them. And, of course, they were mostly concerned about the storm surge. They weren't as concerned about the winds, but it turns out that the winds, might have caused more damage than the storm surge.
Brian, how about power? I think that's the other thing. As we've watched this storm race inland, I mean, it's still a high-end Category 2 storm, and it's moving toward Valdosta, Georgia, a recent wind gust of 63 miles an hour there. So we're getting close to hurricane force as we speak. Is Keaton Beach without power? Perry, Florida, I know we've had a significant gust there, an 85-mile-per-hour wind gust in Perry.
I'm sure that Perry's without power. This place right here is definitely going to be without power for a while. I saw quite a few power flashes early on in the storm, and so with all the wind damage, and I saw power lines down. So it's going to be without power for a while, and part of the problem is just power electricity crew is going to even get here. There's obviously downed trees everywhere. And so it's just a matter of, are they even going to be able to get in here to help out, to fix the power?
Brian Emfinger, a professional inside where we saw landfall of a Category 3 Hurricane Idalia. Thank you so much, Brian Emfinger, for that eyewitness account, storm tracking this just as the storm made its historic landfall. We'll be checking back in with you. Fox Weather is your hurricane headquarters. Your Inside Weather Command, we have a major hurricane that's made landfall on the Big Bend of Florida. You saw right there the beach and inland to Perry, what remains and the destruction that happened with the trees down, the power lines down, and also the storm surge. Fox Weather continues with team coverage across Florida and the Southeast. Always available and always free. You can download the Fox Weather app at foxweather.com. You can watch and stream with us anywhere. Idalia makes landfall again as a Category 3 storm. It initially made a Category 4 jump right before landfall, going down to Category 3 status, and it remains with the center headed towards Valdosta, Georgia, a Category 2 storm. Fox Weather will be right back.
In Category 2,
storm winds, that's a different story. And we will obviously, within the next 5 hours, see the impacts of that. But by and large, to start, they have been spared from the worst of what could have happened. But there is certainly more to come.
Jonathan, before I let you go, quick question. For those that are choosing to stay, any expertise advice as far as what people should know as far as electrical outlets, keeping things plugged in? I've even seen on our end people driving through flooded areas, which people have been urging you not to do.
The adage remains true. It's old, it's tired, you've heard it 1,000 times, but turn around, don't drown. And I know when your house is on one end and you're on another end and there's a body of water that maybe wasn't there when you left, you feel that you have the power to cross it. But these waters, especially with big systems like this, they rise fast, and with the wind, they have a bit of a current to them, and they can sweep you away. So you definitely do not want to challenge flood waters, even if they have risen very quickly in the way of flash floods. It's one of those kind of things that it's best just to stay inside today if you can. So the local EMA, the Loudoun County EMA, actually sent out a post about an hour and a half ago saying that there was a shelter-in-place order for the entire county thanks to the high wind and the rising of flood waters. So hopefully people will heed and abide as we get through what has turned out to be a very dreary Tuesday here in South Georgia.
Absolutely great advice and information. Jonathan, Stacy, yes, with our
definitely changing.
Yes, thank you so much, Jonathan. Of course, as always, as you work to keep us safe and informed, you be safe as well, you and your photog.
Will do. Thank you, today.
All right, thank you so much. Taking another look now on your screen, there you see our XRAD system as we continue to track now Category 2 Hurricane Idalia, and again putting things into perspective for you all so you can see how forceful this storm is. There on your screen you see a live look. Well, it is frozen right now, but you can still see the water crossing the roadways there, impacting motorists. That entire area closed off because of the impact of the storm. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 9:50 on the East Coast and 6:50 on the West Coast. We have to take our final commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, of course, more live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And unprecedented. This is the first major hurricane to ever impact the Appalachian Bay. You go inland to Tallahassee, where they've also had impacts, and a stronger side of the storm just to the east of Tallahassee, the center of the storm, passing off to the east as well. Let's get there. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell is in Florida's state capital. Center of Idalia passed just to the east of you.
Right?
Yeah, we're going to go to you right now, Brandy. It's hard to see, I know, because the rain's coming down so hard right now.
Hey, guys, here from Tallahassee. So right now, I just want to point out, we are starting to get in some more gusts of wind. It kind of came to a low at some point, but now it's starting to pick up. The rain has been non-stop this morning, going into this afternoon. I do want to point out that the county, they are still suffering from the power outages here in Leon County. 50,000 customers currently out of power. Now, one of the main attributes to that was trees. They were worried about a lot of the strong wind gusts blocking or knocking down some of the trees. And so the county actually did put out some updates from reports that they've gotten, and maybe there's more to come, saying that there's about 5 roads that are blocked right now, 2 damaged structures with about 500 people actually in shelters right now, and 7 down trees. So I wonder if there'll be more updates saying there's more, because I know this city, known for its tree coverage, about 55% tree coverage here. And so that was one of their main concerns, one that the mayor also stressed to me. So it'll be interesting to see at the end of all of this, in a couple of hours when things do start to slow down, we can get more clarity on what's happening. But we do know that the power company, they've been at work overnight, saying that they've already restored over 1,000 or so customers in the overnight hours and will continue to do so. Again, like I said, 50,000 customers just in this county of Leon County, where the Emergency Operations Center is also located. Guys?
Yeah, Brandy, listening to the Emergency Management Director, Kevin Peters, he basically said the storm track and the shift to the east really lessened the impact there on the Capitol. Still going to have problems, but between that awareness and also all of the crews that you report they have in place, they may have a quick recovery on any power outages they do see. We'll be checking back in with you. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell live in Tallahassee. We still have impacts that will continue inland from this storm. This right here is a clearing behind what potentially could have been the tornado earlier. This is a WeatherStem camera where we had a tornado warning pass through.
This was the one that was north of Tampa. It was in Pasco County. It was on the eastern side of the county. If you remember the western side of Pasco County, we had mandatory evacuations ordered. In Zephyr Hills, we had one of those outer rain bands just a short time ago. Yeah, it moved on through. Looks like it's clearing now.
Look at the speed of the clouds.
They're moving fast, right? These outer rain bands are something else. And they've had a host of warnings. At one point, we had 3 separate ones, one up in Georgia, 2 in Florida. But looking at some of that data, it's hard to say if it was for sure a tornado. Regardless of that, as we're still watching Hurricane Idalia, the recent wind gust out of Valdosta, did you see that? 67 miles an hour. Oh, and here's what we were looking for, the debris.
Yeah, so that was the camera, Zephyr Hills. We've quickly seen a clearing there, but maybe a quick spin up that left behind some damage. That will to be determined, but a tornado watch does remain for Florida and Georgia until 3 p.m. this afternoon. So even past landfall of a hurricane, you have a severe weather threat where you can see isolated storms, very intense storms, including tornadoes, twisting thunderstorms, and that tornado watch takes you all the way up through Savannah. The eye or center of the storm, a Category 2, making its way across the Florida to Georgia line right now into Valdosta, where we're seeing wind speeds well above 60 miles an hour, and we will see strong, fierce winds continue into the Carolinas. The onshore flow that eventually comes into play here for the Atlantic coastline results in a storm surge and potential flooding of the coastlines. We're keeping a close eye on spots from basically Charleston all the way up through Hilton Head, or down through Hilton Head. These are going to be areas that we watch through high tide this afternoon.
Yeah, close to Valdosta is Moody Air Force Base, and these winds, they have been relentless, and we have seen them gradually increase, and that threat's going to continue. But then, yeah, we're working and watching upstream, Amy, through the Carolinas. Watch
for the 23rd Fighter Wing. This storm coming in. The Hogs there are secured at the Air Force Base. Moody battening down the hatches out. Valdosta sees the center of this storm. Fox Weather is your hurricane headquarters. Weather Command with continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia, a major storm slamming into the Big Bend of Florida. We'll be right back with much more.
Better idea of the damage they are seeing there. So you can see a lot of debris. The flooding is probably the biggest concern that we're talking about. And again, more debris, and a little further off in this photo, you can see some of the flooding. But Danielle was showing pictures earlier of a church that looked like the water was all the way up to the front door, of a gas station that was underwater. Here's another home that you can see probably has some water intrusion, and another shot. We were looking at video earlier posted on Twitter of a huge propane tank just floating down a street. That will cause some damage. And then, of course, we were looking at the other video.
That's what I'm looking at right now. It's
like
just
gates
amazing.
and fences.
It's amazing. And so once that water does start to recede, it's going to be fascinating to see and perhaps heartbreaking even to see what the damage is that is left behind there in Cedar Key. And take a look at these images. These are new images, by the way, shared by the Manatee County Sheriff's Office showing the flooding on Anna Maria Island. As you can see, they're kind of the same situation, right, where you've got the streets that are just inundated with water as the floodwaters there start to rise. And this is one of those situations where we cannot emphasize enough, do not get out there and drive through these floodwaters because you may not be able to see how deep the water is. And you made a great point, Amy, that just 6 inches of water, your car can start to float. So you may look and think this is okay and safe to drive and it looks low, but then by the time you realize it's not, you're in the middle of it. And by that time, it could be too late.
You got to think, too, about potentially down power lines in that water. Can you imagine?
Oh, no.
So the water could be electrically charged, and that's really scary, too. You don't want to get out in that.
You certainly don't. And then we've got even more images we do want to bring you right now. This is, again, as we said, more from Anna Maria Island as people there continue to try to deal with the aftermath of Hurricane Idalia. But we don't want you to go far because there's a lot more ahead this morning right here on Fox 35.
Good day, Orlando. At 10, our continuing coverage of the storm will be right after this break.
Get the luxury. Our content partner over there at Fox 35 going to a commercial break, but we are not. We are going to continue this coverage for you. I see that Fox Weather back up now after a brief commercial break on their end. Want to bring you their coverage now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Is with both meteorologists and experts in the field. Our coverage will continue throughout the day here. This storm not over. We're still looking at Idalia's impacts inland, and the ferocity of the storm making landfall as a Category 3 has a lot to do with the inland impacts that we'll see from this storm. In some cases, a life or death situation, and we will see inland flooding as well as power outages. Look at what's happening right now on our WeatherStem camera network, Madison, Florida. This right here is wind speeds gusting at 54 miles an hour. We've seen there in Madison rainfall rates of 3 to 5 inches per hour. You can see these huge raindrops coming in, and look at the winds bending the trees in the distance. The radar indicating at Madison County High School heavy downpours just to the northeast of this point. At times, visibility is going to be completely reduced. Don't forget there is a tornado watch in effect until 3 p.m. for both Florida and Georgia. Yes, it's a hurricane making landfall, but the twisting both at the surface and aloft can create tornadoes, isolated tornadoes. Stephen Morgan is at the expert desk, and we look at basically what happened at landfall, even what happened in the overnight hours, playing a big role in what will play out going forward. The fact that it's strengthened to a Category 4, yes, it made landfall as Category 3, but it got that strengthening right before landfall. That helps with the intensity of the center of the storm. And inland, it stays strong.
We saw this in 4 or 5 hours. It went from a Cat 2 hurricane to a Category 4. And yes, as it was making that landfall, what we saw, which was that more concentrated eye, it began to go through what we would call an eye wall replacement cycle. The wind field would broaden out. Now, if Idalia had more time in the Gulf of Mexico, we would have seen this wind field expand. But the damage done and these reports coming in, pretty startling. In Perry, Florida, where we've also been dealing with a bit of a storm surge, it's a little inland, 85 miles per hour. Keaton Beach, which is where that landfall occurred earlier this morning, an 83-mile-per-hour wind gust. And then down in Horseshoe Beach, where we've been looking at some cams in Horseshoe Beach, camera feeds that are totally underwater. We were met not just with that storm surge, Amy, but a wind of 81 miles an hour.
Looking at the impacts here inland, I think that sometimes people get into their mind, we've seen a landfall, the friction of the land creates a weakening of the storm, and there are no more threats. In this case, you have a Category 2 storm making its way across the Florida-Georgia line at this hour. Valdosta is the place that we've been watching. The winds increase, now a gust to 67 miles per hour, just going over Moody Air Force Base. Rainfall rates are increasing. But on the backside of this, the exit on the Atlantic coast is really one of the areas that is problematic because you're going to get a surge there. You're also going to have flooding due to orographic lift, and you've still got pretty strong winds.
You've got the low country of South Carolina, right? And you work inland, that you get up into the Piedmont. And with this rain that's going to be moving in, I mean, we were talking to Brian Norcross earlier. Essentially what we have now with this system, this tropical cyclone getting all of its energy initially from the Gulf of Mexico, we now have the jet stream and this cold front that's going to be interacting. But what it remains to be seen is how far inland will these hurricane-force wind gusts spread. We have hurricane warnings in effect clear from the coast of Florida into South Carolina. Now, Charleston's going to be a city that we need to watch pretty carefully. A high tide cycle in Charleston later this evening is going to be about 8:30. But, Amy, here's that wind field. The wind field that we have, we still have hurricane-force winds forecast. This is a product that's given from the National Hurricane Center. That eye diameter and the wind field associated with the eye, a little smaller, right, about 25 miles or so, but the tropical storm force winds still of note. This is going to be a problem for the Carolina coastlines, both South and North Carolina, for the next 24 hours at least.
Yeah, watching what happens inland also relates back to what happened at landfall. Let's go back to the coast. Idalia's storm surge expansive, about 200 miles of the Florida coastline impacted by surge. That leaves out what will happen on the Atlantic coast with the Carolinas. But if you go back from the Carolinas to the origination point of landfall, the Big Bend, of course, having issues with surge, but that problem extending well south of the landfall. You can get into this and the exceptionally vulnerable area on Florida's west coast in places like Clearwater Beach. Fox Weather's Robert Ray is there in Clearwater. This is just west of Tampa. At times, we've seen very strong bands come in, both with water problems, wind problems, and this storm's not over. We still have another high tide cycle that's risky. Robert?
Yeah, Amy, we do. And you see on Coronado Drive some of the storm surge. But, you know, let's get a word with Lieutenant Meg Hasty, who was kind enough to stop and give us an update here on what's happening on Clearwater Beach. Lieutenant, tell us the details. What have you seen this morning out here patrolling?
So we've seen some significant flooding here in the area where the motels, hotels are, and also in the residential area north of us, on North Beach, we call it.
What is the deal in North Beach? Is it higher water than this? And tell us, is there homes, etc.?
It is higher. If you can see the bottom of the truck here that I'm in, it comes up almost to where the floorboards are. And we don't see many people up there. It looks like everybody heeded the warning and evacuated their homes.
Fantastic. Are you seeing any structural damage at all from winds or even some of the surge coming in?
Not too much structural damage yet. We do see some high water up against the homes, but it doesn't look like there's too much damage, thankfully.
What is your game plan moving forward here the rest of the morning and the afternoon?
Right now, we're just reconning and just making sure that there is not damage. If there is anybody that calls for a rescue out, that's our role. Clearwater Fire Department's also standing by to help with that.
Let me ask you this. Would you say that this is a best case scenario or a worst case scenario for what was expected?
I think this is pretty average for what we expected. I'm not sure that we expected as much water now. We're still worried about the high tide coming in around noon, but we're very grateful that as many people evacuated as they did.
Yeah. Lieutenant Meg Hasty, you guys be safe. Thank you for everything you do. The first responders, the most important people out here to try and help the public. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good luck to you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Clearwater Police rolling through these waters, doing their best. And then you see utility company right here, and it's about to pull through as well and check these power lines here on Clearwater Beach. Just a phenomenal scenario, but you heard it from them. They think that maybe Clearwater Beach is okay here this morning, despite all of this surge that has come in, Amy.
Still a mess and still a powerful system to see.
All right, getting that live update from Fox Weather's Robert Ray. And wow, you could see how much emergency responders are dealing with as they trek through the storms themselves. And don't forget, you can stream Fox Weather everywhere you stream live now for nonstop coverage on this storm. Just search for Fox Weather on your device or go to foxweather.com. I do see that Hillsborough County has a press conference underway giving us the latest information on Category 2 storm, Hurricane Idalia. I want to play that for you now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Bring those with you in a sealed waterproof bag and store them on a secured web cloud platform for access later. We prefer that you go to stay with a friend or a family member who is in a safe location, but our shelters remain available should you need them. Go to hcflgov.net for the latest shelter information. Next, I'll invite Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy Joseph Maurer to say a few words.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. My name is Chief Deputy Joe Maurer from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. On behalf of Sheriff Chronister, it is my honor and privilege to stand alongside my public safety partners as we continue to battle this storm event and keep our community safe. As some of my partners had previously alluded to, we are experiencing flooding in some parts of Hillsborough County, most notably the southern part of Hillsborough County, Highway 41 by the Alafia River and south from that, and then also on the west side of the county, Hillsborough Avenue, Sheldon corridor. Please, as my previous partners had alluded to, motorists, please stay off the roadways. Some of our neighbors are experiencing flooding events. If you're speeding through these roadways, that 1 foot of flooding becomes 2 to 3 feet of flooding. Please be cognizant of that. Stay off the roadways. We've been very fortunate in Hillsborough County with the path shifting away from our area, but there is still additional storm surge expected as our high tide is expected at approximately 2:28 p.m. today. We're thinking of our neighbors in the Big Bend region who have been impacted by this Category 4 hurricane, making landfall near Keaton Beach. Team HCSO's Homeland Security Division stands prepared to send assets to those areas impacted. From our safe boat to airboats to shallow water vessels, we have the ability to assist with any recovery efforts. Last night, deputies were never pulled off the road as sustained winds never reached higher than 40 miles per hour. So all of our deputies were on the road throughout the night, keeping our community safe. We had nearly 1,000 members of Teen HCSO activated last night to keep this community safe during the storm event. Approximately 1,375 members of our community sought shelter in our shelter areas. We have 4 road closures. So far, we have Memorial Highway between Hillsborough Avenue and Dana Shores. We have Causeway Boulevard and 47th Street, 50th Street and Madison Avenue, Riverview Drive and Highway 41. The Howard Franklin was closed at 3:30 a.m. due to high winds. The Skyway was closed at 3:05 a.m. due to winds above 50 miles per hour. There were 214 calls for service overnight where deputies were dispatched and approximately 3,951 power outages in Hillsborough County per the TECO website. Again, I implore you, stay off the roadways, stay away from water. Notify us if you have an emergency. We will do our best to get there and keep you safe. That is our #1 mission, and everyone behind me standing. At this time, I'd like to introduce Kim Self from TECO, Director of Communications. Thank you.
Thank you. Thankfully, the wind damage was not significant in our region, and there are about 5,000 outages currently, which is a situation that we're more than prepared for. In total, about 27,000 customers experienced power outages, and we were able to run trucks all night and continuously work to get people back in power. We will see those power outages continuing throughout the day as flooding continues. Flooding can present new dangers, especially in low-lying areas, but we're keeping an eye on that, particularly as we approach high tide. Flooded roadways can block access to damaged power lines, so it can prevent crews from accessing, but for the most part, we're going to be able to respond. We will be releasing some additional crews, many of which will travel to those harder hit areas. We wish them well on their journey. And we urge customers to stay vigilant against scams and fraudulent activities. Scammers strike when we're distracted. We've been hearing from customers that threat actors are calling and demanding payment over the phone and asking people to pay their bill immediately. TECO will never demand payment over the phone. Please hang up and report to Crime Stoppers at 800-873-TIPS. You can visit our social pages for more information on what a scam will look like. Thank you.
Again, thank you all. I'd like to thank all the teams out in the field and all the teams here at the Emergency Operations Center working on your behalf. Stay safe.
All right, we just got that update from officials out there in Hillsborough County as they work to keep the public updated and safe in the midst of Category 2 Hurricane Idalia. Right now, popping up another look at our XRAD system that we use on Live Now from Fox, so you can see the very latest as this storm treks across Florida, impacting several states. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time is now 10:12 on the East Coast and 7:12 on the West Coast. Let's take our first commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, of course, more live events, top stories, and headlines around the world impacting you. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
storms, we think of their slow movement. One that more recently comes to mind would be a Harvey-type scenario where it stalls even after a landfall. But there is enough support here, but that leads to a potential con, especially for South Carolina when we look at the pros and cons. With this movement, that means that these winds, the steering flow, really helping this thing. And when we go aloft, as this tropical cyclone has made landfall, we are getting an influence with the jet dynamics. That leads to a potential heavy rain event, and the Carolinas, especially along the coastline, are going to be at risk at that. That, as the forecast still calls for a Cat 2 getting close to Charleston by this evening. These are the hurricane wind gusts, that orange wind field that we see.
To me, that's the exclamation point there. You've got to take this storm all the way through the high tide cycles into late Thursday. So you're going to see a high tide tonight at 8:30.
Yeah, at 8:30.
And then another high tide early on Thursday, 8:45 in the morning. And you've got to wait until you go to the low tide on Thursday to really be in the clear with the water, because the persistent onshore flow at an astronomical high tide with the flow of this backside of the hurricane, this is what creates the risk for the Carolina coastline, where we could see up to 4 feet of surge.
And when we look at the rain, I think timing is going to be very important here. What we have overall seen has been this western side of Idalia enhanced by the rain, even by the winds. The winds have been significant there. In Perry, on the western side of the wall, we had an 85-mile-per-hour wind gust. That rain's going to be enhanced by the slightly higher elevation that we have in parts of South Carolina. But all of that goes down into the low country.
When you start to see the orographic lift risk there and the timing of the surge, that's one thing that we've been discussing this morning. High tide could be coming up as water is racing down from the Piedmont. And so that combination of water at the surf line is one of the areas of concern.
I think when we look at these storms too, there's always what we remember from it, and there have been numerous storms that have, even well inland, caused impacts. One that comes to mind is Ida, making that Louisiana landfall and affecting all the way into the Northeast and New England, New York City here. But the impacts that we're going to see, there's still a chance that we could have Idalia move over into the Atlantic and perhaps gain a little strength. It looks as if the overall forecast will keep it over land, which is good. But again, we've got a cold front that's moving through. It's going to enhance all of that rain.
You're looking there first at the historical information and then what's left of Idalia still to come. And Florida's Big Bend has basically been hit by the strongest hurricane it's seen in 125 years. There have been other hurricanes outside of the Big Bend that have created surges and impacts here. But as far as getting a direct hit on the Big Bend, this is the first time in 125 years for this portion of Florida to be directly impacted. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. Weather Command is active in the coverage here. Post landfall, still a Category 2 storm. Idalia has slammed into the Big Bend, but now races over the Florida-Georgia line. The Carolinas are up next. Coverage continues on Hulu, YouTube TV, Roku, Tubi, and on your Samsung Plus TV channel 1010. You can also download the stream right now at foxweather.com. Weather Command will be right back.
Efforts. There was actually a house fire I heard out in the beaches, I believe in Madeira, that Seminole fire also assisted with. And so we're monitoring the situation and we're ready to provide rescue to those who need it. But again, heed to the warnings, and individuals will not be in this situation.
I appreciate you putting that into perspective so we could kind of get a visual of how all of this is impacting. We heard from Pinellas County earlier. They're saying they think the worst will happen maybe around 11 o'clock. And also people not realizing, you know, floodwaters will rise. So this impact could even come hours later, even though it has peaked and hit landfall on the state of Florida. If you could kind of put that into perspective as well for residents that are still waiting around or still trying to decide if they want to leave or not.
Correct. That's a great point. We are not out of the woods yet. We are in a season of high tide, which is coming up later this morning and early in the afternoon, anywhere from 11 to 1 p.m. You're going to experience high tide, so the water will rise. Not only is it high tide, but it's what they call a king tide, which means that the high elevated amount of water will last much longer than your traditional high tide. And so where there isn't a significant of water now may not be the case about an hour or 2 hours from now. And so do not think you are out of the woods. And we are advising people to not be out on the roads and exploring and being curious, because with standing water, there might be some down power lines. And I mentioned this yesterday in our segment that the down power lines can result into something very, very deadly. And so even if you're driving your car and you think, well, you know, this water doesn't seem to be as deep as it is, you don't know what's under that water. You don't know if there is a down power line, and your car may not be able to make it through what you think is just nominal amounts of water on the ground, and now you're stuck, right? So it's a situation that we're telling people still maintain a situation where you're outside where you're not outside, and to be very mindful of the rising waters that are to come very soon. And it's for that same reason that our county actually has blocked any kind of access out to those barrier islands that I'm talking about in the beach communities. And so if somebody leaves, they will not be able to come back in, and that will remain in place, I'm hearing, until we don't have exact time yet, but it's going to be there for quite a amount of time here throughout the day. Just to keep individuals safe, because the water will rise out here to our west.
I know you and your team have been very adamant about making sure there are resources for those that possibly can't leave. Maybe they're facing homelessness and things like that. Have you spoken to the people at the shelters as of this morning as far as response, food, having enough water and cots and those types of things?
The shelters are in good shape, and I mentioned yesterday that not only did we have an abundant amount of shelters, but we have those that were pet friendly as well. And so that is the message that we're sending, that even if you have your pets, there are places that will be able to take you in. Marble High School here in my district is one of those pet friendly shelters. But we stand ready to help, because even though somebody may have shelter now, doesn't mean the aftermath will be smooth sailing. And so my team and I will stand ready to help, to make sure to navigate, help individuals navigate through the insurance process, through aid and so forth, and helping our neighbors in districts north of us and deploying out there and doing food drives and those type of things that we saw the community come together on just last year with Hurricane Ian. And certainly we'll be ready to step up again for our neighbors who are much more impacted by this. But we stand ready, and I want to stress again, floridadisaster.org is a great website and a resource for citizens all across Florida to get all of the resources needed, not only during the storm, but post-storm as well. And again, we stand ready to help in any way we can.
Bernie, you raise a great point. I mean, so many times during these storms, it's hard not to focus on the negative. Many people impacted, and some people could even be displaced. But you mentioned the community coming together, working together. It also unites Floridians during this time.
It absolutely does, right? This is part of living in paradise. We're going to have these storms. Some are worse than others, and some will impact other areas worse than others. But what I have seen as a person who has grown up here in our state is that Floridians step up when those things happen. I recall when I was in high school, my senior year, we had like 5 hurricanes back to back impacting the Southwest Florida area. Again, just last year, while I was on the campaign trail, we saw the disaster that happened in Southwest Florida. And a lot of us stopped what we were doing, put politics aside, and went down and saw what was happening, did a supply drive. Small business owners used their businesses as a receiving center for everything from diapers to non-perishables. I mean, you name it, generators. This is the type of people that Floridians are. We will step up and we will help our neighbors post-storm, and this one will be no exception. In fact, I've been on the phone throughout this morning with my colleagues from the legislature who are just checking up on me, and some have it much worse than I do, and we're ready to help each other and help our respective constituents get back on their feet after this storm.
You mentioned your colleagues. I know you and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis have a great relationship. We heard him speak this morning, and I believe it was before the hurricane made landfall. Have you spoken to him since as far as what he and his team are doing now that the storm has hit and now that people are being impacted?
We spoke earlier this week. All the days are running together. I think it was yesterday or the day before when he came to our county, when it was just a tropical storm, and the governor was taking it very seriously. He came down to our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, and said, "Look, it will be a hurricane, so please heed to the warnings and so forth." I mean, that guy's been running on fumes. I don't know if you've seen him in all these interviews and briefings, but he's been all over the state. He's in my county one day, he's up in the Big Bend, he's up in Tallahassee at the EOC there, and everywhere in between, sending the message that this is something that we should take seriously and letting folks know that the resources are there. He's done an amazing job working with the utilities companies who stand ready to restore power. In my district, we have, as far as my last check, a couple thousand of people are still without power, and Duke Energy here is working to restore that. And I even heard from other utilities companies that don't even service my area reached out to me and said, we stand ready to back up Duke Energy as well to help the services get back online as far as power. And so again, this goes back to the community and the effort that's been done. And a lot of it was coordinated out of the governor's office. Everything from suspending the tolls, right? He's been stressing that you actually don't even have to go far to evacuate. But if you are going to, it shouldn't be a financial burden on our roads, for you to have to pay that toll. Everything from making sure that our Florida Highway Patrol, National Guard are deployed and ready to assist. It's truly a commendable effort, and it's been an honor to work with his office on this storm.
Bernie, I know you're big on being proactive and not reactive. We spoke yesterday. You said go ahead, take those pictures so you have proof of what your property looked like before the storm hit. We know, as you've mentioned today, first responders performing search and rescue efforts. So we know that some people aren't exactly listening to all the warnings. For those that do have flooding inside of their home, as you mentioned, is it now too late to take those pictures so that you can send it to insurance? And you mentioned FEMA and other resources.
Well, still take those pictures and those videos, but the best time to have done that was pre-storm. And our chief financial officer, Jimmy Petronas, was stressing this as well. His office oversees insurance regulation here in our state. And we all were stressing to take those photographs before the storm comes. Take the videos even of what it looks like prior to the hurricane coming on shore. But still document everything. You have to show where the damage is, and we need to make sure that everything is well documented so you can get a speedier response when it comes to being made whole and to get some funding in. So there will be funds available to make sure that people bounce back. We are under a declaration of emergency, and our insurers are ready as well to process claims. And our office will be available to make sure that our constituents are being made whole and holding insurers accountable and making sure that process is as seamless as possible because this is something that occurred through no fault of their own. And so we stand ready to help as well. The other thing I will say is, as far as power outages, a lot of people will resort to these generators. It is very important to note, and it's extremely well advised to heed to not operate those generators inside your home. With hurricanes, a lot of times you see the deaths happen actually after the storm. They're related to the storm, but sometimes it's some of these things that I talked about earlier, whether it's a down power line that you didn't know was under standing water, whether it's you operating a generator inside your home or even your garage, exposing yourself to carbon monoxide and really putting yourself and your family in a tough situation. So make sure to operate those generators outside of the home and not inside. We've seen some tragic deaths just on that. And so we want to make sure that we are not out of the woods yet. The worst of as far as the storm is behind us, but when it comes to the high tide that we spoke about and things just as down power lines and faulty generator operation, this still poses a dangerous situation.
Bernie Jacques, Florida representative. Always a pleasure speaking with you, Bernie. Thank you for speaking with us and, of course, what you're doing for your constituents. And remember to stay safe. I know you're going to be out trying to help everyone, but make sure you're taking care of yourself as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yes, thank you so much. The time now 10:28 on the East Coast and 7:28 on the West Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's been my pleasure to bring you live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. We must go to our second commercial break right now, but when we come back, of course, getting right back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
That northern fringe of the eye wall is where we're seeing the worst of the conditions right now. Vastly missing, I guess, with the most intense weather, the storms, has been on the eastern side, even the southern fringe of this eye. But what's moving through Valdosta right now, it's the worst of it.
Yeah, I actually was just to the outer rain band, which on the backside, Tallahassee, perhaps that's going to be the last real intense rainfall that Brandy Campbell sees, but we'll be checking in with her. Still a lot more to come as we continue our coverage. 268,000 customers without power in Florida. Fox Weather is your hurricane headquarters. Weather Command continues with this historic landfall, Idalia, slapping the bend of Florida. The strongest storm to impact and make landfall here in the Big Bend in 125 years. Fox Weather will be streaming on your Samsung Plus TV, channel 1010. And also, we are on your favorite connected TV devices. If you're still waiting to get the app, there it is on the right-hand side of your screen. Take out your camera, you get a capture of that QR code, and you can download the Fox Weather app. We are always available and always free. Weather Command will be right back.
Or speaking with a reporter live on the ground. I want to pop up that audio now so you can watch and listen live, raw, and unfiltered.
To be empty, and behind us we've seen rescue boat after rescue boat staging and leaving, so it's not rocket science. We know what's going on behind this barricade. At this point, there is no power to a lot of these neighborhoods. We just heard from Hernando County officials not too long ago that they cut off power to all of these neighborhoods that were in the evacuation zone that are now dealing with the storm surge. And guys, we just hope that these rescue efforts are successful.
All right, Mariah. And unfortunately, that's not the only place. I mean, Charlie's in Pasco County, and he's seeing the same thing there as far as the water rescue goes. People are just staying where they're at, unfortunately. All right, we're going to move on to this. We have a silver alert from authorities in Hernando County. Albert and Cynthia Allen have been missing since Tuesday afternoon. The sheriff's office says a family member noticed their minivan was missing from their house on Star Road in Brooksville at 3:50.
So we see that they have kind of switched their coverage to a silver alert, but bringing another live look image on your screen so you can see the cameras that Live Now from Fox is following as we work to give you images to kind of put into perspective what we are dealing with this Category 2 Hurricane Idalia. I want to show you another picture right now there on your screen. You see that the water is impacting the roadways, has come over the barrier, over the grass, even past the light poles, and you see that there are emergency responders who are out there, and if you guessed it, it's because people are trying to travel across these dangerous roadways. And as we just heard Bernie mention, Florida representative, he says that not only are you putting yourself in danger, but you're putting these first responders in danger as well, because they have other calls that they have to answer. So just keeping that in mind. I do see that our content partners over at Fox 35 Orlando are up now, giving us the very latest with their meteorologists. Want to play that for you now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Radar, Miss Allison Gargaro.
Thank you so much, Jamie. We do want to take you out live to what we're seeing across the viewing area. Some very light rain moving into Orlando, as well as portions of northern Brevard County. Where the heaviest rain is right now is in Osceola County, and it's making its way over the Turnpike and the 441 here, eventually arriving in Brevard County. Now, throughout the last several hours, we haven't seen a lot of rain there, but it's likely going to be coming, moving into Cocoa within the next 25 minutes, the Brevard Zoo within about 27, and Palm Shores in about 40 minutes from now. But much more rain will be on the way with stuff that we're tracking just off to the south. You can see this cell in particular, just some light moderate rain moving into Oak Hill in about 11 minutes, and then eventually inching closer to Edgewater as we head into the next 20. Now, I do want to take you into, we have Kissimmee right here, Celebration, Four Corners, and Polk City. There is a light to moderate, in some spots even heavy rain. No lightning associated with it. That's going to be moving up toward Epcot in about 15 minutes from now, Disney Springs in 17, and Windermere High School in about 22 minutes. But let's take you down south to what is loading up some more lightning that is eventually going to be arriving into Polk County. All of these showers moving northeast directly into Brevard County. So southern Brevard, you are not in the clear yet, and a friendly reminder that our tornado watch continues until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Danielle and Ryan will send it back to you at the desk.
Allie, we'll take it. Thanks. 10:34 is your time. A man reported overboard on a cruise ship. It happened as Idalia was passing over Cuba.
Fox 35's Esther Bauer joining us from Port Canaveral. And Esther, is there a search going on right now? Obviously, these cruise ships try to steer away from these paths. So what do we know right now?
Well, we do know cruise passengers are shaken up from what they saw. I spoke with one passenger who says he was worried about leaving this port because of the hurricane. Now he's worried about a family who's without a loved one. So Charlie Corton is on board right now, and he shared some photos from the ship. He says that this passenger went overboard around 8 o'clock last night. The ship did make a 180-degree turn, and rescue efforts were immediate. 2 boats and searchlights lit up the dark water, but he says the person was not found. Now, Charlie says the ship is heading to the Grand Cayman Islands, but for him, his vacation is not the same.
Obviously, the mood on the boat was dampened, greatly. It's just such a sad thing. You think that somebody's in the ocean by themselves.
Charlie says he still feels safe on board because large glass windows, about 5 to 6 feet tall, come above the railings on almost every part of the ship. He says it would be almost impossible to fall off on your own. Now, we are still working to learn what balcony the person fell from and have reached out to officials in Cuba and the Royal Caribbean for comment. We also talked with Charlie about what it's been like for him to be cruising during a hurricane. We do know the ship had to make some changes, and coming up a little later this morning, we'll break down what those were. Reporting live from Port Canaveral, Esther Bauer, Fox 35 News.
Very sad indeed. Esther, thank you for that. We do have more breaking news to bring you as well this morning. Florida Highway Patrol is investigating 2 deadly crashes that were caused by the rainy conditions. The first crash happened on State Road 20 in Alachua County, just a few miles southeast of Gainesville. Troopers there say a 59-year-old man was driving his Toyota Tacoma when he ran off the roadway and ended up crashing into a tree line. That man was unfortunately pronounced dead at the scene. FHP investigating a second deadly crash as well. This one is in Pasco County. This one is also storm related. Troopers say a 40-year-old man was driving on St. Joe Road east of I-75 in a complete downpour. FHP says that he was driving too fast for the conditions. His pickup truck skidded off the roadway and right into a tree. He also died at the scene. Well, the Panhandle is battling through the impact of Hurricane Idalia, as we know this morning.
Yeah, biggest storm to hit that area in well over 100 years. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell joining us live from Tallahassee. Fox Weather is, of course, our national weather streaming on TV and also the Fox Weather. Brandy, good morning. Good to see you. What are you seeing out there? Probably a flooding issue.
Good morning. So here in Tallahassee, I will say we got pretty lucky on the flooding end of things. They weren't really expecting that to be the main impact here, seeing that they did go ahead and take care of their drainage systems prior to this. But the impact that they were worried about was power outages. Tallahassee, known for its tree coverage. You can see it all behind me. We're actually standing in front of a park. It's beautiful. They're known for it because they have 55% tree coverage. So they were worried that the strong winds from Idalia would knock them over, causing power outages. So right now, they have about 50,000 customers that are out of power just in this county, Leon County. And they said they already restored about 12,000 overnight. So they're already at work. The state also seeing massive power outages, over 250,000 as well. So that's the big deal here. But now I just want to point out, if you're looking at the live shot, the rain, it's not so bad. It's light, but it's steady. It has not stopped raining all morning. Every now and then we're getting a wind gust, but that's lightened. I mean, we know that the storm has made landfall and it is continuing its trip across, the state of Florida, going northeast, I believe. And so the impacts right now, they're lightening up on us in this area. So that is good news here in Tallahassee. Back to you.
Eddie, that's great news. For the most part, the trees did well there, considering the wind maybe not as strong as some feared.
Yeah, so I do want to say they have had some reports of trees being knocked down, and they've actually already have taken care of some of those issues. They posted a photo of one blocking a road, and so they have had some, but I haven't seen reports of major amounts of trees that are down. So I think they may have been spared, but don't hold me to that. We are going to follow up with the local representatives here to make sure of that.
It's always hard to assess all the damage it takes. Well, Brandy, great look there. Thanks for the report.
Of course.
Thank you, Brandy. We appreciate it. Well,
Florida State there, and they canceled classes the rest of the week, fearing a really bad hit as well.
Best thing, you know what? It's always good to err on the side of caution because you just never know, right?
Well, she mentioned really working to get the power back on, and they have made some good progress there in Leon County.
They certainly have. So let's check in now, though, with Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. She's at the Duke Power staging area in Sumter County. And Randy, what are they telling you and what are you seeing? I see a lot of moving trucks behind you, which means that they are on their way out there to try to restore power to those who have lost it.
Yeah, you may be able to hear the rumble of engines of trucks moving out because the process is already underway. I want to go ahead and bring in Ben Williamson with Duke Energy. From your vantage point and our vantage point, now that we are here, talk about what we're seeing in terms of resources that have been brought in.
Yeah, so we're here at the Village. It's our largest staging area in the state. It's no longer here because some trucks have been rolling out since about 8 this morning, but we had about 1,000 trucks sitting on this field overnight. And what you've seen for the past several hours is crews rolling out to different areas, hard-hit areas. And, we've got damage assessment teams that review and map where they should go. And so these crews go out and make those changes, and then they move to the next. And you can see evidence of that. We've got about 53,000 restorations already across the state. A lot of work still to happen, and we've still got the storm that's, still really here in the northern part of the state. So we've got a lot of evaluations still to take place, but we're trying to work as quickly and safely as possible.
And just really quickly, walk viewers down. So we have the utility truck stage right here. Walk us down and show us some of the resources in place.
Yeah, so we've got the trucks that will line up here. Obviously, you've got a bunch of resources. You've got power pole replacements here. You've got these trucks that obviously transport those things. You've got some transformers and things like that they're sitting on these trucks. You probably can't see it, but down there you've got wires and things like that. So this is kind of a place where this equipment is housed. So we've got everything we need to respond for most anything we can encounter.
And I know you were saying these are crews that have been brought in. They are headed out to the worst hit areas. Yeah. What have you heard so far about what's needed in these places?
Yeah, so we can obviously, you can tell from the path. We know the northern part of Florida, like Perry, has been hit very, very hard. The storm is really just starting to lead there, so we're not exactly sure the extent of that. We have crews there that will begin working as soon as it's safe to do so. I imagine potentially there might be crews that are sitting here that might be told they need to head that way. So difficult to say at this point, but like I said, it's a constant evaluation of what's coming back on, what's going off, and these guys were really, really fast.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. We're going to hang out with you to continue to follow all of the developments here from Sumter County. Work to get power restored. And I'll go ahead and send it back to you. Live this morning, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Randy, thanks for all your hard work today. Those are the heroes of the storm right there, the people that come from out of state.
This is
Ryan,
a cool
is fascinating.
shot. Yeah.
So what that is the International Space Station passing over the hurricane.
Which is amazing to see when you take a look at it. We do know that Crew 7 has now docked at the ISS safely, so they are there. But when you look at this image,
image, and you realize what's happening there on the ground, right? And then you see this shot here from the ISS. It kind of gives you an image of just how small we are here on
it
this
would take a trained eye, too, to see exactly what they're seeing. It's easy when you see it on the right, but that is on the left, what it looks like from space. Stay with us.
All right, we appreciate our content partners over there at Fox 35 giving us those visuals and also commentary as it relates to Category 2 Hurricane Idalia. And I will say that space station image, great to see as well, to kind of understand how it looks from outside of Earth, and also that XRAD image of there on the ground. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 10:43 on the East Coast and 7:43 on the West Coast. Let's take a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, more live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 10:45 on the East Coast and 7:45 on the West Coast. Right now, I want to bring in a very interesting image. That's what we can call it. There on your screen, gonna bring down the audio now on that image. You can hear the waves in the background. That's how significant this storm is. Now a Category 2 hurricane, Hurricane Idalia. There on your screen, though, you see that a lady is on a surfboard paddling through the water. Now, we've heard from officials all morning. We've heard from the governor. We've heard from Florida representatives. They say this is what you should not do. I repeat, this is what you should not do. We are in the middle of a hurricane, a Category 2 hurricane, and this individual having the time of their life, but you don't want it to cost you your life. And unfortunately, with events like this, you see the currents in the background, you see the tide. That tide could easily come over that small barrier. It's almost over it right now, and wipe her off that surfboard. Again, many people using moments like these to go viral, but unfortunately, moments like these could cost you your life. And here that person is on national television right here on Live Now from Fox, wading in the water, just like the song says. Hopefully this person sees this and they know that while you did go viral, this is something you should not do in the midst of a Category 2 hurricane. You shouldn't even do it in a tropical storm. Nevertheless, you see no cars on that bridge behind you. Several of the waterways have impeded roadways out there in Tampa. Again, this is where we're getting this image from our Fox 13 Content partner, specifically Matthew McClellan. You see his Twitter handle there on the right side of your screen. But again, we're just showing you some of the many images that are coming into our studio. We've seen Fox weather reporters standing knee deep in this water, and by the size of the image on our screen, we could see that if this person was to actually stand in the water, they'd probably be knee deep as well. Again, just putting things into perspective, we've told you what you should do as far as being proactive, but again, this is something you should not do. Not N-O-T, do not do it. All right, I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 10:48 on the East Coast, 7:48 on the West Coast. We must take our final commercial break of the hour. And of course, when we come back, more live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
In Steinhatchee, Florida, as we've been dealing with a little bit of a storm surge. So Grady, bringing you in here, the winds are still whipping, and that wind's still pushing in right from the Gulf of Mexico.
It is, Stephen, and the result of that is flooded roads and flooded homes. I want to draw your attention down the road there if we can zoom in, and you can see the impacts of not only the storm surge with the flooding on this road, but also the wind. That tree is down there, so even though the flood water is not that high on this particular road, cars, we've seen multiple at this point, go all the way down, realize that that massive, looks like a pine tree, is blocking the road. And then, as we're seeing right now, this car is reversing back in our direction. I mentioned homes flooding, and we're really only starting to see the extent of the damage in Steinhatchee, where we are about 20 miles south of Keaton Beach, where this storm made landfall. But we were able to cross the bridge into the town. Last time we talked, we were on the other side of the bridge. And you can see, I'm not even sure how deep this water gets here. I'm already shin deep here, and it's clearly flooded this garage here. Whoever lives here tried to prevent the flooding. They put up sandbags, but obviously that has not held up from what we can see from the outside. Next home over, very similar picture, unfortunately. More probably flooding, although it's hard to say from the outside. And I should also point out that the water, since we've been here, has subsided and subsided quickly. So it's hard to tell exactly how high the water was at one point. And then finally, I'm not sure if we'll have a good enough angle, but you can see more snapped trees in this person's yard. So there's a lot of damage here. And the result of the wind is a lot of power outages as well. We're in Taylor County, neighboring Dixie County. Between the two counties, 80% of the customers here are without power. And you can see a lot of the vehicles that are actually able to move through the neighborhood here are these high water vehicles or trucks that are lifted. We've seen search and rescue crews, volunteers who have come into town, who have gotten calls, we're told, from people who have asked for help, and the only way to get to them is on boat at this point. Even the search and rescue crews were waiting for the water to go down because they weren't able to drive their boats to the launch areas where they can put them in the water. They're also worried at this point, the search and rescue crews are, about the wind, because it's not terribly windy, but some of their boats are not necessarily equipped to, go out in these types of conditions. And so they were waiting for the winds to temper a little bit before launching their boats. So there's a lot of challenges that this community is facing right now in Steinhatchee, and this is just the beginning of the damage that we've been able to assess thus far, guys.
And Grady, when we're looking at the flow of the water, it does seem just a bit chaotic. I mean, the Gulf of Mexico, from your proximity, is it on the right side? Are we seeing that surge continue to work inland, or is it receding some?
So, okay, so yeah, that's a great point, Stephen. So you can see the sludge here that's been carried from either the river or the roads, but so the houses on this side are farther from the river, and then as we go to our right, the river's in this direction. Last we saw, and we can't see the river from this vantage point, what we see is more flooded homes, but last we saw, the river was actually flowing in the opposite direction that it normally does. Obviously an indication, as you know, that the storm surge was still ongoing, pushing the water away from the bay, away from the Gulf of Mexico and up the river. And yeah, it's hard to tell because, you know, I think right now what we're seeing is this is actually getting blown toward the river and perhaps it's receding a little bit. But as we mentioned earlier, high tide is at 1:45 today. So that's another concern for the people who live in this area. They might see the water start to subside, and then the tide could come back up. So we're certainly going to be following that throughout the day here.
I think that's just the nature. Sometimes this rain, even the water, will be wind-driven, but the storm surge, as we have seen along the Big Bend, pushing in some of that surge there in Steinhatchee. Grady Trimble, appreciate the report. Stay safe out there. And with the trees knocking down, too, as a result of some of these winds, the winds have been strong, too. I mean, when we have a landfalling hurricane in Taylor County, which is where Grady's at, those winds at 85 miles an hour in Perry, those winds are continuing to push off to the north. We had it for a brief moment along a stretch of I-10, an extreme wind warning, and that's reserved for when those winds reach about 115 miles an hour, or the threat for those winds to be sustained that strong is there. In Perry now, we're dealing with more of a west wind, but there's still a portion of the Big Bend of Florida that, based on the direction of the winds, if we have more of a west wind here, Amy, we're going to still see a storm surge. And Steinhatchee, one of those cities that very likely could still be seeing a bit of that inflow, even though we've got the core of it well to the north.
It's been a persistent onshore flow. It's been a relentless push of the water up against the land, which of course leads to the problems. And when you mix in a high tide that is under a full moon, that exaggerates the levels of the water. And so you have problems that become very unusual and unexpected. So that's why they're not going to let that change very quickly. They're not going to bring people back in very rapidly. And I imagine that there is water in some of those homes. And as Grady said, they've even been asking for help from first responders. Now, the Florida Highway Patrol is confirming at least 2 deaths from Hurricane Idalia. Basically, it looks like they're both traffic accidents. We'll get more as we go throughout the day with these things. Details from this storm, from these storm deaths, will be ongoing, so we'll continue to look for those as we go throughout the day. Right now, it looks like Florida Highway Patrol bringing this in right now. 2 men dying in separate accidents, rain-related crashes, as the hurricane approached landfall. So the first incident happened just before 6 a.m. in Gainesville, Florida. The other one happening at 6:15 this morning on St. Joe Road in Pasco County. We actually had a tornado warning in Pasco County at one point as well. We'll continue to give you the latest of what's happening as Hurricane Idalia made landfall as a Category 3 storm. That impact on the Big Bend happened at 7:45 this morning, but we tracked the storm going across the Florida-Georgia line as a Category 2 storm. We are moments away from the National Hurricane Center's latest advisory update. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ.
Get through this. Please listen for updates to keep yourselves and others safe through the next several days. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Baker from Duke Energy. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor was saying, we have been very fortunate in our community. We did not have the extensive damage that some of the modeling had projected. As the mayor said, we have had in the county, we currently have about 20,335 customers out. The good news is the Duke Energy Florida crews were able to start restoration at 6 a.m. this morning, and we have already restored service to 37,654 customers as of 10 a.m. If you are in a situation where your home is flooded, one of the things that the mayor has mentioned, and I'm sure you've seen on TV, there is potential for higher flooding later this afternoon. If you choose to leave your home, please turn off your turn your breakers off. That will help prevent any kind of electrical situation that could occur, while you're away. I would also say, our crews are working very diligently and trying to get as many people turned on as possible. But one of the things, I always want to make sure that people understand this is a very complex operation. We did a significant staging at the Tropicana field, and we'd like to thank the Tampa Bay Rays for allowing us to use their facilities. But we have many trucks there, and those are the trucks that came from the Midwest and other parts of the country. Those trucks are just now beginning to roll out. The reason for that is those folks were staying in hotels around the county, and they had to be bussed in. So I just want to make sure that the perception is understood that the reason those crews are just now mobilizing is because they were not able to get there until now. But as I mentioned, the Duke Energy Florida crews are all out as of 6 a.m. and will work 16-hour shifts until we have the community fully restored. The other thing, just as a reminder, we did not have the extensive damage, but as I mentioned yesterday, if you see any lines that are down, please consider those to be live lines. It is critically important that everyone in this community remain safe, and that will be the number one thing that you can do, again, for yourself and for your pets. If you have chosen to use a generator, please ensure that the generator is properly ventilated, because we certainly do not want anyone to have a loss of life because of carbon monoxide poisoning. So thank you so much for your patience, and as the mayor said, we will have a lot more information in the coming hours, and we will certainly convey that to you as it is available to us.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your partnership. Do we have any questions?
I have one. We were just out documenting the severe flooding, the pier, the marina outwitted, the half. You talk about the severe consequences that we're dealing with following the storm. People are out taking pictures and walking around in the water, calling their friends, taking video. What would be the advice from authorities on if that's a wise thing to do?
I'll ask our public safety officers to speak to that. Before that, let me just say we're not out of the woods yet. The storm is still having impacts. There's still flooding. There's still the opportunity with down power lines to have an electrocution. So just be patient another day. If folks can be patient just another day, we'll have a much better look, and we'll be in a much safer community at that point. So, Chief?
From a public safety standpoint, we want to make sure that everyone is safe, and venturing out is just not a smart idea right now. We've already started to realize with some of the increased flooding and storm surge, originally we were allowing people to return to low-lying areas, but we're going to start shutting those areas down. So people just need to understand that we have work to do. This is not time to go out and try to have fun and take pictures for social media. We need to have everyone safe and stay at home and just work through the next couple hours, if not through the remainder of the day. Just give us time.
The mayor also mentioned Shore Acres seeing significant flooding. Can those residents get in and out of that area?
So we've tried to balance that over the last few hours to allow them to go back and forth. We recently just made the decision to shut down Shore Acres and Snow Isle for incoming traffic. It allows the public safety
at this point that it is going to be the catastrophic storm that everyone was fearful of. It is still creating a lot of damage, and you are still seeing a lot of that storm surge. So while it didn't, come together at the same time, you do still have high tide, and you still do have that full moon coming in. So what are you hearing from people? Are they concerned as the day goes on, or people just kind of hunkered down? Is it quiet, which is a good thing? Or what are you seeing, hearing, and feeling out there right now?
Sure, I think there's still a sense of wait and see as folks are leaving their homes. It's sort of like wait and see. Let's see what happens, and that's why officials are telling people to not, sort of drive through flooded roadways, because it looks like it's not a storm outside. It's just better to be safe than sorry. So that's what we're dealing with at this point. I think that we'll see. Also, as time goes on, what happened up there in the Big Bend region, and sort of, the damage and where this storm also tracks once it gets to the other end. I think what was significant here, too, is just how fast this storm intensified and how fast it's really moving. So that's what I think most people are watching. I think this area, as we've mentioned, is sort of swampland. So in addition to what I've been mentioning throughout the day, the potential for alligators and snakes to be out in these waters, there are a lot of homes in this area that are sort of, they perhaps don't have a road that is paved, and so it's muddy right now. And so for those folks to be able to get out of their homes, that might not necessarily be doable for now. So you got to imagine that some people are sort of waiting until it's okay enough to sort of leave through there. As I mentioned, I have family in the area, so I only know this because in the area, in the neighborhood where they live, there is a road where it is not paved, and when you go down there, they were sharing with me, my family was sharing with me, that in that area, even with a little bit of rain, you sort of get mud and you can't really get out of there. And so now you got to think, with this type of flooding, you got people that are probably not leaving their homes today, just because unless you got a big vehicle, you're probably going to get stuck. And on top of that, you don't want to be out in these waters and encounter something like some of the wildlife that is around here.
Hopefully they have everything they need. It is a concern. Yeah. Well, good luck to your family and your crew. Christian, thank you. We appreciate it.
So we're going to be checking in with our Jacksonville affiliate now, WJAX, for the latest on the storm's impact there.
But the further away you are from this center, the less your wind is going to be, and that includes Jacksonville and virtually all points south of I-10 from Jacksonville through Clay, Putnam, and St. Johns County. Well, to the north and west, the impacts are quite a bit greater because you're going to be closer to the center of the hurricane. So here it is, Idalia crossing the Florida-Georgia border and I-75 just within the last few minutes. The rain bands not near as intense as they were earlier this morning. We are gradually seeing the tornado threat go down, and it will drop dramatically this afternoon. But the winds at the same time will go up. We saw sort of this stair-step track to the coast this morning. Not at all uncommon for there to be wobbles within a tropical system or a hurricane, or a mature hurricane in this case, and a powerful one. But here we are at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and look at the lack of green. Yeah, we really won't see much more rain. This was never expected to be a water storm, and while we did have heavier rain in the official first alert forecast several days ago, we never had a lot of rain, and we certainly expected this to weaken as the rain to weaken as it moved east-northeast bound, with the underside bringing all that dry air, and that's what's happening. But at the same time, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, the winds will still be strong, 20 to 30 with gusts 40 to 50 for Jacksonville and northeastern Florida, much stronger in southeast Georgia, closer to the center for Waycross, Brunswick, Folkestone, Nahunta, Blackshear, and nearby areas. By 6 o'clock this evening, the hurricane is approaching Charleston, north of Savannah, so we're left still with breezy winds. We're drying out, though, and again, a dry evening. It'll be fine for you to go outside this evening if you don't mind the wind. You'll be able to walk the dog or whatever it might be, and by midnight, the winds are gradually diminishing. We'll have your full first alert forecast with the whole flotilla of the First Alert Weather Center in about 15 minutes.
And
we are continuing our team coverage, tracking the impacts of Idalia, where Riverside gets flooded, even with minor rainstorms. We showed you last year when both major hurricanes flooded the area. Action News Jack's Megan Moriarty is in Riverside. Megan, how is it looking so far? I know you've been bringing us a lot of just flooding video.
And Maritza, so what we're seeing here, like Mike mentioned, not a lot of rain. This is more so wind in this area. A half hour ago, we were very close to the St. Johns River, so we felt really large wind gusts. We've stepped probably a block away, so it's not as bad. We did have to switch streets. So we were on Osceola Street. We had to go about 2 blocks there to the right, and here's why. So right over there, you can see there's 2 Hertz trucks. They are blocking the road. This is St. John's Avenue that they're blocking. And I spoke with that nice man who's standing there right there. He told me the reason why they're blocking these roads is because a lot of cars are going down roads like this one here. You can see there's some flooding in these roads, and he's noticing a lot of people who are driving down here. They're just trying to see what the conditions are like. Not smart. Don't drive in these kinds of conditions. You can watch at home. You can watch Action News Jacks at home and see what it looks like. And what we're seeing is this flooding into the streets, and it's coming from the St. Johns River. It's not rain. It's just these high wind speeds that are pushing the water from the St. Johns into the streets, which is flooding this area, an area that is very, very prone to flooding. So it's not a good area to be walking in this water, driving in this water. So that's why they have blocked off some streets, is to make sure that people aren't doing that. It's not super deep. You can see that vehicle over there, that car, that it's not really high up on that car, but different spots of the roadway here, it's a little bit deeper or a little bit higher. So you just always want to be cautious. That's why I'm not standing in this, and I have rain boots on. It's just not smart. So right now, again, not a lot of rain, actually not any rain at all, but we are seeing that wind here in the Riverside area. It's kind of humid out, not feeling too bad condition-wise, but it's just not really smart to be going to those areas where there's flooding. So just keep an eye out for that. Turn around if you do see a street with flooding. For local coverage, you can count on live in Riverside, Megan Moriarty, Action News Jacks.
But you have to watch out for the critters out there, too, in the water. Our team coverage of this storm continues in Fernandina Beach in Nassau County now, and that's where we find Action News Jack's Jake Stofan. And Jake, a little earlier, it looked pretty good out there. How about now? Oh, looks like the wind's picked up.
Yeah, still no rain, but quite a bit of wind.
All right, so we're going to pull away from our Jacksonville affiliates coverage there. You can see things are picking up in Jacksonville because that Hurricane Idalia has made its way sort of off the coast, traveling across Florida, and then eventually making its way up to Georgia.
Georgia, potentially the Carolinas. You also have that other storm system off the Carolina coast that's apparently pushing some flooding in that area. So we've got a lot up and down the eastern seaboard. Idalia bringing rain, including Savannah, Georgia, where the city is under a state of emergency. CBS News national correspondent Manny Bajorquez joins us live now from Savannah. Manny, Savannah is such a beautiful place, but it is a low-lying area. Can you talk about the conditions there? And, you know, they also deal with these types of king tides just in a regular, capacity besides having a storm system on top of it.
That's right. So we are along the river walk here. That's the Savannah River behind us. And you can see there's not many people out here. Typically there would be. And that's because people have been told to stay indoors and stay away from low-lying areas. We're in a bit of a lull right now. We had gotten some squalls just earlier this morning, some heavy rain and winds. But guess what? The worst of that is all still yet to come for Savannah and for these coastal regions of North Carolina and South Carolina, where they've also declared a state of emergency in those respective states. So you're talking about coastal areas that are low-lying. So not only is there the concern that if it comes here as a hurricane, it'll churn up surf and you'll get coastal flooding, but all the rain that's falling too, several inches of rain expected in these areas, well, that all could merge into a nasty flooding situation in many of these low-lying areas or areas that don't drain well. There's also the possibility of tornadoes. We have seen tornado warnings spinning up as well as we have been driving around this morning. And the other thing about Georgia and some of these areas of the south is, as you know, these large trees, and if they're old, well, the wind, of course, can push them down. They could fall on homes or on power lines. That's the worst case scenario. The Savannah mayor earlier this morning came out and said, look, we are expecting to see power outages anywhere from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. So so prepare for that. But at this point, the time to really prepare is quickly closing. They've asked people to put anything that could fly away, any patio furniture or trash cans, bring them indoors because they are expecting to see quite a punch from Idalia as we head into the afternoon hours.
And so at this point, are they asking some people to leave their homes? Is it too late to do any of that? What are they telling people to do?
So if you live along a barrier island, they are asking people to voluntarily evacuate. There weren't any mandatory evacuations, at least the last time we checked, for some of these areas. Tybee Island, for example, they were filling sandbags yesterday trying to prepare, but there is a point where the one-way in and off that island would close because of flooding or because the winds are just that strong. In fact, the bridges and overpasses here in the Savannah area as well expected to close at 2 p.m. or when the winds get too strong. So that's why, at this point, those last-minute plans needed to be done. People need to hunker down, or if you can still get to safety, do it now because the window is quickly closing here in the Savannah area.
You know, when I've covered hurricanes in places like Charleston, Savannah, these types of places, it's one of those situations where you're like, oh, the eye of the storm, you know, it's going to dissipate, it's whatever. Did people adhere to the warnings? Did people choose to evacuate? What are you hearing from people just on the ground as to what they thought about this storm and what they're planning to do?
Well, here's the thing. So all day yesterday, people, I think, were preparing for a tropical storm because that is what was forecasted for this area. So, yeah, there were a few people getting water, getting this, getting that, and trying to prepare. But this morning, they're waking up and hearing that it could potentially still be a hurricane when it reaches this area. So you hope that they have enough of the medications, the pet food, that they're all, you know, got what they need, essentially, to ride out what could be, even with a weak hurricane, with the trees down, you could have roads blocked, you could still have flooding, and you can have power outages that will affect your way of life for quite some time if they're not able to get it back right away. They did proactively cancel classes, so schools in the area not going to be in session today, and they'll have to assess when they can come back. But also, most of the counties here along the coast in Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina have suspended all government operations and buildings as well, just to try to keep employees at home and make sure that people aren't coming out for court hearings or appointments or that kind of thing too. So just looking around here, like I said, this typically would be a very busy river walk, lots of restaurants and stores in this area, but as you can see, at least right this second, not a soul out here.
Well, that's good. That's how it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
Manny, thank you very much.
We have a full slate of news coming up on CBS News this afternoon.
Our Lana Zach is here with a preview. Hello.
Hello, ladies. It is good to see people adhering to those warnings. We're, of course, going to have all the latest on the team coverage of Hurricane Idalia. And we're going to bring you news conferences from officials across the Southeast as soon as we get them. Also, new at noon, along with our correspondents in the path of the storm, we will bring you the latest on the tracking data and power outages across Florida. We're also going to speak with the American Red Cross, which is mobilizing its efforts to help provide food, water, shelter for the thousands of people that are impacted by the storm. And then later this afternoon, we're going to be hearing directly from the mayor of Savannah, Georgia, about the hurricane preparations in his city. It is a busy day here on Midday. I'm going to take over our coverage at noon Eastern, so be sure to join me right here on CBS News.
I wonder how
Just
you
in
think
to
about
Fox
where
Weather
America
Alert, we have a
is at
tornado
this
warning.
moment.
This is in Charleston, South Carolina. We're going to get to that. Welcome, everyone, inside Weather Command. Stephen Morgan alongside myself, Amy Freeze, with continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia's landfall and the movement.
America decides,
when you look at the
taking
storm
you
surge
inside
threat, it
American
expanded 200 miles
democracy.
on
The most
Florida's coast.
important
It's not
stories on a
completely over
day-to-day,
yet.
hour-to-hour
High waters
basis.
are
You're going to
still
hear a lot of
impacting portions
reporting.
of the coast. Now, the wind field extends more than 100 miles away from the core, but even as the storm moves inland and weakens a bit, we still have water being pushed in the same direction, and that stirs up the coastline, and it's a very vulnerable coastline there on the west coast of Florida. Let's get into it. Fox Weather's Robert Ray is in Clearwater Beach. He's seen the high tides come and go, also the outer rain bands. You're just west of Tampa. How are the conditions? I mean, the water is still up high.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The water is truly receding here. That is great news, Amy.
Take a look at some of this video from earlier, 3-4 hours ago, if you can. I was standing in the exact same spot. Hopefully you're looking at the shot where I'm knee-deep, perhaps even more, getting blasted by wind and rain. That was this position right here on Coronado Drive. And now we're still getting wind gusts, but no rain, thankfully. And we're actually getting peaks of sunshine, but all of this energy still percolating down here, even though this hurricane is now on ground as a Cat 1 going through southern Georgia and onto the Carolinas. Here's the good news for Clearwater Beach, at least. We talked to officials live last hour on your show with you, and we heard from the lieutenant who said that, overall they feel that most people heeded the warnings and did the mandatory evacuations. Now, to the north part of Clearwater Beach, the water, surge that came in is a little deeper because it's a lower area, and there are homes over there, but they feel like most people left, and so there's no significant injuries or real huge structural damage. So we haven't had a chance to assess, to head down there because of the amount of live reports that we are in the cycle of. But eventually I would like to head down there and take a look with my own eyes and see what the lieutenant was telling us. Now, not to negate any kind of damage by the surge. They seem to be faring pretty well here as high tide is coming, but I don't anticipate these roads getting a whole lot worse again. It is just clearing as we speak. So the thing is the Big Bend, this all took a lot more surge, potentially 10 to 15 feet. We know that, and there is damage, down trees, power lines. Utility companies are on guard here to come in when these winds kind of finally break down and the rain bands stop. But right now here on Clearwater Beach, I think people in general have a sigh of relief as the surge made it almost to 4 feet, inundating many of these roads. But at least we're not seeing damage like Ian last year with boats toppled on top of each other and wind damage that tore businesses and homes apart, Amy.
Well, yeah, certainly I can see the frame of reference that you gave us from how improved the conditions are there. The State Highway Patrol reminding people that they want them to stay off of those main thoroughfares, those bridges, until they completely open everything up. They're still trying to get debris off of some of the roads where they had trees or limbs go down. Fox Weather's Robert Ray live in Clearwater Beach, Florida. Thanks, Robert. This is now new, just in to Fox Weather, video showing heavy rain from Hurricane Idalia causing this accident. It was a crash on I-75 North. This car actually hydroplaned, then flipped over Traxler, Florida. This is nobody hurt. Unfortunately, that's a very fortunate situation. This car completely flipped. They got everyone out safely. However, 2 other people lost their lives in 2 separate traffic accidents in other parts of Gainesville and other parts of the state. So the water hydroplaning issue overnight looks like it was a bad one. There's the driver right there outside the vehicle, able to get out safely. But wow, what a scary situation. Idalia, a major hurricane ripping through Florida and making its way over the Florida-Georgia line. Fox Weather's camera network basically gives you an eyewitness to this storm's intensity. The data has been streaming real-time conditions as they happen. Valdosta, Georgia, getting the center of the storm coming over it. We've had problems with the flash flood emergency of flooding. That means that you've got threat to life or property. Moody Air Force Base is one of the areas mentioned in the flood emergency that's going down there. Want to also talk about the inland threat of tornadoes, where there is a tornado watch that goes until 3 p.m. But in Charleston County right now, we do have a tornado warning that's underway. Let's send it over to Steve Morgan. He's at the expert desk to look at the severe storm outbreak.
Yeah, it's moving north at 25 miles an hour. And what the National Weather Service is saying, which is what has been the message all along, any sort of tornado that could develop with the tropical system is going to develop really fast. And as quickly as it develops, it's going to weaken. But in Charleston County, it's southwest of the city of Charleston. We've got this rain band, and it's drifting to the north at about 25 miles an hour. It's right now over Hollywood, South Carolina, and it's moving in the general direction just outside of Charleston, the city of Summerville. As this storm lifts off to the north, it's a quick spin up is what we see. And a lot of times, too, when these are warned, it's right as we've seen that tightening occur on velocity with a couplet. But there is some indication that we're dealing with a little bit of rotation. It's just over Gibson and close to Hollywood. But you imagine as one of these rain bands come in, they're moving pretty quickly. This one's about 25 miles an hour. You see the clouds lower some, a gust of wind, a lot of tropical moisture associated with it, and then very heavy rain. And embedded within this band, we might have a quick spin up.
This could be the beginning of a long day for Charleston. I mean, rain is underway for them right now, a tornado warning up right now. But the storm itself could reach Charleston as a Category 1 and the storm surge here up to 4 feet. Let's talk about the high tides that don't come until well after sunset, Stephen.
Yeah, and with the new update, it appears that Charleston now will be under a threat, perhaps seeing upwards of 5 feet. And then you head up into the Outer Banks of North Carolina, and we'll deal with a general 3 to 5 foot worth of storm surge. This is a powerful hurricane. It's still a hurricane, even though it's over land. It is quickly losing steam, and it is also getting enhanced by a front that we have. That front, and what Amy is you were talking about, in South Carolina and North Carolina for that matter, we are going to have some instability throughout the day. We've got that natural rotation because of this tropical system. We're looking in Charleston, South Carolina right now, and with that heavy rain moving through, this is going to be what the day holds for Charleston. But it's going to go downhill in that the rain's going to get heavier today into the evening. And then, yes, as you had mentioned, the tide cycle.
I think this exclusive Fox model says it all when you look at what's going on. There are your high tides, 8:24 this evening is one of the things we're watching. But you go back to the wind gusts and the exclusive Fox model here, this shows you as the storm creeps up the coast, I shouldn't say creep because it basically screams up the coast at 20 miles an hour, right? Screams up the coastline, you've still got a very big wind. We're still squeezing a lot of moisture out of this storm. So it's raining heavily, but it's raining on an area where you have orographic lift, meaning we get exaggerated rainfall amounts. That will happen through the Carolinas. That water has to flow down off the Piedmont. But as it's happening, what's happening on shore? Look at this. We've got winds coming in, so we're pushing water from the ocean in as the rain runs down. You've got a lot of water piling up in low spots there, unfortunately, just after sunset.
The surge is still going to be a concerning thing, and that's the big threat that Hurricane Idalia still carries with it. It might be at this point, by 10 o'clock tonight, a tropical storm, a high-end tropical storm. The forecast from the National Hurricane Center does call it for it to remain a hurricane until this evening, and then it'll be having more of an interaction with perhaps the coast off in the Atlantic. But regardless, hurricane warnings extend clear up close to Charleston, not quite Charleston under a tropical storm warning, but we have them up in Hatteras, Kill Devil Hills, too. This zone today, though, is going to be the zone to watch in the afternoon for the potential of tornadoes. That's going to be one of the big threats. And then as the core of Idalia makes the move up to the north and east, it will be what we're seeing in Valdosta. Not as intense. We have a flash flood emergency right now in Lowndes County, Valdosta. As a result, we've seen 3 to 6 inches of rain there.
Okay. Well, they put the tornado watch up until 10 p.m. They're
They've
taking all
extended
the way
it.
to
Okay.
Wilmington. So that's an extension there. Two things that are really just screaming out at me right now, Stephen. We're talking about a storm that made its landfall in the Big Bend of Florida on the Gulf Coast. It's going to be making an exit on the Atlantic coast with serious impacts. This rarely happens when we have a storm entering land and exiting land with serious impacts like this. The other really extraordinary thing is we're in the month of August with 2 storms, 2 major hurricanes that have been at the same time. I think winds were above 115 miles per hour for both Idalia and Franklin at the same time in the month of August. This is a rarity that hasn't happened in the Atlantic Basin since 1950 when we started keeping the record. So some very, very unusual activity for late August.
A few firsts. And when we look at the Big Bend, it's very prone to the storm surge. And we've seen that surge, too, extend farther south. We've been focused on Tampa Bay. There is a recent local storm report, Amy, that came out just south of Tampa, closer to Bradenton, where as a result, most likely, of surge. Here's that report. And it was in the vicinity of the port of Manatee and Piney Point, where several homes have been surrounded by floodwater. And most likely, we're talking a bit of storm surge. So it's not just fresh water. We're probably talking here a bit of surge. Again, think of that wind. And if that wind is angled in such a way right along the coast, you might very well get a push. I think the highest storm surge that we've seen has been around in Tampa Bay has been around 4 feet this morning.
Yeah, it's a persistent, long duration onshore flow. And if you get high tides that are bringing up problematic situations and an exaggerated high tide, no surprise that you're going to get results like that. We're continuing to watch the latest storm surge levels here as we look not only on the Florida coast, but we push forward to what is up next on the Carolina coast. Fox Weather is your hurricane headquarters. Weather Command continues with historic landfall with Idalia just slapping the Big Bend of Florida. There is Cedar Key, Florida. And you've also got Perry, Florida. We've been monitoring these situations. Weather Command will be right back. We're continuing our stream on Samsung Plus TV on channel 1010, along with your Fox Weather app. If you don't have it, you can download it at foxweather.com.
Have driven into water they can't see through. So that's very concerning for us. And a lot of the individuals that were asked, actually ordered to evacuate that didn't, are now stuck in their homes in certain locations. Now, there's not a fear that, this water is going to get so high that they'll be in danger. But clearly we have the issues with electrical outages and, downed limbs, possibility of electrocution. So we're just asking everyone right now, stay where you're at. The water is not supposed to recede until about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
So just to make it clear, emergency personnel, they're not going out now. If someone calls 911 and says they're concerned, they're just going to have to stick it out?
No, we're out. We're out and about. We've been out since the sun came up. Matter of fact, once the winds get down to 50 miles an hour or lower, we've got our first responders out. But we don't have the capacity to do the water rescues. We have all of our water vessels out and deployed. But, individuals that say, well, I'm on the second floor and I should have gotten out yesterday, they're just going to have to wait until this water goes out.
Yeah, that makes sense. I spent almost 7 years in Southwest Florida and covered many, many hurricanes. When we start seeing that cone of uncertainty, it seems like the Tampa Clearwater area is always in it. Floridians know the drill very, very well. But specifically in Tampa, last year you had a hurricane veer off to the Fort Myers area. You had Ian. You've had other hurricanes. This one went to the north. Do people in Tampa get a little bit complacent? You're saying people didn't leave their homes. They're out driving around. We know, turn around, don't drown. You see water, you're not supposed to go through it. Is there a concern moving forward as we continue to go into hurricane season? Or is this kind of a reality check saying, hey, this is what you need to be concerned about, and this is why you have to have your hurricane kit, and maybe next time get out?
Right. I hear what you're saying. There is that complacency issue. Same thing with Hurricane Charlie. That was supposed to be devastating for our area, just as Ian was, and it made that last minute turn. So you can't predict Mother Nature, but we know she wins every single time. And so we have not been hit in over 100 years. You probably hear the knocking on wood behind me at the EOC. But we haven't taken that direct hit. And so, it gets a little more difficult every year to convince people to get out of the area. But I think seeing the devastation from Ian that was supposed to hit us last year, I think that resonated with our community, and they understand the gravity of these storms.
So I wonder, as you're planning for the future, flooding happens in Tampa, but you're looking at record flooding now. It's probably not going to be the last time it happens. Is this some of the stuff that you're grappling with as you're planning for the future growth of this city? How to handle whatever weather is coming your way?
Yes, without a doubt, we've had over the last 5 years major stormwater projects in those low-lying areas to get that water out. But one of the issues is with the climate change and the rising water, we're having to put back valves on some of those stormwater outlets into the bay to make sure that the water doesn't come back in. Right now is a great example with this king tide. There's no place for this water to go right now. So it's staying as the tide rises and adds to that surge. So that's becoming a reality for us moving into the future. But we just have to ensure that our residents and visitors know to get out of the way of the water.
Right.
Well, Mayor, I know, I was down there for the Super Bowl and met you and know all the planning it took with that. And I hear about all the planning now, when it comes to this. Tampa's a beautiful area. We wish you nothing but the best moving forward.
Well, thank you. We'd rather have a Super Bowl any day, but we're prepared for anything that comes our way.
Well, at least you know how to plan. Thank you.
There you go.
Now we're following the latest on Hurricane Idalia's movements. Parts of the Big Bend region are already experiencing flooding, as we've seen, and widespread power outages. Evacuation orders have been issued for counties in the storm's path. And for more on this, we are joined by Lieutenant Scott Tummond. He's the Public Information Officer for the Levy County Sheriff's Office. We so appreciate you being with us right now. We keep taking different shots from across the region. Can you explain what the situation's like where you are right now?
Well, currently right now we're at the low tide cycle. High tide is coming expected at 2 o'clock today, which is going to push the rest of the water in on top of our coastal communities. Just over my shoulder is kind of our flood and surge inundation maps. We'll be in the yellow and green zones by the top of the tide at 2 o'clock. So we're urging our residents to continue to shelter in place. Emergency operations have not begun yet, but we expect they are going to begin as soon as the wind speeds come down. Our rescue operations will be hampered by the high water and debris in the roadways.
So I know that there was an evacuation order in place. You wanted people to get out before all of this. Tell me about how, were people leaving? Are you confident that enough people who would be at risk are sort of out of the area?
Well, our hope would be 100% compliance on the evacuation order. We know that in some of our coastal communities, we did not see 100%. So hopefully those folks are still doing well, and we're going to do our best to get to you as quickly as we possibly can. Again, we're hampered by the high water, and right now the winds are still not low enough for us to launch our emergency services.
I was reading you have about 43,000 residents in the county as well. And we know from hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis the last few days, the National Hurricane Center, talking about how this storm could bring a, quote, catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds. I now hear you talking about, well, it's low tide right now. We're not close to high tide quite yet. How are first responders able to do their jobs right now? What is the situation for them? As we still do have questions if people did the best preparation they could for the storm.
We're set and ready to go as soon as our emergency operations director gives us the word that we can launch. We'll be filtering out into our communities and ensuring the safety of everybody that's out there. But when we start dealing with our coastal communities, as that water continues to rise, that's going to hamper our efforts to get into those locations. I know we have National Guard on site. We have contingencies from other sheriff's offices that are on their way to help us, plus our office and all of our other state organizations. So we're ready to go. We just need the cooperation of Mother Nature now just a little bit to allow us to get out in our community and help those people that need the help.
I know the Florida National Guard will be out there helping you all out once everything sort of clears up. I want to get a sense of what happens. Okay, so the storm has passed. The water has begun to recede. Then what are the steps that you have to take? Because it doesn't mean, all right, we're instantly at your door because you called 911. I imagine there are a lot of hazards that you have to sort of get around before you can really start helping people.
we were fortunate we didn't see the high winds that we were expecting, but we're still going to have downed trees, debris in our roads. It's going to take a while to clear all that out of the way so that we can get the ambulances, the fire trucks, the law enforcement vehicles into those areas. We have vessels that we're going to be using to get into the areas that we can't get into by high wheel rescue vehicles. So we're going to do everything we can to get to those community members that are out there and need the help. We just want to hang tight. We're coming. We're doing everything we can to get to you.
You know, the other situation I know that happens so regularly in these storms is thousands of customers without power. Can you talk to, the concerns when it comes to that? I also know, people are going to start, because they don't have power, using their generators. There are some real, safety concerns when it comes to those generators. Can you walk us through how you're handling that situation?
Certainly, to echo some of what the governor said earlier, make sure that you run your generator in a well-ventilated area. Do not turn it on inside your home, and don't plug directly in. You're going to backfeed on the lines. You're going to cause dangerous situations for other people that might be in and around the down line that they think is off, and it's going to cause major problems for our power companies that are out there trying to restore power. So when it backfeeds, it ramps up the amperage and puts all of those other responders in danger. So if you're not equipped to plug directly into your house, if you haven't had an electrician do that for you, don't plug your generator in directly into your home. Unplug your refrigerator, your freezer, or whatever you need to get recharged, and plug that directly into the generator that's in a well-ventilated area.
It's good advice. I mean, it's the kind of advice people hear over and over again, but there's bound to be somebody who sort of gets sick, or God forbid somebody passes away because of this. So I hope that they hear you and they're listening. Lieutenant Scott Tumman, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
We're tracking Hurricane Idalia for you all day long. Stay with us for updates. And don't forget, you can also visit cbsnews.com/Idalia. You're streaming CBS News.
It's a history-making meeting. 4 extraordinary women who are all 4-star generals and admirals.
How did you deal with being discriminated against?
I just worked harder. The future of an ever-evolving U.S. military when we go person to person.
Stories start with the who, what, when, and where.
CBS News has been following this story. Camilla, why is the government relying on these devices to track migrants?
But it's why it's important to you that matters most. Doctor, why are federal health advisors focusing on this specific pill for contraception? And knowing what to ask is how you open the door to a deeper understanding. I'm John Dickerson. See you on Prime Time. Streaming free everywhere.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
He started out as a fun-loving party boy, but the alcohol got the better of him. What I envisioned was him being in some sort of medical facility. I just thought, what a great candidate for them to learn about the results of alcoholism and what it does to a body. But his body was sold to the military, specifically used as a crash test dummy in a simulated Humvee explosion. I was devastated. I had the box. I don't know if they were his ashes or not. I just held it as tight as I could, and I just told him how sorry I was.
Body Brokers, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
America Decides, taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
You're going to hear a lot of reporting.
It is clearly a pivotal moment.
Gun control, the economy, education. Both sides of the political aisle fight it out for power.
Bringing you the analysis that you need.
Thoughtfully, with context.
Be part of the conversation.
On CBS News streaming.
Welcome to America Decides, Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
After nearly 4 decades of March Madness, this sports broadcasting legend is stepping away from his role in covering the NCAA basketball tournament. Jim Nantz on his fondest memories and what's next when we go person to person.
Into the middle of the
Today,
street.
President Biden
and in some cases, it looks like with that brown building there, into potentially that building. So this is just the beginning of our ability to assess the damage because there are still roads that are impassable. We've seen volunteer search and rescue crews here. We've seen Taylor County Sheriff's high water vehicles driving through parts of this area, sort of just assessing the damage, trying to see what's going on. And then locals coming back for the first time who rode out the storm a little bit further inland, who decided this morning would be a good time to come back and see if their homes are okay. Just want to draw your attention to these folks going out on the dock over here. Not sure if you can see them. They just walked across the street, went onto the dock there. And this current on the river was very strong this morning. It slowed down a little bit as the winds have slowed down. But we saw the current carrying debris, capsized boats. We saw a large metal structure of some sort that was flowing down the river, and it looked like it stopped somewhere in this area. So that's how we ended up here looking for that, and now we're seeing all of this damage too. So that's the latest here as we continue to drive around this fairly small town. Not a huge population, but a lot of damage, Amy.
When you look at this, is it your suspicion that water was able to get in some of the structures and homes there nearby? Because it looks like the surge definitely carried debris up onto the roads.
I would say almost definitely. Obviously, it's hard to tell, Amy, from the outside of a building whether water has actually gone into it. But from what we've gathered and from what you can see strewn all about here, this is a huge level of recession. The water's a lot lower right now than it was hours ago. There were actually roads that were impassable to us driving that we can now get through. So I suspect that some of these buildings, especially these businesses along the river here, have been flooded inside, as well as some homes that we've seen as well.
Yeah, the roof's ripped off. We can see it there in Steinhatchee, Florida. Thank you so much, Fox Business reporter Brady Grimble. Thank you so much for being with us during the coverage. Already, this is considered a historic and unprecedented storm, first major hurricane to impact the Appalachian Bay in modern times. Also, you talked about some of the inland impacts. We're still assessing what kind of damage has been done in certain areas. Let's go to Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. She's in Florida State Capitol in Tallahassee. The center of Idalia basically passed to the east of you. You have had wind and rain relentlessly throughout this storm.
Yeah, that's right. And the rain, it's still coming. And every now and then we get a light gust of wind. And you can see it in the trees behind me when it does happen. I do want to point out power outages. That's been our main impact here. Right now, about 45,000 customers out of power, according to poweroutage.us. However, the city, they did just announce that 21,000 customers have been restored since the storm started impacting this area overnight. So that is good news. I'm seeing some people tweet out that they're excited. Oh, my power is back already. So that's great. But just to imagine how, or to put in perspective how this could happen, we have some trees that are really tall behind me, this area known for the trees. But in front of them, there are power lines. So just imagine, you know, when we had those strong winds coming through the breezes, knocking over one of those trees. And then there you go, you got power that's out. Since we've been here, we've also heard 2 bangs of, you know, the transformers blowing up as well. Not sure how far off, but they were pretty loud. So hearing the power physically go out, that's been happening as well, and the lights just flickering. But now it seems to be things are being restored, and we do know that the mayor, he did request to get some extra help, so because they knew this would be one of the main impacts, and we can see they're on the ground working to get people back with the lights on. Amy?
The anticipated outages, having those crews in place. I know the emergency management director, Kevin Peters, was right on board with what the governor wanted, which was getting the crews ready to go so that they would be able to have rapid recoveries in places like Tallahassee. And so job well done to hear 20,000 customers back online. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell live in Tallahassee. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. You are inside Weather Command. We have a major hurricane that's made landfall on the Big Bend of Florida. Happened at 7:45 Eastern Time. Early this morning, a Category 3 making landfall. Winds 125 miles per hour in Keaton Beach, Florida. Fox Weather does have team coverage across Florida and the Southeast. This storm is not over. It is still a Category 1 storm making its way through Georgia toward the Carolinas. We hope you'll stream with us, get the latest information, both eyewitness accounts and your ground truth, plus new data coming in. We're always available and always free. You can download the Fox Weather app or watch us on the stream. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. Severe weather is expected as this storm has come inland. We do have a tornado watch that will go until late tonight, 10 p.m. for portions of the East Coast of Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas.
Yes, a couple hours ago, it was above my knees as the storm surge made its way into Clearwater Beach. And look at this, just the manic modes and moods of a hurricane. You got the sun out right now. Literally 10 minutes ago, we had gusty winds with rain showers. What's next, right? Well, we hope it's a full clearance, and we hope it's sunny for the rest of the day. But the wind does continue to persist. Storm surge came in off the Gulf, obviously, as the system moved up Idalia, and it made landfall. And just to think that this area under mandatory evacuations, most people, we are told, did leave. We talked to Clearwater Police several hours ago as they were patrolling, and they were driving through heavy water here just 2 hours ago. And they said that their initial assessments are that most people left. That's a great thing, and that the damage is not significant. Though the northern end of Clearwater Beach is a little little bit lower, and they're going to take in some more surge and with these high tides. We're going to go check that out and see what that looks like in about the next half hour for our own eyes. We're hoping it's good news, but unfortunately 2 confirmed dead, and you cannot say enough about what is going on in the Big Bend region with the surge that came in there. Very dangerous. We hope everyone is okay there as the assessments continue here in the Tampa area, guys.
Robert Ray live in Clearwater there, and thank you so much, Robert. And we can confirm at least one of those deaths from the Florida Highway Patrol. It was an auto vehicle accident, and they said that person did die as a result of the storm being out driving when the conditions were not good.
Yeah, and when you look at the conditions right now up in the Panhandle area, we don't know what's going to happen up there because it's not done yet at this point.
Yeah,
so, a lot to go.
Moving its way through the Carolinas as we speak. Right now, Hurricane Idalia is continuing to move over parts of Florida, but it's also creeped up into some of our neighboring states.
Yeah, Valdosta, Georgia getting hit right now. Jamie King, Allison Gargaro join us at the Fox 35 Storm Center with the very latest. So what are you guys looking at right now, Jamie?
Well, some great news. Why don't you announce it to everyone?
Why don't we announce it that we no longer are under a tornado watch? I was going to try to take off until 3 p.m. on the graphic, but it happened just moments ago. So the entire viewing area is now cleared from that tornado watch, meaning our severe threat is going down today.
That's awesome. I love the sound of that. Thank you, Allison. Great announcement. All right, I just captured a really cool looking squall. I threw up on social media that just rotated through the Canaveral area there, and still very windy. You can see the water getting shoved around, and the water keeps stacking there at Cruise Terminal 5 in the parking lot with some gray skies and some heavy rain and gusty winds moving on through. Let's talk about that rain, shall we? As now with the drop of the tornado watch, and we suspected that may happen well before 3 o'clock. Here we are coming up on high noon, so this is great news. That means the wind profiles in the atmosphere are starting to change. So with that said, it's just not conducive anymore for spinning and rotation out there. So basically now we will defer to a heavy rain threat, and that has been the case. We had one big slug move through the Space Coast here around South Patrick Shores and north side of Satellite Beach. There's the Cocoa Beach Pier out to Rockledge, Cocoa, the Banana and Indian Rivers, and out to Cape Canaveral. So that one blasted on by. That almost kind of looked like a boat out area there. That did feature some wind and that heavy rain, but nothing severe resulted from that, and that's always some great news. Out in Mineola, about 12 minutes until the next wave of rain approaches your fine town. Montverde also the same at 19 minutes there. Looks like we'll see Apopka 32 minutes. Got Ocoee High School and Wekiva Springs at the end of the line within roughly about 40 minutes or so. There is some cloud to ground lightning out there, so be mindful of that. And of course, within any of these cells as they move on through, just because the tornado watch was dropped doesn't mean that we can't see some very punchy winds, right? I'm not saying rotation is totally out of the equation, but the sentiment again with the National Weather Service forecast offices is that we're beginning to angle that way. So that's some very, very good news. Generally now just a heavy rain threat unfolding across the area. And as we look at rotation, just a very weak areas of shear a little closer to the east side of Tampa Bay. For more on winds, let's head over to Miss Allison Gargaro now in the Storm Center with more on that, Al.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I do want to take you into sustained winds at the moment. We are looking at anywhere from 14 to about 29 miles per hour. So since the last time we checked in with the winds, they are starting to drop just a bit. Current wind gusts are still in the widespread 40s from Ocala to the Villages, Claremont, 51 mile per hour gusts in Winter Haven right now, and 43 in New Smyrna Beach. So you can see that we head into the next hour or so, the winds really start to plummet as the center of Idalia makes its way up the coast of Georgia and into the Carolinas. It's going to be taking a lot of the winds with it. So I'd say by 6 o'clock tonight, we will be decreasing immensely. And with our forecast modeling, it looks like the rain is going to be doing the same. And you can see with our latest track, still the 11 a.m. advisory. We'll be getting another one from the National Hurricane Center at 12. Right now, it is still Category 1 moving into southern Georgia. 90 mile per hour sustained winds, staying at a Category 1, but dropping to 75 mile per hour winds as it moves into South Carolina, and then eventually is going to be decreasing to that tropical storm status. And you can see, Jamie, interesting thing, now it's turning off to the north and east, whereas yesterday, some of the models had it actually curving back toward us here in Florida. So glad that that is not the case anymore.
Well, it was all over the internet, and people were freaking out, and that's the last thing we want to talk about when we've got that Cat 3, Cat 4 moving toward the coastline. So thank you for sharing that with everyone, Allison.
Good news.
All righty, back to you all on the desk.
All right, thanks a lot, Jamie. And Allison, of course, we've seen a lot of flooding in the Tampa Bay area and, of course, the Big Bend region this morning. But even South Florida feeling the impacts of Idalia. Here's a look at Port Charlotte right now. Community still recovering from Hurricane Ian. This video shows big-time flooded streets there in that community this morning. We have much more to come throughout the afternoon right here on Fox 35. So stick around. We have new video coming in from all across the area. We'll be on nonstop until 7 o'clock this evening.
It's the go.
And we're going to keep you posted here with our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa. For now, take a live look here at our XRAD radar system as we are tracking the latest on Hurricane Idalia. Once a Category 4 hurricane just hours ago, the storm is now weakened to a Category 1 as it moves over Georgia. Idalia made landfall around 7:45 Eastern time this morning near Keaton Beach, Florida, as a Category 3 hurricane with maximum winds of 125 miles per hour. As of the last update from the National Hurricane Center, those maximum winds are now about 90 miles per hour, so still a very powerful storm, leaving life-threatening water levels in its path. I do want to start this hour over in Clearwater, Florida. We are joined now by Mayor Brian Unks to talk more about the conditions over there. Thank you so much, Mayor, for taking the time to join us here, as I know there's a lot going on in that area.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So first off, just kind of break down for me what the last few hours have been like weather-wise, and also the water levels. It looks like a lot of the video coming out of Clearwater shows quite a bit of flooding.
We had about a 5-foot storm surge. We had sustained winds just under 40 miles an hour. The storm's passed by, but we're still getting rain squalls, bands that are coming in on the tail end of the storm, obviously. The high tide was about a half hour ago. We're expecting another 2 to 3 feet of storm surge. North and South Clearwater Beach are underwater. We have water intrusion in a number of homes on the North Beach especially. So, we're waiting. Hopefully, by the end of the day, those waters will start receding now that high tide has been here. And hopefully, we'll be able to open everything up by later tonight or tomorrow.
What about rescues in the area? Have there been quite a few of those so far? Any that you're aware of?
We haven't seen too many. We haven't seen anybody who's really in any physical danger, immediate physical danger. So we're still obviously gauging that situation, especially in the areas of the North Beach where it's been hard to get any vehicles through there, even the high water vehicles we couldn't get through there. But so we're still taking a look at that. But right now, so far, so good.
And a lot of people aren't necessarily familiar with the layout of Florida. So can you kind of position where Clearwater is for folks who just don't know the geography of Florida?
Sure. Clearwater is on the west coast. It's Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Clearwater. St. Petersburg is at the southern end of the Pinellas County Peninsula. We're in the middle, the north middle, right on the Gulf of Mexico. So we're basically due west of the city of Tampa and about midway up the state on the Gulf of Mexico.
How do preparations work there in Clearwater? Because it's no surprise that the area does get tropical systems, it gets tropical storms, hurricanes. So how do preparations work when you get word that there is an invest and possibly a tropical depression that's going to form and head off in that direction?
Well, obviously, we're a key beach community, so we harden all the buildings. We move everything off the beach that we can to get it out of the storm surge and out of the wind, of course. We had a mandatory evacuation as of 7 p.m. last night for all Zone A beach areas, low-lying, mobile home parks, etc. And we tell people, look, you don't have to leave the state, you don't have to go to Orlando, you don't have to travel just tens of miles instead of hundreds of miles. Just get to higher ground. I'm about 8 to 10 miles off the beach, and I'm 89 feet above sea level, which, as I always joke, is kind of almost like a mountain in Florida. Just get to an area like this, to a friend's house, to a hotel, to a shelter, ride it out, and you'll be able to get home then sooner than later.
The mentality a lot of times is that in Florida, we do see hurricanes, so some residents don't want to evacuate. What do you say to those people, especially now, as you are seeing these high waters and some people just aren't heeding the warnings?
Well, we were relatively fortunate. If this had come for a little further east, we would have got a much larger storm surge. And I think a lot of people did pay attention this time because of what happened last year in Fort Myers and in Sanibel. You know, the disaster down there, it was terrible. So we did see a lot of people evacuate. I think yesterday when the storm jogged a little bit to the west, that they knew it wasn't going to hit here full on, that some people maybe went back or stayed. But for the most part, people did take this one seriously, which is a good sign because, face it, this is the beginning of hurricane season. This is not going to be our last exercise, unfortunately.
And that's what I was going to ask. Can it kind of serve as a learning experience, so to speak, just knowing that hurricane season, we're just getting to the peak. So it is likely there will be more tropical storms, possibly, as we mentioned, a hurricane. So is this kind of a learning experience?
Absolutely. For the city, for the citizens, our staff, our crews, they did a great job in conjunction with Pinellas County government. We all worked together. We were in consistent contact with each other. And so this was a great learning experience, and they did a tremendous job of mitigating most of the damage.
As far as residents go, as we get closer to the peak here of hurricane season and we start to see more of these systems move into that area, what message do you want to get across to those residents and to the people in Clearwater and surrounding areas about paying attention to watches and warnings?
Well, again, this was a good example. It could have been a lot worse. It was bad enough in some areas, especially with the water incursion and you know, the levels that came in. The winds weren't that bad, but be prepared. Have your hurricane kit ready. Have your non-perishable goods, plenty of water, batteries, flashlights, transistor type radio. Make sure you have enough medications if you have to leave. So just use this as a barometer of what you need for the future. See what happened here. No, it could have been a lot worse had this storm jogged a little bit east. And then we were fortunate to be ready for the future ones because you never know. Some of those storms recently, the one last year, turned right. It went in over Fort Myers and Sanibel at the last minute. It was supposed to come up further. So we were watching that all the way too because we did not know until about yesterday that this was not going to take a sharp turn to the right.
For folks who, again, are just not familiar with Clearwater and where it's located, how often do you see tropical systems like tropical storms and hurricanes actually strike there in Clearwater?
We've been relatively fortunate. We have not had a major storm here since the beginning, I think, of the century. We've had a Category 1 came through a few years ago, but we've been very, very fortunate. So that's why some people have gotten somewhat lackadaisical because, you know, the whole mantra is, well, storms never hit here. Well, we're right in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. The waters are hotter than they've ever been at this time of year. So if a storm does hit, it's going to accelerate rapidly. And this one was basically a tropical storm, not even a severe one, and then all of a sudden became a Category 3 in no time because of the water temperature. So we always have to be vigilant.
Very, very true. All right, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here, Mayor Brian Ungst in Clearwater, Florida. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
I just want to thank all of our emergency responders and people that were standing by. They did a tremendous job, and our citizens for taking this seriously and cooperating. This was a good experience for us to get through. We're going to get through it without too much damage, and we should be prepared for the future.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us.
Pleasure.
All right, everybody, I do want to pull up the radar image once again so you can get a look as we do track the latest on Hurricane Idalia. Once a Category 4 hurricane, the storm is now weakened to a Category 1, moving over southern Georgia. Idalia made landfall around 7:45 Eastern time this morning near Keaton Beach, Florida, as a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. As of the last update from the National Hurricane Center, those maximum winds now at 90 miles per hour. So despite weakening a bit, this is still a very powerful storm, leaving life-threatening water levels in its path, not just there in Florida, but also in other areas as well. We are going to continue to follow this storm and bring you the latest as it does head over into Georgia. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side we'll head out to Georgia, and the governor is now giving a news conference, so we'll take you there live, raw, and unfiltered. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 12:07 on the East Coast and 9:07 on the West Coast. We do know Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 1, is moving over Georgia. So we do have Governor Brian Kemp giving a statement here and taking questions from members of the media. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being with us. Joined by Director Stallings from the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, Will Langston, who's been doing a great job with our weather forecast and also just giving updates. I want to thank everyone in the State Operations Center, the Department of Public Safety, Georgia National Guard representatives, Georgia Department of Transportation, Department of Natural Resources, folks that are here and throughout the state. The Forestry Commission is in that same boat. Our Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper and his team at the Department of Agriculture, Insurance Commissioner General John King, Attorney General Carr, and others who are helping Georgians in the state prepare and now respond to the hurricane. I also want to thank our private sector partners that we've been working with, as well as our utility companies. Just a few quick updates. I'll turn it over to Director Stallings, and he's going to give you some logistical information, and then if Will has anything to add on the weather, we'll let him chime in as well. On our private sector utility partners, we got about 61,000 without power right now that we know of. We have folks standing by and ready to move as soon as it's safe to do so, and Director Stallings will fill you in a little more on that here at the end of the briefing. As you all know from current events, Idalia made landfall on the Florida Gulf Coast as a Category 3 this morning before dropping to a Category 2, and currently it's Category 1 as it continues to move throughout Georgia. We feel like that'll fall to a tropical storm by the time it leaves us and heads into South Carolina. It entered Georgia around 10 a.m. We're thinking that it's going to get to South Carolina between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. this evening. There's been a heavy impact in South Georgia with heavy rainfall and heavy winds. I know most of the people across the state of Georgia will not feel the impact of the storm, but for those that were in the line of the storm, it is very hard hitting, and we're certainly watching that as it continues to move through the state. We had multiple counties in the affected area that are seeing winds in the 70 to 80 mile per hour and some gust up to 90. We know by radar it looks like we may potentially have in some areas 9 to 10 inches of rain. The good thing is this is a narrow storm and is very fast moving, so it's not sitting on us and dumping even more rain than that at one time. So we're thankful for that. Just to give you some logistics on what Director Stallings has been doing at my direction, we've activated the State Operations Center, as you all know, early Monday morning to monitor the storm's progress and coordinate closely with all relevant agencies that I mentioned earlier, not only at the state but also at the local level, and we've certainly been in touch with our partners at FEMA. The state of emergency was issued yesterday, making state resources available to all local governments and organizations within the hurricane impact area. We have assets staged, and our personnel are in the EOCs in the affected areas, and we're coordinating with our utility providers, and Director Stallings is going to talk a little bit more about that. Lastly, I would just say that we feel fairly confident that we're going to be able to get crews moving here as we move into the afternoon. We obviously have to make sure that the storm passes and it's a safe environment for them to be working. You're talking winds that drop below 35 miles an hour for folks that need to be up in bucket trucks. We certainly want to take make sure our first responders stay safe. But as soon as those conditions are right for us to move, we have resources ready and able to do that. Lastly, I would just say when the storm came into our state in counties like Eccles and Lowndes, we've certainly seen a lot of downed trees. I mentioned the power outages, and there has been some flash flooding. So we're going to continue to watch that as the storm moves, but thankfully it is weakening now. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Stallings, and then if Will has anything, we'll let him brief you guys, and we'll do some questions. Director.
First and foremost, I want to thank Governor Kemp and the First Lady for their support, their quick action, and turning us loose to do the job that we are trained and exercised to do. We do appreciate that. It's that quick response that allows us to fill a room like what you've seen here today with the state assets to do the job we need to do. With that, we are prepared. We've got pre-positioned assets all over the state. That includes State Patrol, DNR, Forestry Commission, Georgia Guard. We're ready. Air assets, drones, search and rescue teams. We have tarps, MREs, waters, all the things that you would think that would be needed in a time like this. We have those pre-positioned and downrange. We also have our staff inside all of the local emergency management centers that are going to be impacted so that we can get those need responses quickly and in a timely manner. Something that we want to remind everybody, though, is that with all the power outages that we have, the trees that are down, it will take us a little while. We always remind you 72 hours is the time frame you need to be thinking before you can expect a true power response. If it's before that, then really we're very pleased, but it takes us a little while to get back into the area. We have to open up roadways. We have to clear right-of-ways. We have to assess transformers, get live wires that are down, disabled, so that we can get crews in there safely. As the governor mentioned, we do need those winds down below 35 before we can get folks up in bucket trucks, and so that's extremely important as well. We have shelters all over the state, so if you are if you had to evacuate due to the storm, we have shelters that are already standing. American Red Cross has got shelters up, and then we have some shelters that are being run by the counties as well. If you need anything, the 1-800-TRI-GEMA number is a number that you can go to that will get you service. You can also visit our website for a list of events. We have a banner scrolling across the top of ours that will get you to a lot of the resources that you might have. Short of that, we're just standing by waiting for the storm to continue to do what it's doing. We're kind of in that wait and hold pattern. But as the governor mentioned, we are hopeful that it's out of the state by 8 p.m. this evening, maybe 10 o'clock, and then that we can begin to assess. For those that were hit first, we will try to get to you first. Our goal is to circle in behind the storm and immediately start providing those resources as we can. With that, sir, we'll take any questions. Will, you have anything you need to add?
So, as the governor mentioned, it's a Category 1 hurricane right now. It's weakening pretty quickly. Hopefully will be a tropical storm here within the next few hours as it moves closer toward the Georgia coast. We will still see some heavy rainfall in the meantime and sustained winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour near the core of the storm and gusting higher, and then obviously tapering off as we get close to the coast. But like they mentioned, hopefully it's out of here within the next 6, 7, 8 hours or so.
All right, Richard.
Governor, the last time a hurricane passed over this area, we saw unbelievable agriculture damage to Georgia's economy. Talked a little bit about Director Stallings with this. Are you seeing any of that now? Is this a different storm than Michael was 5 years ago?
Well, it's definitely different than that in a good way. Not that any of these things are good, especially if you're in the line. I have not been hearing from any farmers just yet, or Commissioner Harper in regards to any kind of crop damage. I mean, it's obviously a very critical time right now. Marty and I were down in South Georgia last week, and a lot of the farmers were needing a little bit more rain to finish their crop out, but they were also worried about a lot of wind damage, and so we'll just have to see. I mean, I think I'm hopeful that it's a good sign that I haven't gotten calls, because if it was bad, normally I would, but we just don't know yet. I don't know. Have you heard anything in that regard?
Governor Kemp, can you talk a little bit about the evacuees, how prepared Georgia is? I know the Atlanta Motor Speedway is opening up in case we get folks from other parts, coastal Florida. What's happening here, especially in the metro Atlanta area?
So yes, Atlanta Motor Speedway did open up. Traditionally, that's more for RVs, campers, things of that nature that can come in. We do have shelters, though, that have been opened up, continue to open as that need arises. Our GDOT partners helped us monitor traffic. We didn't see a huge uptick in what would be normal traffic coming from Florida. They're a very resilient state as well. They were, I hate to say they're used to this by now, but they hold in when they can. So, but we're ready to handle any evacuees. Certainly, our hospitality here in the state of Georgia, we have a great hospitality resource here. We look forward to helping however we can.
Yeah, I know I talked to Commissioner Raven at DNR yesterday, and we got state parks and other things available for people that need them, so I feel like we have a lot of resources. Yeah.
We're hearing some reports from the coast that, honestly, it didn't look like the tide is going out this morning. Are we worried about a significant storm surge this evening with high tide?
Thankfully, the storm is moving pretty quickly. Hopefully, it's moving into South Carolina by the time high tide reaches it. I think along maybe the Chatham, Bryan, Liberty County coast, it may be a bit of a closer call. The NHC is saying 2 to 3 feet of storm surge is possible on top of the high tide. So if that lines up with the high tide, then we could see 2 to 3 feet of coastal inundation, which could cause some minor to moderate impacts for sure.
I think one of the good things is this storm is coming through our state, thankfully this time, not thankfully that it's coming, but thankfully it's coming during daylight hours, so it's a lot easier to monitor, especially for the general public, what's happening on the ground versus trying to do that in the middle of the night when it's dark.
This may be a question for Will. Do we see when it's going to hit Savannah and how well prepared, and what it's going to be like when it gets in the Savannah area and how well prepared Savannah is right now?
Sure. So it is probably going to be a tropical storm strength when it moves through Savannah between 6 and 9 p.m. tonight. At this rate, I would guess that it's probably going to be tropical storm strength with as quickly as it's as weakening. It will be a pretty tight area that gets that highest wind, though. This is not a wide core of the storm, especially with it weakening. So they'll get some heavy rain, some strong gusty winds tonight around sunset. Hopefully out of there by 10 o'clock p.m. And like I mentioned, maybe some minor coastal flooding as well.
Which I think is good for you all to help us with out there, that even though this storm isn't as impactful as Michael, and that, you know, we were just talking about there's people already back out on the beaches in Florida, it does not mean that there can't be trees coming down late this afternoon, early this evening in places like Savannah, Chatham County, and power lines coming down. It's still a very dangerous situation that people need to prepare for as the storm moves through the state.
You already kind of touched on my question. Because this is decreasing and was a Category 1, now going to be a tropical storm, what advice are you telling people to make sure they don't underestimate this and the dangers that could still be associated?
Well, I think that's what you all can help us. I mean, listen, this is still a bad storm that's coming through, and when you have a lot of rain, you have the potential for trees to come down, and we just got a report of
Yeah, again, the video that you shot here, Aaron, is just incredible to see. It's hard to almost believe that some of those trees were left standing with over 100, as you were mentioning, perhaps even upwards of 115-mile-per-hour winds. I know that you are still trying to make your way kind of to and from, so we'll let you go. But thank you so much for your perspective there. And Perry, we're glad that you made it out safe and free from harm. We have Aaron J. Jack for us in Perry, Florida. Aaron, thank you so much. Kiana?
And Michael, we're going to continue to watch how things pan out when it comes to Hurricane Idalia through the latter half of today, tomorrow, and even this week. You're looking at the forecast cone taking us through the next couple of days, as it is still Category 1 storm, packing winds upwards of nearly 75 miles per hour through tonight. And that continues into the latter half of tonight into tomorrow as well. Looking by Thursday, a lot of the activity will be over the Carolinas and back out towards the Atlantic into Thursday evening. Still a very strong storm. We've saw all of the destruction that this storm can pack, and we still have a couple more hours to get through when it comes to Hurricane Idalia. We take a look at what's to come and some of the impacts. We're still watching heavy rain in a lot of areas from southeast Georgia through the Carolinas, as well as up into North Carolina. We have to watch for the threat of some flooding too. We have a 3 out of 4 in terms of the flash flooding threat that's in place through tomorrow morning. It's for a couple of reasons. A lot of it has to do with higher elevated regions. That rain, that tropical moisture comes pouring down, and it's going to be impacting areas from Tallahassee through Savannah, Charleston, into Raleigh, including Wilmington as well. As this flood threat continues, we do have flood watches that take us through tomorrow morning until this really winds down back to tropical storm status. We are looking at all of the threats of a Category 1 storm still on the table. That does include that heavy rain, as again, a lot of the southeast portion of the country is going to be in that right quadrant of the storm. So a lot of heavy rain, a lot of gusty winds still impacting Georgia through South Carolina and into North Carolina. We look at big areas like Augusta, Columbia, up into Fayetteville, and out towards Myrtle Beach to really be impacted with the heaviest of the rain through tomorrow morning. Say around 6 a.m. tomorrow, the storm is starting to work its way back offshore into the Atlantic. We should see much calmer conditions across the southeast by tomorrow evening. But we're still dealing with a few patches of rain and a few thunderstorms lingering because of Hurricane Idalia. There's a lot of moisture, rich moisture, hanging on across the southeast portion of the country. And as, again, the cold front slides across the southeast, it really much adds to that squeeze with the moisture that's going to be in place. So we see some of our highest rain totals still to come, Michael, as we go through the latter half of this week. We look at some areas in that darker shading of orange from Hatteras all the way back down towards Savannah that could see around 3 to 5, 5 to 8 inches of rain because of the result of Hurricane Idalia. Again, that heavy rainfall will lead to some flash flooding, but we still have to deal with the winds as well. We look at our wind field, again, through at least Thursday morning. That wind field is very expansive, stretching from the state line from Georgia to South Carolina across the state line into North Carolina with winds as high as 45 miles per hour. And we take that through at least Thursday afternoon. It looks like our hurricane gusts could start to head offshore a little earlier than Thursday afternoon, which would be great news. But as we go through the day Thursday, we'll still be feeling some of those gustier wind impacts heading through the evening hours. Again, winds could be as high as 40 miles per hour, taking us through the latter half of Thursday. Should finally see some quieter conditions as we head through Friday, Michael.
Yeah, lots of folks looking forward to the end of the week, that's for sure. And again, all that rain doesn't even take into account the storm surge we could see along the Georgia and South Carolina coastline. So a lot that we have to keep our eyes on. We want you to stay with us here on Fox Weather. We do want to, though, join storm tracker Brian Effinger joining us on the phone. And Brian, looking at your imagery right now, we're seeing obviously roadways completely swallowed up by not only the rain that's ongoing in parts of Florida, but also that storm surge. Tell me, Brian, what have you experienced, and really what has the past 6 hours looked like for you?
Well, the first thing was the first half of the eye wall. I rode it out at Keaton Beach, right where the hurricane made landfall. And the first half of the eye wall, the forward part, it was all offshore flow. So there was no storm surge, but the winds were very strong, even though they were offshore. There was a home that had its roof completely ripped off. I was able to fly my drone in the eye of the hurricane when the winds were basically just completely calm. And then after about 10 or 15 minutes of calm weather, it turned, the backside eye wall came across, and that's when the onshore flow started. So the water had been actually pushed well below low tide. And then in just a few minutes, once the onshore flow on the backside of the eye started on, the water just came right up. It certainly wasn't what we feared as far as the maximum possible storm surge. It was probably about 4 or 5 feet, and it's clear. It has not receded. It's pretty much where it was at the highest point. The roads are impassable around Keaton Beach.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like there in Perry. My question for you, Brian, is this. So obviously there were mandatory evacuation orders for so many residents, especially in the Big Bend region of Florida. From what you've seen, did residents evacuate, or are you still noticing residents perhaps in their homes and kind of surveying the damage around them in the flooding?
I have not seen anyone. The only residents that I've seen are actually people just recently who were going back in very big vehicles. In fact, he was a guy was trying to get to the next town down to see if his business was fine. He had just checked his house, and he was asking how deep the water was. And I told him, and of course he was pulling a boat. And he's like, well, if it gets too deep, I'll just unhitch the boat in the road and I'll continue on. So people are just anxious to find out, you know, if their homes and businesses are okay. But, you know, with the possibility of it being, you know, a 10-plus foot storm surge, I believe just about every resident out here at Keaton Beach did heed those evacuation orders.
Absolutely. And of course, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis really stressing that. So it's nice to hear from your perspective there, Brian, that folks did that. I'm going to let you get to it. Thank you so much for your live report there in Perry, Florida. We do want to take you real quick to Horseshoe Beach, Florida. This was another area not too far from where Idalia made landfall. Wind gusts, by the way, in Horseshoe Beach over 80 miles per hour at landfall. More after this.
Zone A in this county, and we're gravely concerned for those who fail to heed our warnings and get out of Dodge and get to a place that's higher ground and out of the wind field from this very, very important storm that brought Category 4 winds and storm surge along its path as it worked its way northward from Tampa Bay on up to the Panhandle as it made landfall earlier this morning.
And before I let you go, Sheriff, I do want to get your message that you want to get out to residents there. As we know, this is now getting toward the height of hurricane season. It's possible this is not going to be the last tropical system that strikes this area or any part of Florida or surrounding states. What message do you want to get across to the residents there in Citrus County?
We preach, and we want to get this message out to everybody that lives across the Gulf Coast area and along the Atlantic seaboard where you can experience a hurricane. Emergency management folks and all the other first responders, especially in Florida, the sheriffs, we emphasize every single year, get storm ready, have a plan, and exercise your plan when a storm starts coming towards you, because sometimes you might find that you only have a few minutes to escape the water and escape the very devastating effects of this hurricane. So if you're in an area right now where you're inundated, we will try and get to you and rescue you. But we've got a limited number of deputies that can go out and do these high water rescues, and we've got a limited number of assets to get out there. So it's going to take us some time to get to you, but we will do our level best to get to you. And if you're out of the zone out there, please continue to pray for those folks that are enduring this storm and its after effects, especially those folks that took the direct hit up there in Perry and in the further counties up to the north there between Taylor County, Dixie County, Madison County, and all those other counties up to our north up there. But we've got our own problems here, and we'll know far more tomorrow, and we should come back on the air with you tomorrow and give you some updated reports about the disaster extent here in our county and the recovery efforts that are already underway. We've got National Guard assets and other assets that are responding right now to be here to help us out as we start our recovery operations once the storm surge subsides and we get folks back to assessing what the damage reports are going to be and how much work we're going to have on our hands once the storm waters recede and get out of our way.
All right, Sheriff Mike Prendergast there over in Citrus County, Florida. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and stay safe.
Absolutely. Stay safe out there. And I'll tell you, please come back down here after we recover from this hurricane. We've got a beautiful community that people come here by the hundreds of thousands every year to experience this great beauty we have in the Nature Coast area of Florida.
For sure. Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, the time is now 12:32 on the East Coast, 9:32 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back.
Look at the rain being driven by that wind, or I should say vice versa, the wind driving that rain. This is going to make for incredibly difficult driving up and down Interstate 16 from Macon, Georgia, down around Savannah, Georgia. Those winds, by the way, are going to help to incite what could be some onshore flow and what could lead to, unfortunately, some storm inundation into places like not only Tybee Island, but Savannah and friends and family in Hilton Head. That's in parts of South Carolina. And note, too, that hurricane-force winds and wind gusts are possible from Savannah and Tybee Island all the way up to Hilton Head and perhaps even Charleston, South Carolina. Note, too, that this is going to continue through early on Thursday morning. So what's that mean? It means that our friends and family that live in the coastal regions of Georgia, all the way up into the Carolinas, both South and North Carolina, need to stay vigilant because winds like this could easily topple trees and power lines. If you've been to Georgia, they have those really skinny little pine trees. I say it all the time, but you sneeze and those trees start coming on down. So when you're talking about 50 and 60 mile per hour wind gusts in some of those inlets, again, Myrtle Beach, same sort of story for you. I think that, again, flooding and storm surge flooding, as well as down trees and power lines, can certainly be an issue. We want to turn our attention to Fox Business Grady Trumbull. Now, he's also in parts of Florida. And give us an idea on where you're at and what you're seeing.
Hey, Michael, we are in Steinhatchee, Florida, which is about 20 miles south of Keaton Beach, where this storm made landfall around 7:45 this morning. And just because it was not a direct hit for this town does not mean they were out of the woods in terms of the damage. In fact, we're still seeing some flooding here. The water has not completely receded. You can see at my feet here, this is an area where there used to be flood water. Now it's receded, and it's just this thick layer of muck. To give you a picture of exactly where we are, this is the Steinhatchee River here. It typically flows that way out into the Gulf, the way our camera just panned. Instead, today, it was blowing in this direction, and that is what caused the flooding, as we also are careful to step over this tower that came down as a result of the forceful winds here. We actually just spoke, and sorry, there's a lot of debris all over the place, as you can see here, so I'm trying to make my way to this building because we just spoke to the owner of it. They do kayak sales and boat tours and rentals, and they have a boat fueling station over there. The owner just told us that he went inside, and you can see where the water was at one point. It was up to here, just below my waist, and from what they gathered, briefly checking inside, that's how high it was inside this building as well. Frank, I'm going to have you go first so we don't go into these cables. There's one more. And then what you see here is the floodwater that is still in the middle of this road. And it's deep in some areas still. In fact, this is not safe to drive through right now. It's too deep, to the point where even Florida Fish and Wildlife state law enforcement officials are not driving through here. Instead, just on the other side of this bend, we saw a line of probably 15 FWC trucks. Some of them were carrying airboats on trailers, and they were trying to find a place where they could launch those airboats because there are people, and we've talked to some of them, who rode out the storm in this area. So now FWC is trying to get in the water in those boats to make sure that everything is okay and everyone is okay. Michael?
You know, Grady, it is impressive to see you were showing that water marker and that water line. And how far, real quick, how far are you physically from the actual river? Was that about like 100 feet, or are we talking like 300 feet? Just trying to gauge what that height could have been.
It's the water's a lot closer. The river's a lot closer than that, actually. In fact, it's hard to say where the river should be, but the river is just on the other side of these buildings here. So when the water moved in, these buildings are on the front lines, and it came right into this area. But we've also been into some other neighborhoods that are a little bit further inland, probably 3 blocks inland, and they experienced some of the storm surge flooding as well.
All right, wow, just incredible imagery. Thank you so much, Fox Business Grady Trimble for us in Steinhatchee, Florida. Thank you for that report. We'll continue to check in with you through the afternoon. Joining us now, of course, on Fox Weather exclusive storm tracker, Mark Sudduth. Now, Mark, I know that you rode out the storm not too far from Lake City. You also set up different cameras around the Big Bend of Florida. Tell me what your experiences looked like over the past, say, 12 or 6 hours or so as Idalia made landfall.
I mean, Michael, we can go even further back than that. You know, the last 24 hours has been remarkable in terms of using technology to document what is going to happen and what did happen with Idalia. But then today, got up before dawn from Tallahassee. I went north and east towards Madison along Interstate 10. I wanted to be able to get into the core of the hurricane as it came up in a safe, open area off the interstate, letting the cameras capture the worst of the impacts where I had no business being, where Robert Ray or anybody else just can't be. Because you see that video there, the velocity of the water was such that it was unsurvivable if you had been stuck in it. And that is what the technology helped us to see while I was safe many miles inland from that coast.
Yeah, I'm so happy too, Mark, that you did that. You strategically placed these cameras in areas where we'd be able to capture some great footage and video while keeping yourself safe and free from harm. We're looking right now, it looks like perhaps a boat ramp and or a home that looks like it was swallowed up by a river there in Steinhatchee, Florida. And where you are in Lake City, which is a little further inland, what did you specifically experience there, especially as that eye came dangerously close to you?
So the drive from Madison over to Lake City was quite interesting. Interstate 10, peppered with different trees that had come down because of that eye wall that came up in the hurricane force winds. There was a period there when I was in Madison that the wind gusts were just tremendous. And I've been in, I don't know, 25, 30 of these things in my career, and they always amaze me, that transfer of energy that comes down out of the sky onto the ground here, and it just, when it's hard enough, of course, it can lay waste to buildings, trees, signs, billboards, even vehicles. The good thing that I can report, very positive here, the truckers had pulled off at the same interchange that I was in, and there were no trucks that I saw turned over on I-10. That doesn't mean there aren't any, but I didn't see any from Madison to Lake City, and that's a great thing. We need our truckers to be very safe.
Absolutely, and it was wonderful, too, as we learned that the Florida Department of Transportation also suspended some of the tolls so that folks could evacuate. You're about 65 miles inland. We're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. Mark Sudduth for us from Lake City. Kiana?
All right, Michael, and we're still talking about how Hurricane Idalia is going to be impacting parts of Florida, the southeast, through the next, say, 24 to 48 hours. We have a number of storm surge warnings and watches that are still in place for parts of Florida, and it does also include the Big Bend. So we want to focus in on that moving forward. We have those winds coming in out of the southwest, still wrapping around parts of Hurricane Idalia. And as it does so, it's going to continue to brush up all of the warm Gulf moisture across some of our cities here in the Big Bend, all the way down through southwest Florida. We look at areas like Cedar Keys, 6 feet above your average when it comes to the water there that has been pushed into the city. That's going to add to that bigger threat of storm surge through the next couple of hours. We also look at areas like Clearwater, where we have 4 feet as well. We head a little closer towards, say, Tampa and the Tampa region. We had about 3.8 feet of water that moved into areas like St. Petersburg. That storm surge is going to be crucial in the next couple of hours because we still have a couple of high tides to get through. Focusing in on Cedar Key at this moment in time, we've seen some pockets of high tide, storm surge, but as we go through the morning hours with that landfall being put into place, we've really seen an uptick. And unfortunately, there could be another moment where we have another round of some storm surge pushing into the area. We have to get through one more high tide that happens later into this evening, where we happen to see another round of some storm surge for areas like Cedar Keys. Looking at Tampa, we are sitting at around 3 feet now of storm surge. We've seen that uptick through the morning hours, and we're still sitting pretty high at this point in time, too. As we go through today, we'll have a low tide before another high tide later into this evening. That happens at around 3:42 this evening through the overnight. Looking a little farther off towards the north, we have to also keep a close eye on areas like Georgia and South Carolina, where we still have storm surge alerts in place, too. We have a storm surge warning that takes us from Savannah on north through Charleston, and a storm surge watch south of that, as we'll still continue to watch for winds that are going to, again, be coming in out of the southwest. But as it wraps around that center of Hurricane Idalia, it brings in another threat of storm surge for areas like South Carolina and northern portions of Georgia. We look at Savannah all the way up through Charleston. Charleston's going to be one to watch. Although we don't have storm surge numbers at this point in time, we have to get through a high tide that happens later tonight. So on top of the winds that are pushing all of that Atlantic water, if you think about being in a pool and you go to slap the water like this, that is what's happening at this point in time. And we'll have another round of high tides around 8:24 tonight that will only exaggerate the amount of water that's going to be pushing into areas like Charleston. So we still have those concerns in place when it comes to the storm surge. Although Idalia is weakening rapidly, we have to watch for areas like Charleston, Savannah, all the way up into Wilmington until later this evening and through the overnight. Once we get through these high tides, I think we'll be in much better shape. But again, that takes us through at least Thursday afternoon with our last low tide in place before we really start to see things wind down in terms of our impacts. We'll continue to watch all things when it comes to Hurricane Idalia. We'll take one last look out towards Georgia at this point in time. Pouring rain moving throughout the area. You can see the rain on the camera lens as well. We'll be right back with more updates here on Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ.
And 23 small watercraft on hand to support riverine operations as needed. Additionally, Florida is receiving assistance from other state National Guards. We're expecting 2 truck companies, one from South Carolina and the other from Tennessee. And we're also preparing to receive 3 UH-60 helicopters from Kentucky. At the same time, Maryland, Tennessee, and Colorado are standing by in case we need additional air assets. We remain grateful to our fellow Guard states for their assistance and support. Your Florida National Guard is prepared to accomplish any mission required by the Florida Department of Emergency Management, and we stand ready to support our state, fellow citizens, and our neighbors in need. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your continued leadership. Thank you, Director Guthrie, for your continued partnership as we respond to this event. Several days ago we began preparing. We've had our crews and equipment staged for the last 36 hours. Immediately after landfall and the storm passed through, we began pushing those crews into the impacted area. Over 700 crew members, which includes 100 bridge inspectors, 1,100 generators, and 250 pieces of heavy equipment. We've been moving these resources into the impacted area so that we can quickly address any needs, get the cut and toss operations taken care of, and support the life safety mission. In the main area of impact, we have nearly 1,000 bridges that have to be inspected, really focusing our efforts close to the coastline initially. We have several major roadways that go over the Steinhatchee River, the Swanee River, and others. Right now, State Road 24 going into Cedar Key is impassable because of high water. State Road 51 going into Steinhatchee is also impassable because of high water, but our bridge crews are inspecting most of the bridges as we speak, and we'll be finishing those operations within the next hour. We've made a lot of progress. We're going to continue to do so. We've moved the generators that are needed into the area. Most of the traffic signal assessments have been completed. We have about 50 locations left to complete, and we will be deploying generators for those traffic signals that need power. As we continue to respond to this storm, all 13 of our traffic management centers across the state will continue their 24/7 operations, inputting real-time traffic data into Florida 511. Again, that is the most accurate and timely information you can get for traffic at florida511.com. We have 185 road rangers that are continuing to patrol our interstate system and responding to motorists as needed. One thing to remember, there is still high water in a lot of areas of the state. If you see water overtopping a road, please do not drive through it. If you see water, please stop, turn around, go a different way. It can be really dangerous to drive through flooded roadways. Thank you again, Governor DeSantis, for your leadership and support as we respond to this event.
Okay, so we're going to have, all these assets are in motion. So you're going to see a lot of efforts at power restoration. You're going to see the roads cleared in the really significantly affected areas. That's going to just increasingly happen. And we're going to do whatever we need to do to help these local communities get back on their feet. Any questions?
What time did the I cross into Georgia?
That's a good question. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, I think it was probably within the hour, within the last 30, 40 minutes.
This morning, at what time did it become too dangerous for people in that Big Bend area to evacuate?
What would you say?
Probably the last evacuations probably happened somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m.
And do you have an idea of how many people might have stayed in the house? I know with Ian there was a form families filled out.
Yeah, so on this particular one, we did door-to-door because it was just a little bit different scenario with much less people. So Florida Highway Patrol and local sheriff's office agencies, again, down in Levy County, had about 100 people that stayed at homes. And then anecdotally, but up into Taylor County, it was more in the 50-ish range that was confirmed. But I'm sure other people did stay as well, but a little bit different way to do this.
Would you say that the Florida or Tallahassee has dodged a bullet with?
Well, I think if we were sitting here last night, we had a track that was bringing the I maybe into Leon County, and then they shifted that this morning. And so I would say Leon, this was from where we were when it was going there. This is the shift Leon wanted for sure. I mean, you go out there. I mean, I've been out. There's been rain and wind. There's some debris, but nothing. I think like if that wall would have impacted Tallahassee, I think you would have seen significantly more damage. So that bend northeast really helped Tallahassee and Leon County.
Is there any kind of bridge damage like we saw during Ian and Sanibel Island, like we saw there?
So I'm going to let Jared come up. I don't think we've identified that. There are. Of course, in the Tampa Bay area, some of those bridges were closed, some because of water, some because of wind, but structurally, I haven't got any reports that they're problematic. And then as you get in closer to kind of the ground zero, those bridges are not passable, but that's primarily because the water is overflowing. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's accurate, Governor. I'd say we're still in the process of doing damage assessments. We haven't seen anything anywhere close to what we saw Pine Island, Sanibel Island. For the locations where there's still high water, we have to wait till the water recedes to really find out what's going on there. But we have not seen any major damage yet.
Are you seeing any significant river flooding inland, whether it be the Swanee or I guess it could even go over the St. John's if there's enough rain over there?
I'm sure we are.
Yeah. So short answer is we're starting to see some reaction. All of this rain is going to have to drain into those basins. So usually what happens in these incidents is we don't see the actual river action for 24, 48, sometimes as much as 72 hours after the fact. The St. Johns River is a very, very slow responding river. If you remember back during Hurricane Ian, that almost took 45 days to correct itself on that particular body of water. So again, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to completely react and then obviously go back down.
I will say, the one thing of this, the storm moved a little bit faster than some of the other ones have moved. I mean, some of these things will just dump water and they go, so slow. This one moved a little bit faster, which is, at least when you're talking about the flooding, is a little bit better than when they're slow.
Is speed the reason that
what does it look like for?
And you are listening to an update there. That was from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. As we do now know that Idalia, a Category 1 hurricane, has exited Florida and is now dumping rain over in Georgia and South Carolina. We did have an update that came in from Georgia Governor Brian Kemp a bit earlier. I'll play more of that coming up in just a bit. But for now, let's head over to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, much more coverage as we are tracking Idalia here live, raw, and unfiltered.
That's when people are really concerned about the flooding that we could see. Actually, I want to show you. I'm seeing some cars try to drive through the flooded waters. It might be hard to see. You see those trucks and those cars pulling through, probably driving a bit too fast in water like that. But we've already got a little bit of flooding here, and we are not at the worst of what the impacts will be here in Charleston. That's going to come later tonight when we're going to be monitoring that high tide. The Battery is known for flooding, so we'll likely be here checking in on the conditions. But for now, kids have a half day of school. They're already home. Businesses, offices following a similar model. And tomorrow, kids will work remote and people will hopefully be working remote or maybe have the day off. We are expecting an update from the South Carolina governor in about an hour. He's going to be giving the latest on what they're expecting from our impacts here in Charleston.
Yeah, Katie, they're going to be watching the Cooper River and the Ashley River, two of the large rivers that flow through Charleston, South Carolina, like a hawk over the course of the next 12 hours or so with the storm surge that we're anticipating. And I know that you're going to be with us every step of the way. Please make sure that you are staying safe and free from harm. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We want to show you video from Perry, Florida. This is, of course, where we've had not only Brian Eppinger, one of our storm trackers. We want to show you what it looked like as the storm made landfall. This from Aaron Jack J. We spoke to him earlier. Aaron was suggesting, and he said that he guesstimated that the winds were between 100 and 115 miles per hour. Look at what it's doing to that McDonald's sign. Are you kidding me? No Happy Meals there, that's for sure. A lot of downed trees, of course, downed power lines, a huge issue in places like Perry, Florida, and just kind of throughout the Big Bend region. Just incredible imagery. Look at that stop sign. You envision the type of force that you need and the type of winds that you need to see stop signs completely snapped in half. The trees, obviously, the branches hanging on for dear life. And you notice a couple of the emergency management vehicles there, of course, surveying the damage. Unfortunately, that led to multiple structures with roofs being torn off the homes. Again, it's more of an unofficial estimate of between 100 to 115 miles per hour. That was what we had estimated in Perry, Florida when we spoke with Aaron Jack J. But again, just showing you the power and intensity of Idalia as it made landfall right around 7:45 this morning. Here's the current update as of the 1 o'clock advisory. This is new information just into the Fox Forecast Center. Winds still at 80 miles per hour. 74 to 75 miles per hour means that it is still a Category 1 hurricane, and it is now well inland in Georgia and affecting our friends and family. This is all going to be impacting Savannah. Let's take it into Pearson, Georgia, where, of course, you can see lots of water in the streets. More on Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ, after this.
Fall up in the corner, Big Bend area of the state. So like I said, over 100 miles north of us, and we're still seeing these effects here. So this is why we really want people to take it seriously. If it had hit any closer to us, we could have seen even worse storm surge and more people impacted than just that one neighborhood. We had all of our other neighborhoods, a lot of people had several feet into their yard of water from the storm surge late at night. Our main road going through the city, Gulf Boulevard, which has all of our hotels and our businesses on it, had knee-deep water in it at the peak of the storm last night. So really important for people to heed those warnings.
Very important, and unfortunately we've seen a lot of people who are out and about, not necessarily in Treasure Island, but just around the state of Florida, as there has been a lot of flooding on the roadways, people still venturing out and not listening to those warnings. As far as preparations, we discussed this a little bit yesterday, but when does Treasure Island and the county there start preparing for a storm like this? How far in advance?
As soon as we have those weather forecasts and predictions that we're going to be impacted, if we're anywhere near the cone, we will start making those preparations. We have a pretty standardized routine at this point, great coordination with our county, and the county's who's going to issue those mandatory evacuations. So everyone starts talking really as soon as we have the knowledge that there might be something coming our way.
Do you feel like each of these hurricanes and tropical systems that strike are kind of a learning experience for the city and for emergency officials there as well?
Absolutely. And not just a learning experience, but as we do get damage, I mean, one of our top priorities in Treasure Island is try to become a more resilient city. So as we do have these unfortunate storms that are causing damage here and north of us, and when Hurricane Ian damaged so many properties down to the south, the rebuilding process just hardens our state even more. So we become more resilient to storms. We're putting a lot of money from our budgets towards projects to make sure that our storm sewer systems and our storm water systems can sustain events like this for 20, 30, 40 years into the future. And that is a really important part of what our job is as city officials, is to plan into the future and make sure that we can sustain events like this.
And my last question for you, I know you touched on this, but your message to residents there in Treasure Island, in the county, and across the state of Florida, as they do say, you know what, we have seen these storms come through time and time again. It's fine, even though there's a mandatory evacuation. We're going to stay in our home. What message do you have for those people?
Yeah, we urge those people, please don't take any chances. Take the safe bet. Like we said earlier, if you can just go somewhere inland. I only evacuated 7 minutes from my home, which is 30 feet above sea level compared to 3 feet above sea level. So that difference alone just makes a really big impact. If you had a heart attack or something in your home during the storm, it's something that's not even related to the storm. Emergency personnel cannot reach you. So that's really important to heed the warnings. It might be a little inconvenience for your schedule, but.
All right. Thank you so much. We do appreciate you taking the time to join us here. Mayor Tyler Payne there in Treasure Island, Florida. Again, thank you so much for being here. All right, everybody, let's take a look here at one of the images that we do have. This one is one of many that we've seen showing the extensive flooding that is there all across the area. Take a look. There is some high water that is still located along the Gulf. We actually had an image that you may have seen a few minutes ago that showed some of the extensive flooding there moving into Jacksonville. Now, it's important to note that the storm itself, Hurricane Idalia, is now getting weakened just slightly. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, so 3 minutes ago, now shows maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. So still considered to be a Category 1 hurricane, and at this point still moving north-northeast at 20 miles per hour. Now, heavy rain is spreading across southern Georgia as well as portions of the Carolinas. That is as of 1 p.m. The storm is going to drop a lot of rain. I do want to head over to our partners at Fox 35 Orlando as they are covering this live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's dip into their coverage.
Yes, sir.
So what have you seen so far?
There's a lot of flooding.
Yeah. And what are you at the moment doing for the residents?
Trying to get my sister's dad.
You got people stranded in houses?
Yeah, and animals.
And animals. And the plan is to get them in that boat?
Yes, sir.
All right. You go do your thing. Yep, we're going to join you. Run off and get that boat. It's a fluid situation here, Luann and John, because what's happening is the Crystal River is rising by the minute, and we're going to put that boat in at the dock, smart move, and they're going to go in and get these folks in from the riverside, I presume, as much as they can. But a lot of the streets look like rivers, and they're as deep in some cases. We just can't get that boat into the water via the street, so they're going to move it into the dock. It's been an interesting morning here in Crystal River. A lot of folks were caught by surprise. They thought they dodged a bullet, and then this happens. And now they're stranded in their houses and looking to get out because we don't know what the next 5 or 6 hours hold. Some locals tell me the water will recede as fast as it came in. Others not so sure. So this is one of those things where we just have to wait and see. We're going to get in that boat shortly, so check back with us, John and Luann, when you can, and we'll let you know how we're doing out here in Crystal River, Citrus County.
All right, David, will do. Thank you. Well, right now, the National Guard is being sent all across Florida to help people dealing with the brunt of Hurricane Idalia.
And Fox 35's Esther Bowers live at the Melbourne airport today, where more crews are being sent out right now. So it's nice and sunny. It's dry out there. Give us a scene out there.
Well, we're live at the tarmac at the Melbourne Orlando International Airport, and we are just minutes away from about 50 Florida National Guardsmen taking off and heading to the hardest hit areas of the state. I'll tell you, being on the tarmac right now, it is extremely striking to see and know that these helpers are going to be heading where people need the most help. I do want to bring in Keely Leggett. She's here with the airport. So Keely, talk with us from the airport's perspective. How do you feel seeing this and knowing that people are going to get the help that they really need?
Sure. So MLB is so proud to support Florida Air National Guard's relief efforts for Hurricane Idalia. As Floridians, we all know what it's like to have one of these storms bear down on us. So it's an honor to be able to provide this support for our friends in the Big Bend.
And it took, quite some work. You guys have been trying to bring this together, but you didn't have much time.
Sure. I think we found out about it late on Monday, but luckily we've got wonderful partners here at the airport, and we were able to set this up. And like I said, it's an honor. We know that the folks up there need our help. They need their help the most, and it's great to just be able to play a small part in this effort.
Absolutely. And we were told that they're holding right now for weather. So we were here a bit earlier, and we saw that these crews were loading up, getting things set. Like we said, they are still on the ground, but they're getting ready to lift off hopefully soon. And yes, it's sunny. It's sunny in Brevard. We have had very little rain, little flooding, but we know that the help is on the way to where it is needed. And these 40 to 50 National Guardsmen will be getting ready to lift off here very soon. We're going to stay live at this tarmac and hopefully be able to capture that for you when these Guardsmen lift off. But for now, we'll send things back to you.
Esther, thank you. The good news is we haven't seen a whole lot of damage here in Central Florida from the hurricane.
Yeah, really surprising. A few limbs down. Driving in today, I didn't see hardly anything out there. A lot of people around too, so that's good news. And Fox 35's Manny Martinez is live. He's in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck today. So, Manny, you're out of the vehicle right now, looking at some of the damage in that area. What are you seeing?
That's right here, John. We are off of Jefferson Street in Perry. You can see over my shoulder, we're here at the Gandy Motor Lodge. If you look behind me, everything looks like it should. But let's pan over this way, and you'll see that there is awning here that should be here lining 1, 2, 3, 4, about a half dozen motel rooms, and then dangling up here on the other side. And I know that there are some families still here at the motel. I've seen a couple, and I see a child even through one of the windows. Let's come around. Let's show you where this awning ended up. It went up and over, and it is now on the backside of this motel. And this is something that we have seen here all throughout Perry, is just this mangled metal just about everywhere we look. And here we can see it is laying flat just on this other side. We're on the opposite end of the Gandy Motor Lodge here in Perry. Talked last time I saw you last hour, the National Guard. We've seen more roll through here, a couple even with boats. They went that way, which is back south. You just heard the wail of first responders. We've seen ambulances roll through here as well. As we're still here in Perry and on this stretch here in motels, we see some people with some bags start to out of those motels and walk down the street as a trooper rolls by. And then come in the opposite direction is a Taylor County Sheriff's deputy. So we've seen a lot of that here for the past couple of hours. We've seen FDOT out here too, taking trees out of roadways and making sure that we can actually drive where we need to go without having to maneuver past some of those obstructions. And a lot of those obstructions, not just trees, metal too. There's metal scattered, and just over to my left about another few feet, there's that is a wire. That sign on the other side too, that is all bent from wind. In fact, one of the stanchions, see that is out of the grass. So it will be quite the extensive cleanup here in Perry. And just a sight to see what Mother Nature has done here, and that wind, and you saw it in that video playing at the top of the show. John, Luann.
All right, in Perry, it's really incredible to see that, things aren't even worse there. Manny, you've been driving around, and we're going to check back with them, of course, but when you see the eye make landfall, it seemed pretty bad. But just some buildings damaged, that appears to be it. Well, we're looking at even more damage caused by Hurricane Idalia. This is a look at a collapsed boathouse about 20 miles south of where the storm made landfall. You can see the high water levels thanks to the storm surge there, and you can see the moment the rushing water pulls the boathouse away.
And there it goes right there.
Yeah.
Wait for it, and it is gone. Yeah, that's one of those small towns there. Steinhatchee is the one that's right there on that river, and we have some crews heading that area. Except other than Perry, that's really the only town in that general area where it hits. So we'll see more of the damage throughout the day today. And crews also assessing storm damage at Tampa International Airport. Some roads around the airport are still shut down at this hour. Governor Ron DeSantis just announced that the airport will reopen for arriving flights only. Again, arriving flights only at 4 p.m. So if you're planning on traveling later on this week, airport officials say you need to check with your airline for any delays or updates. So again, stay right here on Fox 35. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia continues.
And of course, we are checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando teams and our Fox 13 Tampa. They are both out there, as well as Fox News and Fox Weather. We are your central hub here, where we can take their reports and pass them along to you at home or wherever you're watching us from here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, we do know that Hurricane Idalia does remain a Category 1 storm as of the update provided by the National Hurricane Center about 11 minutes ago at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It is now over Georgia, dumping some heavy rain there in Georgia and across the Carolinas. Maximum sustained winds of about 80 miles per hour. The storm system is expected to continue to weaken as it does head over toward the Atlantic. It is now 1:12 over on the East Coast and 10:12 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into our continuing coverage here as Hurricane Idalia does leave a lot of flooding across the state of Florida as well as Georgia and the Carolinas. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Have a number of power outages. 50 to 75% of these counties are dealing with no power at this point in time, so they're left in the dark through this morning.
To rise as the storm passes through and goes into Georgia, and we'll see power outage numbers for Georgia, South Carolina, and perhaps North Carolina. Our partners at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are pre-positioned to support power restoration, and they have over 30 generators that are pre-staged. Additionally, the utilities are preparing for storm impacts, including pre-staging crews and equipment outside of the projected storm track. And the state anticipates a total of about 30,000 to 40,000 linemen in Florida to begin to assist in the power restoration efforts. People that are still in the storm's path, however, as you heard from Corrine, they should not venture out into the storm and remain sheltering in place if your local officials are telling you to do so. However, if you are in trouble and you need immediate assistance, please call 911. As you do go out, do not wade in the water. Do not drive through flooded roads and streets. Just remember, turn around, don't drown. Unfortunately, we see so many fatalities after the storm passes. We want to make sure that everybody is taking the right precautions to keep themselves safe. And as always, please continue to listen to your local officials as this storm continues to pass over Georgia currently and into South Carolina. Please check on your friends and your family and your loved ones, especially older adults and people living with disabilities, to see if they have any needs. In closing, I just want to remind people that this is still very much an active situation. Remnants of the storm are still affecting Florida as we speak. The storm is over Georgia and moving into South Carolina. People there and in the Carolinas will continue to experience impacts throughout the day today and possibly into the weekend. Again, FEMA is well postured with our federal partners to support Floridians during this time of need and stands ready to support other affected states as needed. With that, I can take any questions.
Thank you. Administrator, what are you most concerned about over the next day or two, since you just said it's too early right now to assess the extent of damage in Florida?
Yeah, my biggest concern is those people who chose not to evacuate, and I know that our local first responders, the heroes that are out there in those local communities, are doing an amazing job already of going into the areas where people did not evacuate and helping to get them to safety. I think that is our priority through the day today, is to make sure that everybody is safe after this storm has passed. As we go into the next few days, we're going to want to assess what the total amount of damage is and see what immediate needs need to be put forth in order to help support and start the recovery process.
Administrator Criswell, thank you so much. Could you just take us a little bit into that briefing that you had with the president today? What is he most concerned about? What was he most focused on? Any other direction that he gave to you other than to fly down to Florida? And then secondly, you said that Governor DeSantis is satisfied with the federal response, doesn't need anything additional. Was there anything else discussed on that call?
Yeah, the president's main concern is making sure that we are bringing everything that we have in to support these states as they're having immediate response and life-saving needs or beginning to start their assessment and their recovery process. I think it's incredibly important that our governors know that we are ready and postured to bring in all federal resources to support any of their life-saving and their life-sustaining needs in the very near future. The conversation with Governor DeSantis was that, reiterating the fact that we already have over 1,500 personnel there in the area to be able to support, and the governor currently has no unmet needs, but as we begin to assess, right, as the governor assesses and as I get on the ground tomorrow to assess, we'll see what additional needs might be there and if any of those resources need to be employed or we need to move more into the area.
Has the president spoken yet with the governors of Georgia or South Carolina as well, or any plans for that to happen?
I believe he was preparing to contact them after I left so I could come to this briefing. Good.
Thank you. Administrator, to what extent do you attribute climate change as a cause of this storm and the other weather events that we're seeing over the last weeks and months?
Yeah, I'm not going to attribute the cause of the storm, but what I can say is that we are seeing an increase in the number of severe weather events. And what we saw with this storm, as we have seen with several of our hurricanes over the last few years, is that they are intensifying more rapidly due to the elevated heat of the water temperature in the Gulf or in the Pacific, or whether it's in the Atlantic. These storms are intensifying so fast that our local emergency management officials have less time to warn and evacuate and get people to safety. This is something that we have to take into consideration as we build our preparedness plans, as our local communities build their preparedness plans on how they're going to communicate and prepare their communities for the types of storms that they're going to face in the future.
Secondly, more specifically on this storm, do you have any sense, or is it too early now to say what the cost of recovery will require or will be?
Yeah, it's far too early to even estimate what the cost is. It's still unsafe in many parts to even go out. That's what's going to happen over the next several days, is to really get a good understanding, an initial estimate of what we think the costs will be and what the amount of impact to these communities has been.
Just to follow on that, with what you've seen so far, how long do you think it will take to get that full assessment, and how long will it take to understand the costs of the recovery efforts?
Yeah, we have rapid assessment teams that have been pre-positioned, ready to go out as soon as it's safe to do so, and so those are personnel that will integrate in with the state personnel to go see what the damages are. But we also use technology, right? We use aerial imagery and satellite technology, and we use our geospatial information to get a better idea, so we don't have to physically put people out there, and it allows us to make these types of decisions much quicker than we've been able to in the past. And so, again, it will take several days to get a full understanding of what the initial assessment, damage assessment is, but it will take longer to get the full picture of the total amount of impact to these communities.
And yesterday you had said that FEMA's disaster relief fund was running low. With what we've seen from this storm so far, there's also the Maui fires. Do you think there's enough funding? Are you confident there's enough if there's another extreme weather event in the next month?
Yeah, so yesterday, as I announced, I directed my personnel to implement what we call immediate needs funding, and that prioritizes the remaining funding within the disaster relief fund to support those life-saving efforts. I believe through this effort, we have plenty of funding to be able to support our ongoing efforts in Maui, as well as this event, to include Florida, Georgia, South Carolina as needed. But we are monitoring it very closely, right? Every day we are looking at what the cost of these storms are as we approach the end of this fiscal year. And if we have another storm, we're going to have to closely monitor what impact that's going to have and any other actions we might have to take.
Administrator, thank you for being here. As we do approach the end of the fiscal year, as you just noted, just getting a little bit down the road, these take weeks, months to recover. FEMA's involvement will go on for quite a long time. Back in 2013, when there was a government shutdown, FEMA had to furlough its non-essential staff right now. What potential impact would a government shutdown, as lawmakers have considerations about whether to fund the government, have on FEMA's ability to care for those in both Maui and in Florida?
I mean, we always want to take account to what our personnel are doing and how we're using our personnel to support these events. A government shutdown does not impact our personnel that are funded through the Disaster Relief Fund, and so they're able to continue operating and supporting all of the immediate efforts and life-saving efforts that continue to go on. And we also designate our emergency essential personnel to support any life-saving efforts. And so we have plans in place, as we have gone through this before, on how we would staff our agency to continue to support those efforts.
If I can follow up about the critical needs assistance that was provided to those in Maui, $700 in payments to individuals there, given the cost of living in Hawaii, specifically in the Lahaina community. Is anything being done right now? Are there considerations or efforts being made to try to raise that cap, that $700 figure for those who are there?
Yeah, the $700 figure of critical needs assistance is really just that amount of funding for some of the very immediate needs that individuals have. Every year, the main part of our assistance, which is our individual and household program, adjusts annually based on inflation. This year, it's $41,000 of a cap that individuals can get. That will get raised after the fiscal year. I don't know what that number is yet, but we do adjust that main portion of the funding that goes to individuals annually based on inflation.
So 700 is it for now, and then they can pursue those other monies going forward. But if people have run through that money right now, they're on their own until they get access to the further assistance coming.
Yeah, and we already have, I think it was 12,000 individuals that registered for assistance in Maui, and somewhere over $15 million that's out on the street. That number could be higher right now from that other program.
Thank you.
I know that you and the governor and local officials, state officials have all told people they get out of the way.
Well, we've been listening to the daily White House press briefing. FEMA Administrator Dan Criswell was there today giving an update on Hurricane Idalia. Currently, more than 300,000 people are without power in Florida. That number is expected to rise. Criswell has briefed President Biden. He told reporters that he spoke with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and offered federal support. More than 1,500.
By about 2 feet. Some of those barricades in front of me were almost underwater when we first started out this morning. It's been a tough go for store owners and for shop owners. A lot of people.
All right, you know what? We are going to check right back in with Steve in just a moment. We're going to try to fix that audio issue, but clearly where he was standing there in Tarpon Springs, a ton of water. And again, unfortunately, the water that we're seeing is saltwater flooding. The problem with saltwater flooding is if there are vehicles with saltwater flooding, that erodes your vehicle much more quickly than freshwater flooding. You saw a couple of those vehicles behind Steve Harrigan. We'll check back in with him in just a moment once we fix that audio. But either way, though, you look at visible satellite imagery, this is still a low-end Category 1 hurricane in parts of southeast Georgia. And this is going to be a huge deal, especially for the folks and our friends right along not only the coastal region, but also I want to point your attention to some of these big, large, billowing clouds just north and west of the center of circulation. You're looking here at water vapor imagery, and where you're seeing that deep and dark blue means where there's a lot of moisture. Where there's a lot of moisture, that equates to a lot of rain. A lot of rain, unfortunately, equates to a lot of flooding. We've already seen flash flood emergencies in and around Valdosta, Georgia. Thank goodness those have been allowed to expire, but it just kind of elevates the significance of what our freshwater flooding can do as our system continues to move up toward the northeast. And unfortunately, throughout the afternoon and the evening and even into the overnight hours tonight. Again, once the sun goes down and you lose that daylight, things become a little bit more dangerous because it's hard to see those threats in front of you. It's hard to see those threats around you. As we mentioned, we still have ongoing flash flood warnings. No surprises here. Here's where I-75 is. There's where Tifton, Georgia is, just north and east of that. Notice where those shades of red are. That is heavy rain. And it's that type of rain where it makes it nearly impossible to drive through, especially when you're talking about rainfall rates in an excess of over several inches per hour. So friends and family in parts of Douglas, that's in Georgia, Waycross, Georgia, where you're seeing those shades of green, you're seeing those emergency alert tones on your cell phone. Respect those polygons and respect those warnings, because unfortunately we've already learned about 2 fatalities because of Idalia, and we do not want to add any more to that list. How much water have we picked up so far over the past 6 hours in places like Lakeland, just north and east of Valdosta, right along Interstate I-75? If you look at our legend here, that's about 3 to 5 inches, generally speaking. And then when you really begin to zero in on this, you'll see there's a sliver here of between 5 to 8 inches of rain. Please keep in mind that just 1 inch of rain over just about 1 square mile or so equates to over 17 million gallons of water. So when you septuple that in terms of the rainfall totals, obviously you're talking about just an enormous amount of water that leads to scenes like this below me. If you look at that imagery in that photo, you can clearly see down toward Dunedin, Florida, where all that water runs off to. It runs into the rivers, creeks, and streams. Those overflow the banks. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we're expecting to happen right along State Highway Route 64 and 82, where that interchange is. So friends and family in Willacoochee over toward the north end, toward the east, that's between 5 to 8 inches of rain. It is the reason why we have flood alerts that have expanded into parts of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. A quick look in Cedar Key, Florida, so heavily hard hit with over 6 feet of flood.
have problems, and there's going to be friction. There might be a breakdown. The administration knows, and the FEMA administrators made clear that disaster assistance is running out. There are means by which you can backfill, and so immediate disaster needs will always be met, even if there's not money for it. However, long-term recovery efforts will suffer if there's a government shutdown or that funding expires. Right now, there's a proposal before the Congress that's going to be dealt with. The administration hopes this month to provide about $12 billion for disaster assistance. There's bipartisan support for about $11.5 billion in the House and the Senate. That's good news. However, the administration has also put that disaster assistance money alongside more money for Ukraine. And that is where the politics begin to get complicated. Some Republicans do not want to consider any more military assistance or economic assistance for Ukraine, and they certainly don't want to do it in the context of disaster funding. If you separate those two, does the politics get harder to pass one or the other? The administration would prefer to have them together. None of that has been sorted out yet, and all those questions are going to have to be asked and answered in a very short-term period of time in this month of September, and that's quite separate from the whole question of whether or not there'll be funding for the entire federal government, because if there isn't by the end of the month of September, the country could be facing a government shutdown, and that would have implications for the long-term disaster recovery efforts that FEMA oversees.
Well, Major, we know that you are going to be posing these questions later tonight. Thank you. Major will be speaking with Florida Senator Rick Scott on America Decides at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on CBS News. Hurricane Idalia is ravaging Florida. We're going to take you back to a city in the middle of the state for a report on the water levels and damage so far. Plus, Georgia is preparing for the storm. We head to the Peach State next to see what the preparations there look like. You're streaming CBS News.
It's important to our nation.
I wonder how you think about where America is at this moment.
It's on Face the Nation.
Can there be stability if Vladimir Putin remains in power?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
America Decides, taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
You're going to hear a lot of reporting.
It is clearly a pivotal moment.
Gun control, the economy, education.
Both sides of the political aisle fight it out for power.
Bringing you the analysis that you need.
Thoughtfully, with context.
Be part of the conversation.
On CBS News streaming.
Welcome to America Decides.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
I always tell people that Twitter would not be Twitter without Black Twitter. It's just us being in fellowship with each other.
And there becomes a conversation you don't want to be left out of.
People really started to recognize the power of activism on Twitter.
Based on that one tweet, the hashtag #OscarSoWhite was trending around the world.
If anything has really powered Black Twitter, it's been humor.
If your food ain't right, oh, we're going to tell you about that, too.
We tend to create change, create culture and cool.
That's how movements happen on Black Twitter and go beyond more than that.
Black Twitter, the Twitterverse that changed a generation. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When weather turns extreme.
The threat of severe weather and dangerous tornadoes is expected.
All right, everybody, taking a live look once again over at our XRAD radar system. I do want to take you out to the White House. That is where a short time ago we did hear from the FEMA administrator with the latest on Idalia and the federal response. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
All right, good morning, everybody, and thanks, Corrine, and I'll just jump right in. I did just have an opportunity to brief the president on our current response efforts for Hurricane Idalia, which, as all of you know, made landfall early this morning. While we were in there, the president contacted Governor DeSantis to let him know that the federal family continues to be there to support him. The governor expressed that all of his needs are met currently. The president reiterated that if anything is needed from the federal government, we will be able to support, and we have over 1,000 personnel currently deployed, prepared to support not just Florida, but all of our states that are in the path as needed. While I was in there, the president also directed me to travel immediately into the area, and I will be traveling later this afternoon to join Governor DeSantis tomorrow to do assessments and see firsthand what the impacts from this storm are, and I can be able to report back to the president exactly what I see, what we think the needs might be, and where the federal family can continue to assist. Before I touch more on Hurricane Idalia, I also want to address the second reason that I am here at the White House today. Today, I will also join President Biden alongside his cabinet and agency officials who are supporting the response and the recovery efforts on the ground in Hawaii as we continue to help the people of Maui rebuild and recover over the long term. This whole of government approach is what is needed to get the right resources to the people of Maui, the resources and the assistance that they need and that they deserve. Now back a little bit to what we know so far on Hurricane Idalia. While it is still too soon to assess the total damages, we know that the storm made landfall as a Category 3, which means over 120 mile-per-hour winds and up to 10 inches of rain in some areas. Peak storm surge in some places along the coast. It has peaked right now, but it could surpass once they measure over 15 feet of storm surge. We'll get exact numbers as they're able to go in and assess what the total storm surge was. And in fact, Idalia is the strongest storm to hit this part of Florida, to make landfall in this part of Florida in over 100 years. But FEMA and the entire Biden-Harris administration, we were prepared and we were ready to support the needs of this storm. As I mentioned, we have actually over 1,500 federal responders that are on the ground in the affected area. This includes over 300 personnel from FEMA, as well as over 500 urban search and rescue personnel ready to support any of the state's requests. As of 7:30 this morning, and I know these numbers are dynamic and fluid, but as of 7:30 this morning, there are nearly 300,000 customer outages for power in Florida, and we do expect those numbers to continue to rise as the storm passes through and goes into Georgia, and we'll see power outage numbers for Georgia, South Carolina, and perhaps North Carolina. Our partners at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are pre-positioned to support power restoration, and they have over 30 generators that are pre-staged. Additionally, the utilities are preparing for storm impacts, including pre-staging crews and equipment outside of the projected storm track. And the state anticipates a total of about 30,000 to 40,000 linemen in Florida to begin to assist in the power restoration efforts. People that are still in the storm's path, however, as you heard from Corrine, they should not venture out into the storm and remain sheltering in place if your local officials are telling you to do so. However, if you are in trouble and you need immediate assistance, please call 911. As you do go out, do not wade in the water. Do not drive through flooded roads and streets. Just remember, turn around, don't drown. Unfortunately, we see so many fatalities after the storm passes. We want to make sure that everybody is taking the right precautions to keep themselves safe. And as always, please continue to listen to your local officials as this storm continues to pass over Georgia currently and into South Carolina. Please check on your friends and your family and your loved ones, especially older adults and people living with disabilities, to see if they have any needs. In closing, I just want to remind people that this is still very much an active situation. Remnants of the storm are still affecting Florida as we speak. The storm is over Georgia and moving into South Carolina. People there and in the Carolinas will continue to experience impacts throughout the day today and possibly into the weekend. Again, FEMA is well postured with our federal partners to support Floridians during this time of need and stands ready to support other affected states as needed. With that, I can take any questions.
Thank you. Administrator, what are you most concerned about over the next day or two, since you just said it's too early right now to assess the extent of damage in Florida?
Yeah, my biggest concern is those people who chose not to evacuate, and I know that our local first responders, the heroes that are out there in those local communities, are doing an amazing job already of going into the areas where people did not evacuate and helping to get them to safety. I think that is our priority through the day today, is to make sure that everybody is safe after this storm has passed. As we go into the next few days, we're going to want to assess what the total amount of damage is and see what immediate needs need to be put forth in order to help support and start the recovery process.
Administrator Criswell, thank you so much. Could you just take us a little bit into that briefing that you had with the president today? What is he most concerned about? What was he most focused on? Any other direction that he gave to you other than to fly down to Florida? And then secondly, you said that Governor DeSantis is satisfied with the federal response, doesn't need anything additional. Was there anything else discussed on that call?
Yeah, the president's main concern is making sure that we are bringing everything that we have in to support these states as they're having immediate response and life-saving needs or beginning to start their assessment and their recovery process. I think it's incredibly important that our governors know that we are ready and postured to bring in all federal resources to support any of their life-saving and their life-sustaining needs in the very near future. The conversation with Governor DeSantis was that, reiterating the fact that we already have over 1,500 personnel there in the area to be able to support, and the governor currently has no unmet needs, but as we begin to assess, right, as the governor assesses and as I get on the ground tomorrow to assess, we'll see what additional needs might be there and if any of those resources need to be employed or we need to move more into the area.
Has the president spoken yet with the governors of Georgia or South Carolina as well, or any plans for that to happen?
I believe he was preparing to contact them after I left so I could come to this briefing.
Good job.
Thank you. Administrator, to what extent do you attribute climate change as a cause of this storm and the other weather events that we're seeing over the last weeks and months?
Yeah, I'm not going to attribute the cause of the storm, but what I can say is that we are seeing an increase in the number of severe weather events. And what we saw with this storm, as we have seen with several of our hurricanes over the last few years, is that they are intensifying more rapidly due to the elevated heat of the water temperature in the Gulf or in the Pacific, or whether it's in the Atlantic. These storms are intensifying so fast that our local emergency management officials have less time to warn and
And those were some of the comments that were made by the FEMA administrator there. She was answering questions from members of the media at the White House during the White House press briefing earlier on this hour. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the last one of the hour. And on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines. And the big story here, of course, tracking Idalia, now a Category 1 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
As far as gusts go, sustained, the highest we had was about 100, 90 to 100 for that. So.
Yeah, and Brad, that's right in line with what Aaron Jack Jay was saying in period, where he guesstimated between 100 and 115 miles per hour. So it's lining up. You know what they say, you always prepare for the worst, you hope for the best, and it looks like it wasn't as bad. Thank goodness. Thank you so much, Brad. We're going to be checking in with you throughout the duration of our coverage. We, of course, want to show you some video from heavily hard-hit Clearwater Beach and Cedar Key, Florida. Notice the car, that was a Cadillac, completely inundated with stormwater. And speaking about stormwater inundation, look at the video on your screen here. This was from Clearwater Beach. This courtesy of our friends at the Clearwater Police Department. My goodness, what a day it has been. More coverage right here on Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ. We're back in just a few minutes.
And I do want to take you to a tweet that is just coming in from the First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis. Take a look. She says 100-year-old oak tree falls on the governor's mansion in Tallahassee. Mason, Madison, Mammy, and I were home at the time, but thankfully no one was injured. Our prayers are with everyone impacted by the storm. I do want to zoom in on the photo a little bit more here. Again, that is coming from the First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis, as this oak tree came crashing down. All of this happening during Hurricane Idalia. Once a Category 4 hurricane, the storm has now weakened to a Category 1 as it moves over Georgia and into the Carolinas. Idalia made landfall around 7:45 Eastern time this morning. That was near Keaton Beach, Florida, as a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of about 125 miles per hour. As of the last update from the National Hurricane Center about 45 minutes ago, those winds have died down to about 80 miles per hour, still a very powerful storm, leaving behind life-threatening water levels in its path and obviously gusty winds winds there as well, as you see that oak tree that did come crashing down onto the governor's mansion over in Florida. Idalia is still moving fairly quick here, northeast at 20 miles per hour. We did speak with the National Hurricane Center a short time ago, and they said they do believe the storm will go off into the Atlantic and really just won't impact anyone in the U.S. again. There were questions about the next track and whether it could take it back toward Florida once again. That was according to several models, but the National Hurricane Center says as of right now, that does not appear to be the case. We have been checking in with our different affiliates across the country here, and I do want to go over to Fox 35 Orlando for their live coverage of the hurricane aftermath.
Is a blockade there. We're not able to go through into the actual city, but just leading into it, right approaching the bridge, is this neighborhood. And if you're wondering why we're not allowed into the town, I feel like this is a pretty good demonstration just for the destruction that they're seeing in this area. You can see all of this debris that actually continues over the bridge as well. There's one lane that's basically entirely covered in stuff just like this, and the water that you see, that gets pretty deep. And you know how we know that? Because we just saw a truck drive through that area, hopefully to try to bring some people out. I did check in with the search and rescue crews that we saw come into this area earlier in the day. They said they have completed their mission. Anyone who wanted out, they have safely evacuated. I did check in to ask how many people that actually wound up being, and I'll get back to you when I learn more about that. I also want to show you a few things over here, though. It isn't just palm fronds we're dealing with. You can see this entire trunk came down, and if you're wondering how deep the water is, really, you can check in on that fire hydrant just to see the level up there, and that is actually pretty close to the street. As it gets further down the road here, closer to the water, it gets much deeper. So we are going to be trying to learn what we can about the search and rescue operations that have been going on here, and we'll try to talk with people who know more about what's happened further back in that neighborhood. When we get that information, I will let you know. Live just outside Cedar Key, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
Marie, thanks for showing us around. Well, right now, Hurricane Idalia continues to move out of Florida and up into Georgia.
Soon be gone out of there, too. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jamie King joins us now from the Fox 35 Storm Center with the latest on this one. So, Jamie, even though that's about gone, we're going to have, how long are we going to see the effects here, you think?
Well, John, we're going to kind of just have a little bit of a passing shower risk here as we head on through the next few hours. And then as we get through the evening into the overnight, things begin to lay on down. So still some real focused rain out there. You look from Sanford, look at that line all the way down to Tampa. Here on the rooftops right now, it looks as though we've got a few thunder and lightning strikes as well. Right now, Coe out to Altamont Springs and the Sanford, all this shifting into that northeasterly direction. Want to take you down to some street level tracking, right? Critical, we let you know where the heavy rain is. It's on top of our roofs here at Fox 35 currently. This is Wekiva Trail. There's Wekiva Springs and Wekiva Springs Road. So that whole area right here to East Welch Road down to 438 here, 436 rather, in toward the North Lake Pleasant Road. All that is lit up. Big neighborhood right through here, so you guys are certainly seeing that heavy rain. Out to Crown Point, Paradise Heights to Clarkota, Worst Road, the White Road, on over to Dorshire. We continue out to North Hiawassee and Clarkota Ocoee Road. That also is a hot zone at this time, with 414 also lit up along 435 and Steeler Road at this time. Down to the south, we go to Harlem Heights over to West Orange High School. Vineland Road has seen some heavier rain. It is moving along, zipping along pretty good here off to the north and east, again around 35 miles per hour. So it's in one spot one moment and literally down the road the next. It's just one of those days with the steering flow very dominant from the west-southwest to the east-northeast. Right now we've got a big cluster of heavy rain. Look how heavy that is around US 1 at Palm Bay down to Grant and in just shy of the Mico area down US 1. So affecting Grant now, Malabar, this will be knocking on the door, the heaviest stuff in your area where you live in about 4 minutes time as it courses out into the Atlantic. So to answer John's question, we continue tracking here with our high resolution forecast models. It shows the rain here through 4 p.m. today. Yeah, there's more at 5 and a lot we can do about it as all this is trailing and feeding in to the circulation that is Idalia there over the southeastern states through 7 o'clock tonight. You can see just angling a little bit more down to the south. looks like we'll see a few showers around through 9 o'clock, northern Florida, just the kind of the stamp, if you will, the bookmark of a passing tropical system, right? Punches in the face real quick with all the heavy rain initially on approach and during the event. And as we wean away from these rain chances, it's a slow but sure detail in the forecast that things will slowly dry up as we take you on into Thursday morning, but only to return, I think, by early Thursday morning into the afternoon. Rain chance tomorrow's highs around 60, 70, 80%, depending on location. There's also a chance now of a few stronger storms, a level 1 possible risk for the shade of green. This will likely fall off as we go deeper into the day ahead here, as we get to the early evening hours, likely seeing this falling off here. Now, rain, as we look at the forecast as a whole, will be stacking up. So we have opportunities today. We have it on Thursday and yet again on Friday. So the outcome, on top of what we've already seen, an additional nearly 5 inches possibly added Bushnell in Sumter County. Ocala upwards of almost 3 inches. Same at Gainesville. Over 3 at Palm Coast. Daytona Beach could see 4.4 there by Saturday at 1 p.m. And it looks like Cocoa Beach on down to Melbourne again. Kind of a blended bag, all dependent on location. Now, I can tell you by the Labor Day holiday, yes, 2 thumbs up. Finally drying out. Still hot, still humid. We expect that. But if you've got some beach plans or something going on in the outdoors, rain chances fall. Sunshine potential rising with hot highs around 90 and overnight lows through the mid-70s longer term here in Central Florida. That's all for now. We'll give it on back to you at the desk, John and Lou.
All right, thanks, JK. Before we go to break, taking another live look right now at Reddington Beach. That's in Pinellas County. You can see floodwaters there from the storm. And again, we're seeing these all over the state of Florida, and we'll continue to monitor them right here on our special coverage of Hurricane Idalia here on Fox 35.
And we are checking in with our different affiliates across the country here, really across the state of Florida, because we do have Fox 35 Orlando, and we also have Fox 13 Tampa. We are also looking at Fox Weather as well. I want to tap into their coverage, as it does look like they do have Katie Byrne live over in South Carolina. They're getting hammered right now by Idalia. Let's pop up that audio and listen in.
Below that. So that's really dangerous for us, right? Fortunately, with our renovated low battery, we've had some elevation. We've elevated it some. That's up another additional 2 feet, so that's good. It's just important that we, you got to maintain this infrastructure. You got to figure out how we stay over the next 10, 20, 30 years. And again, we have to manage rainfall, and we have to manage sea level rise. So there's a lot of challenges here.
Of course, a lot to think about. And I'll ask one more question before we get you in a safe, dry place after we got you soaked with us. When we talk about the seawall, you said this stretch here, this is the oldest stretch. How old is it? And tell us about some of the updates that you've made and other parts of it.
Right, so this is the oldest stretch. It's about 100 years old. And of course, over the time, it just wears down. The grout and the rock falls out. So we're repairing all that, just sort of deconstructing everything, repairing the foundations, building a new seawall on top of it, and then making it more attractive. So right now it is a walking path, but we're putting parklets, we're renovating the curbing, we're making the whole streetscape right behind us a little bit better. So this is a massive, it's a $64 million project. It's about, 4 or 5 years underway, and we've got another year and a half to go. But this is how we stay here.
Yeah. And this stretch is the next step, right, of that project. So a lot of work being done to protect people in these beautiful, gorgeous historic homes that you think about when you picture Charleston, guys. But of course, here we go, another heavy band of rain, and we're not even really in the thick of it just yet. Those impacts are starting to really hit us later on this afternoon into the evening hours. Michael?
Katie, I hate to keep you guys out there. Just a quick question, though. Friends and family in Folly Beach, Morris Island, James Island, Sullivan Island out that way, how are they preparing for any sort of storm surge? Is that a concern?
Yes, I heard a little bit of what you're asking, Michael, but it's a little bit loud with the rain. So we're curious about storm surge.
Right.
What are you guys worried about, like, as far as the peak of storm surge and which parts of Charleston it could hit?
So when storm surge comes in from the Atlantic Ocean, it floods every low-lying area around the city, right? So this is just one of the areas. This area is going to be okay. We're anticipating a 8.6 or an 8.7 mean low water storm surge. This structure here is over 9 foot, so we're good. The challenge is in other parts of the city that we don't have this kind of structure, so the water will come in. And then if it's combined with heavy rainfall, the water that's falling in the streets can't get out. So we're anticipating that to peak tonight at around 8:30 p.m. This is occurring in our monthly high tide. So we have an astronomical high tide. It's also tonight, so that's our big fear.
A lot to think about, Michael. I got to get Dale out of here because he's got soaked for us right before you came to us. It wasn't even raining, but we will be live at high tide at 8:30 later on tonight. So stay with us and we'll have updates as that high tide moves in.
We appreciate your continuing coverage, and please thank Dale for us, and please get to a dry location, that's for sure. Thank you guys so much. Of course, we do want to get you out to Savannah, Georgia, where we have a tornado watch that is still in play for at least the next hour and 5 minutes. And of course, Savannah's known for being just gorgeous. Heading down to Tybee Island, it's known for the Spanish moss as you're driving.
A big thank you to our Fox Weather friends over there. Stream Fox Weather everywhere that you stream live now from Fox for nonstop coverage on tropical storm, actually Hurricane Idalia, expected to potentially become a tropical storm over the next few hours. Now just search Fox Weather on your device or go to foxweather.com to check your channel. I want to go back to just some of our other teams that are live. Fox 13 Tampa has live coverage showing the floodwaters there in the Tampa area.
Unfortunately, we've not had extensive power outages throughout the city of Tampa. Another question that we've seen a lot of people asking, and a great area of concern, has been the city's trauma center at Tampa General, which is located right there on Davis Island. It is in the flood zone, and there have been a lot of precautions taken to make sure that they can still do their job. I want you to hear what the mayor had to say about TGH just a short time ago.
Had a conversation with John Kors early this morning from Tampa General Hospital, and they are keeping all of their personnel. They were putting the first shift that had worked 12 hours. They were going into sleep. The second shift was coming out. The hospital is full. Everyone's aware that is our regional trauma center at that location. So they are still tending to the patients. They have the ability to bring in if it is a severe emergency. But again, there is a possibility that it will be cut off on Davis Island.
It's a lot of road closures and a few power outages, but when you look to our north and see the extent of the damage as we come back out here on camera, the extent of the damage there from that direct hit they've taken in Florida's Big Bend, you really begin to see how fortunate we are here in Tampa, how much worse this could have been, and how we may be on borrowed time for when it's our turn to take that direct hit. If we're getting floodwaters that look like this and look like Bayshore from just the outer bands, the outer effects, what might it look like to take a direct hit, which is always why it's important to be having this conversation about preparedness. Reporting in Tampa, Matthew McClellan, Fox 13 News.
And our coverage of Hurricane Idalia continues. We want to thank you for staying with us here on Good Day this morning and all into the afternoon.
Linda, you ready?
I'm ready, Russell.
Ters, we're out of here.
Linda Hurtado
See you on Good Day tomorrow, everybody.
All right, that was our Fox 13 Tampa team. They have several live reporters that are out right now gathering the latest information. Again, we have heard from Fox 35 Orlando, Fox 13 Tampa, Fox Weather, Fox News. We have them all, so we're serving kind of as a central hub to pass their reports along to you at home or wherever you stream live now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour to bring you all of your top stories. And no question, the big one right here is going to be Hurricane Idalia, still a Category 1, but expected to weaken back into a tropical storm within the next few updates. Right now, maximum sustained winds as of the last hour, according to the National Hurricane Center, at 80 miles per hour. So still a fairly strong Category 1. But again, in the next few updates, we do expect it to weaken down to a tropical storm. I want to head over to our Fox 35 Orlando team's live coverage here, as they do have several reporters covering this from each and every angle.
Storm. So here's what you need to do to protect yourself, they say. First of all, research the contractors. Before hiring anyone for repairs or construction, verify their credentials. Also, get multiple quotes. Get at least 3 written estimates for the work that you need to have done. This will help you gauge the average cost and identify potential overcharges. Also, be aware of those high-pressure sales tactics. Be cautious if the contractor pressures you to sign a contract immediately or demands a large payment up front, because they might be gone tomorrow and you never see the money again. We've seen a lot of flooding in Tampa Bay and also the Big Bend region this morning into this afternoon as well. But South Florida also feeling the impacts of Idalia. Here's a look at Port Charlotte. That's a community that's still recovering from Hurricane Ian. The video shows big-time flooded streets there in that community this morning. So again, we have much more to come right here on Fox 35 News as we continue to monitor Hurricane Idalia.
And we are tracking the storm from each and every angle. As you can see, we have been checking in with our Fox 35 and our Fox 13 Tampa teams here. It looks like Fox 35 Orlando just beginning their live coverage. So let's pop that back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 o'clock over on the Pacific.
Perry, which is near I-10, down to Crystal River. First, let's check in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro, who is live in the Storm Center. So what's the latest, Allison?
Well, we're still continuing to monitor those outer rain bands of Idalia making their way across the viewing area. I want to let you know, folks that are up in Gainesville, Ocala, the Villages, even Palm Coast, you are in the clear from the rain. Everything else is happening from those points south, and we are monitoring one line in particular, extending from Brandon all the way up to Ocoee and even into Sanford as we speak. It's dropping heavy rain, and we are monitoring some embedded lightning strikes, about 24 within the last 15 minutes. But let's take you up near Evans High School, Pine Hills. We have Ocoee here, Hiawassee Road, Clarkona, as well as Lockhart. You can see this cell in particular is dropping a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. Also making its way on the other side, right along the I-4 corridor, moving into Maitland, all the way up to Altamont Springs. And right now, we are in Lake Mary, and I'm hearing that rain falling on our rooftops as we speak. Going right up the I-4 corridor into San Lando, we have Longwood, and likely up to our Fox 35 studios as well. So embedded within these showers is some very heavy rain at times, anywhere from 2 to nearly 4 inches per hour in the spots that are shaded in this purple color on your screen. I do want to time it out for you. If you do live to the east of I-4, moving into Sanford within the next 2 minutes, Sanford Airport in about 9, and Lake Jessup in about 15 minutes from now. Again, that's if it holds together, but honestly, I've been watching it over the last 10 to 15 minutes, and it looks to do just that. Taking you into Osceola and Brevard counties, Deer Park to be exact. We have US 192. Some heavy rain moving through. Looks like a few lightning strikes on the western edge of that cell, but any of that heavy rain that was in coastal Brevard County has cleared off to the east. Maybe a few light showers from Melbourne to Palm Bay all the way down to Grant, but what we're seeing out to the west is going to continue to push east. And our forecast modeling all day has been doing a great job at showing these extra rain bands. The one in particular that we were monitoring is going to continue to inch closer to the Orlando metro into St. Cloud. Could be seeing a few showers in Palm Coast by 4 or 5 o'clock. We see a little bit more trying to develop, but you can see up in the northern viewing area, it does start to fizzle through 7 p.m. from Bushnell to Leesburg, Kissimmee, and Titusville. More rain on the way through your 7, 8, 9 o'clock hour tonight. Could be seeing a few lingering showers as we head into the overnight hours. That's what our models are flashing at this time. But if anything, it's not going to be severe. Do want to take you out to our Orlando Sanford Airport cam. You can see those dark clouds off into the distance. Some of those showers that we were just tracking on our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. As for current sustained winds, we're at 19 to nearly 37 miles per hour in Kissimmee, St. Cloud, as well as Bithlo. And with sustained winds that high, you know the gusts will be even higher. Not quite at 50 miles per hour, but we're close in New Smyrna Beach, 46 mile per hour gusts in Palm Coast, and 37 in Bushnell. As the center of Idalia continues to move up the east coast, it's going to be taking a lot of those gusty winds with it. So you can expect a bit of a decrease in the winds as we head into the early morning hours tomorrow. And then by the time Friday rolls around, winds are really going to be bottoming out. Not too gusty at all if you do have any of those outdoor plans for your weather weekend ahead. But let's take you out to the 2 o'clock advisory. Still a Category 1 hurricane, but now 75 mile per hour sustained
sustained winds. So it's on the border of becoming a tropical storm, and we'll be watching that as it does make its way towards Savannah and then up into Charleston, and then eventually making its way just off the east coast of the U.S. And I want to let you know our latest model runs do have this system, them curving back out to sea. So it's not going to be making that shift back toward Florida, which is good news. I do want to mention that from Charleston all the way up to coastal North Carolina, we are monitoring a 3 out of 5 risk for some strong to severe storms as we head throughout this afternoon. If you have any family or friends there, do make sure that they're staying weather aware. For now, we're going to send it back to the desk with John and Luann.
And that was our Fox 35 Orlando's coverage as they are tracking this storm from each and every angle, and we are doing the same right here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at this video coming in from the Clearwater, Florida Police Department earlier on today. Look at how high that water is. That is just one city there in Florida that has seen the significant impacts that have resulted from that Category 3 hurricane that made landfall around 7:45 this morning Eastern Time. I do want to bring in Vice President of Zoological Care for Clearwater Marine Aquarium to talk more about this, Kelly Martin. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. So what have you seen? What's going on over there?
The animals have no clue there's a storm going on, which is great. I have a friend visiting with us right now. Our team, there's about 15 of us, all with different areas of expertise, who have been riding out the storm here at the aquarium and pulling shifts to walk around the facility and make sure all of our animals are happy, healthy, and safe.
How do you prepare for something like this when you do see that the National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on this system? At first, it's an invest, and then it starts to pick up a little bit of steam, becomes a tropical storm, and then at one point a Category 4 hurricane. How exactly do you go about preparing the aquarium for something like this?
It takes a lot of preparation, a lot of planning, and really a team mentality. The entire organization came together to plan and prepare ahead of time, to establish our communication systems and get our animals ready for impact. And then also the recovery team, who takes care of what they need to at home, but they come in and get our business ready to open for our patrons.
How often does the aquarium get, I hate to say hit by hurricanes, but how often does a hurricane impact that area around Clearwater and the aquarium itself?
I've been with the aquarium now for about 13 years, and we've seen about 3 heavy-duty storms within that time span. We've been extremely lucky, and the direct impact hasn't caused much damage to our facilities nor to our animals.
Do you think that each hurricane tropical system that makes landfall and does leave some sort of impact can serve as a learning experience, so to speak, for the aquarium as well as maybe the city of Clearwater?
Absolutely. Preparedness is key. We make sure that not only do we prepare, we execute, and then we reevaluate everything that we did. We modify things that need to change. And we make sure that we're even more ready the next time.
What happens now? What do you do now that the storm is out of there? Does everything just kind of, I guess, return to normal?
We return to normal. Our recovery team will be coming back tomorrow morning. We're going to open back up to our guests. We invite everybody to come visit with our animals. 10 a.m. We're ready to share our animals with all of you. If you need a safe option, come visit us at Clearwater Marine Aquarium.
And where did your guest go? I was hoping to get one more glimpse.
I don't know.
Gone.
I think checking out a different pool right now. I had some toys down here. I was trying to get them to come back to say goodbye.
I gotcha. Yeah. Oh, might happen. All right. Kelly Martin there with Clearwater Marine Aquarium. Thank you again for taking the time to join us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, the time is now 2:08 on the East Coast, and it is 11:08 on the West Coast. I've mentioned, but our Fox 35 Orlando team is still in live continuous coverage here on the latest with Hurricane Idalia. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
All right, so John and Luann, that is the situation here in Citrus County, Crystal River. We will stay here all afternoon, and as the tide. By the way, we were here this afternoon showing you that Lincoln and Ford dealership there belonging to the Jenkins family. It still has water creeping into the building, but it has receded, of course, because we're in a slack tide. But you know what? Let me see if I can get Broderick real quick. He just got out of the water. Broderick, so how did you do out there with your boat?
Not too bad. Helped a couple kids out go to their parents' house and get their animals and stuff like that, some of their important stuff and whatnot. But now I got to go help my own family. So I did my good deed for the day. Wanted to help out a few people here and there, and I did what I needed to.
What's the scene like where we can't see?
A lot of debris floating in the streets and stuff like that. Nowhere really is dry anymore. It's starting to rush in real fast.
And it's going to get worse because the high tide's coming this afternoon. What do you predict for overnight?
Overnight, there's no telling. 4 o'clock when the high tide hits. There's no telling. All I can say is by then I hope everyone is out.
Because the water's not going to recede as quickly.
No, sir. By high tide reaches, I hope everyone is out because there's still quite a bit of people hanging out at their houses.
So what's the plan to rescue them?
Some people just don't want to. Some people don't want to leave their houses and stuff behind. So I guess we'll just wait and see. There was one gentleman, he was sitting on his roof with his cat, so.
Just waiting for the water to go down?
I don't know, I suppose. Just people don't want to leave their stuff behind.
Well, thank you for your service today, and good luck to your own family. Stay safe tonight. Thank you. That's Broderick with his big boat. We were supposed to go riding with him, but as you can see, it's not easy to put a boat in a street, right, and just launch it and go find people. There is certainly a challenge with that. I got another rescue team here in something that looks a little more manageable for these streets. A floaty, an airhead floaty. Let's ask them if they're coming or rescuing. Let's see here. How y'all doing today? Did you rescue somebody?
We tried to.
Okay, so you tried it with the floating device?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so what'd you see down there?
A bunch of water all over the roads. A lot of flooded stuff down there. It's pretty bad down there.
Broderick, on the truck, told me that he saw watch, you got a snake by your foot, my friend.
Oh!
Yeah.
Grab it. Grab it.
It's a baby. It's a baby. That he saw a gentleman with a cat on his lap on his roof.
Yes, sir. That is true.
You saw that too.
Trying to get away.
And he wouldn't.
He will not have any help.
Really?
Give me all that old. Yes,
you're showing off your guns. Why not? All right. So, sir, what's the scene like for you down there when you brought your airhead down?
I'm the Paul Bunyan of the group, and I went down there. I saw somebody rescue some chickens, a dog.
The chickens are right there, and they just laid an egg.
So they were rescued.
Now we got 4 cats in the same house. Can you go back and get the cats?
I will definitely go help somebody from my town. Definitely do.
Very nice. They need help. They're desperate.
Need is to get on the
to get on that thing.
Mobile.
Okay.
And we'll get in there.
Appreciate what you guys are doing for the community. Very nice of you.
We had one lady that refused.
You have one lady that. What'd she tell you?
She said, "Hey, that's bad water over there. You're gonna get worms."
So she didn't want to come out.
We in that Florida water. She didn't want to come out.
I can't blame her. But she might be in a worse situation this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Just trying to help the community get people out of here safe.
You guys are good patriots. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. So John and Luann, neighbors helping neighbors here in Crystal River and trying to stay clean as well. It's hard. This water is going to get dirtier as the afternoon progresses. We'll send it back to you on the studio.
David, love to see the community coming together to help one another out there.
A big thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando team. That is their team coverage as they are in several different counties taking a look at the aftermath. What you're looking at right now is our XRAD radar system. I do want to bring you the latest information here at 2 p.m. on the East Coast, and it is 11:12 over on the West Coast as we do continue to get information on Hurricane Idalia. So once a Category 4 hurricane, the storm